Hello, hello, Neelam madam.
Yes, sir.
I am Dr. Amish Patel, care person.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There is a message from Dr. Ritika.
Okay.
He will not remain present for the present photo.
Okay. Ritika madam is not going to be present. Okay, fine.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. We'll take care of it. રજાઓ બહુ પડી ને એટલે Pretty Mati, where are you? Hey, are you crazy? Alex, who's here?
Hello,
Who's here?
Neelam madam. Hello,
Hello, Shivani ma'am, Preeti ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Um,
we all can.
yeah, we can start.
Yes, ma'am, we can. 1 minute. Please go.
Neelam
So,
ma'am, today's moderator, please
Hello,
share.
Neelam madam.
Yes. Hello. Am
Good
I
morning,
audible?
everyone. Yes, Neela ma'am, you're audible, ma'am.
A very good morning to one and all who are present here. A very good morning to one and all who are present here. I, Professor Neelam Maurya, am going to start with the second day of our international conference. This is our second day international online conference, Global Insight, Geopolitics, Commerce and Humanities. We have also collaborated with the LRMC, Rabindranath Tagore University, C.V. Raman University, BCG Commerce College, Singhad College of Commerce, and R.D. Shah Arts and B.D. Shah Commerce College from Dholka. So we welcome you all. So here we are going to start with our day two session with the 1 minute.
All right.
Just a minute.
Hmm?
We're at technical session 5, Philosophy and Changing World Order. So we welcome our chairperson, Dr. Amish Patel, sir, and co-chairperson, Dr. Shelja Tiwari. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, we
Yes, ma'am.
welcome you all, and I request Dr. Amish Patel, sir, to introduce yourself.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, madam. Myself,
Yes.
Dr. Amish Patel, Shri RP Arts, KB Commerce and Srimati BCJ Science College. I here very pleased to be honored by CAP, and I welcome all the participants and all the best for their presentations. Thank you very much.
And I would request our co-chairperson to introduce yourself, Dr. Shelja Tiwari, madam.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Shalcha Tiwari. I'm an assistant professor in Srimati Adisha Arts and Srimati Vidisha Commerce College, and I teach accountancy and commerce. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So as we have already yesterday started, we have completed with our technical session 4, that was humanity, language and cultural. So here today we are going to start with the session 5th, that is philosophy and changing world order. So I welcome all the presentee. So we will start with our presentation. I hope everybody is ready, right? Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
yes, ma'am, ready.
So we will start first with Dr. Shivani Aluwalia, madam.
Yes,
Are you ready with your presentation, ma'am?
yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, the thing
Yes.
is, I cannot share. It says only the host can share. I've mailed my PPT also. If you're going to share it or I have to share it, just let me know. I also have a
Okay.
co-presenter.
You can share it. No.
No, it's not coming. It says only host can share in this meeting.
No. You can share.
Ma'am,
Just check.
should I try?
Yes, please. Yes.
No, it's still sharing. Only the host can share in this. I have mailed, send my PPT to somebody also from LMRC.
No. I
Ma'am,
think just
ma'am,
try.
is the schedule changed? Ma'am, is the schedule changed? Like it was first Dr. Jackson and Anita Patel. So, is it changed today? The schedule for presentation?
We are accommodating some other emergency, madam, because we have got some yesterday's leftover also, and today also, as the rain is heavy, we have to make some changes.
Okay.
Wait a second. Preeti ma'am, it's only telling me only the host can share in this meeting.
No.
Can your co-person can share your this?
I have sent my PPT to someone from LMRC just now. Sagar Yeram sir.
Okay,
If he can share my screen.
we'll check.
Sir, this is allowed.
I know, ma'am, but this is, I don't know.
Host side is allowed already.
I want to see kitty. But I want to see kitty. Meow meow. Meow.
Okay,
Share.
Meow meow. Meow meow.
can, I don't know, can others try to see if your screen share is working? Because mine is not. Abhi hua.
Just try.
Abhi hua.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Shivani Aluwalia from Siyangar College of Commerce, and today I'm going to share my research with you. It's titled Words That Shape Wars. When we think of wars, we usually picture weapons, armies, battles, but in reality, wars are shaped by words. The speeches of leaders can inspire, divide, and even justify conflicts. That is what motivated me to take up this research. Sorry. Stop reading. The main intention of my research was to study how leaders use languages when they speak about war and peace. I studied speeches of three leaders, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, President Joe Biden, and President Vladimir Putin. To guide my research, I went back to Aristotle's, the ancient Greek philosopher. You may wonder why Aristotle in the modern study? Because he gave us the classic tool of persuasion, ethos, pathos, and latis. These tools are timeless. Even today, leaders use them in every important speech. Let me explain to you each term and simplify it. What is ethos? Now, ethos in simple words is credibility and trust. Like, for example, why should I believe you? So, if a superior or an authority or somebody who's a speaker is having some moral standing or some credibility, we trust that person. Like, for example, if a doctor tells you that if a doctor tells you that you have to exercise, he has some credibility. That is the ethos of the doctor. Okay, so same thing, Modi ji, the Prime Minister, when he talks about Make in India or Vasudev Kutumbakam, we believe him because of the ethos that he uses in his language. Now, next thing is what is pathos? Pathos is simple things as emotions and feelings. Pathos is about how do you touch people's heart by making them feel something. So Joe Biden, he uses a lot of pathos in his speeches. Like, for example, democracy, freedom, protecting future generations. He uses phrases like the soul of America. These stir emotions and inspire people and oneness. The simple example from life when an NGO shows pictures of hungry children and encourage donations. This is simple example of pathos. That means they appeal to your emotions. And logos is something where you use your logic, where the word logos come from. So logos is about facts, evidences, and reasoning. So Putin often uses history and logic when he gives his speeches. He refers to the past wars, invasions, and defenses. He needs to justify Russia's present actions. That is logos. So, in daily life, if someone tells you to buy a solar panel and it will save you, or an EV car, it will save you monthly expenses, he's given you a logical persuasion to invest in an EV car. So, connecting it back to my research, so in my research, I looked at how these three leaders, they balance ethos, pathos, and logos. Some relied more on emotions, some relied on credibility, and the others use logical arguments. And this balance makes speeches powerful, enough to shape how the world understands war and peace. My methodology was very simple. I studied 6 speeches in total, 2 of each of the leaders, Modi ji, Joe Biden, and Putin. These speeches were carefully chosen, all related to war, peace, and international alliances. I just did not pick up random speeches. I picked up the ones that shaped global conversations. I used official government websites and reliable media sources. Then I did manual text analysis. That means I really read the speeches word by word, searched for keywords, studied the tone of the speeches, and understood the purpose. Finally, I compared these styles and found out similarities and differences. My findings that I found out is very interesting. Modi ji speaks on cultural values, unity, peace. His words are more Hindi okay, where he connects the Hindutva, he connects his people. His words create image of India as a spiritual and a peace-loving country. Joe Budden, he uses emotional appeals, democracy, freedom, and some common people struggle. He tries to win his hearts like this. And Putin stresses on defense, nationalism, and historical framings. He uses the past to justify present what is happening. One key takeaway, words are just not for communication. They are powerful tools of our action. And in today's world, media and social media amplify these words. A single speech can go viral in seconds because of the influence of global opinions. My conclusion is, so what does all this mean? That leaders just don't fight with weapons, they fight with words. Their speeches shape the narratives of war and peace. They influence emotions, identities, and actions of millions. That's why we as citizens must listen carefully. We should ask in speeches, is it emotions, logic, or credibility? What is the hidden message in the speeches that we listen to the speakers? How are they trying to influence us? Because in the end, words have the power to unite the world or divide the world. This is the heart of my research, understanding the power of languages in shaping conflicts and peace. Thank you. I did my presentation with my daughter, who was fully involved in listening to me, and I hope she's learned something from me as well.
Nothing.
Nothing? Okay, fine. Yes, ma'am. That's the end.
This was such an interesting topic. Yes.
Very enthused, very enthused.
Okay. Eva, please, I want to listen to the feedback. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Can you give me an example?
Mm-hmm.
How can a speech of a political leader
Mm-hmm.
divide
One second, Eva. I want to listen to
people?
how can they divide people?
People, yes.
So,
Into categories.
as in
For
categories.
example, religion or anything else.
So I wouldn't want to take up this issue personally here, but yes, I would like to give something like in Maharashtra, we have Raj Thackeray, okay, where in most of his speeches, he is pro-Maharashtrian, and where he had, he wanted to remove the Biharis from India once, from Maharashtra once, and he did have a strong statement then, which did create a lot of conflicts between the religion here, sir. So, from my experience, it was Raj Thakray's speeches that I remember of.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
One question from my
Thank
side, Shalini ma'am. Yes, ma'am. What do you think? Which words are really responsible for what? Ma'am, when you use sentiments like religion or maybe caste or Hindutva, I think these something when you sentimentally connect people, it could,
Right.
where they get, where that's when they, it can get influenced to a war-like situation. So certain things that's very close to people emotionally, it tends to, spark up the sentimental value, which may create wars.
Fine, fine.
Yeah.
Presentation is very nice.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shivani, madam.
Thank
So
you.
now I'd like to call out second presenter, Dr. Jackson Juden Fernandez and Dr. Anita Patel, madam. Are you here?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Yes.
Very good morning. And myself, Dr. Anita Patel, Associate Professor at Arts, Commerce and Science College, Khambat. And we are jointly prepared the paper on Dr. Jackson Judan Fernandez and Dr. Anita Patel. And the topic of my presentation today is Post-Humanism and AI Ethics, a philosophical and empirical inquiry. The digital revolution has ushered in a transformative era in which human and technological systems are no longer distinct, but rather coexist in increasingly complex and interdependent ways, from artificial intelligence to robotics, machine learning, and data-driven technologies, the digital landscape is reshaping not only the way we communicate and make decisions, but also the very nature of what it means to be human. Amidst among this ongoing transition, two critical intellectual movements, post-humanism and AI ethics, have emerged as foundational frameworks for understanding the moral, social, and philosophical implications of AI and related technologies. These movements offer a critique of traditional views on human agency, identity, and ethics, while also providing innovative perspectives on how to navigate the complexities of a technological integrated future by Bingo 2020. This paper has examined the intricate convergence of post-humanist philosophy and AI ethics, offering both a philosophical and empirical inquiry into how moral frameworks must adapt in the age of rapidly advancing artificial intelligence. Posthumanism challenges the anthropometric assumption embedded in which in much of the Western thought, replacing the notion of human explanation, explananism, which a vision of interdependent with a vision of interdependent relational agency in which human, machines, and environments co-shape each other realities. The perspective also resonates strongly with the ethical challenges presented by contemporary AI systems, whose autonomy, unpredictability, and distributed nature often defy traditional models of moral responsibility. Our analysis, rooted in a combination of textual examination of key post-humanist thinkers and empirical interviews with AI researchers, ethicists, and designers, has revealed that ethical dilemmas in AI cannot be adequately addressed through purely human-centered frameworks. Issues such as algorithmic bias, the opacity of machine learning decision making, privacy, privacy concerns, and the accountability gaps in autonomous system all highlight the insufficiency of approaches that prioritize human control without considering the broader social, technological, ecological networks in which these systems operate. Post-humanist ethics addresses this gap by decentering the human and acknowledging the agency of non-human actors, whether these are intelligent algorithms, network infrastructures, or even environmental systems affected by technological processes. The implications of this integration are substantial for governance, policymaking, and design ethics. Policymakers informed by post-humanist ethics may move beyond reactive regulatory approaches towards more anticipated adaptive governance structures that incorporate distributed responsibility, transparency mechanisms, and ecological awareness. For AI designers and engineers, post-humanist thought encourages moving away from treating AI as mere tool to be controlled and toward engaging with them as entities embedded in complex relationships with human and non-human stakeholders. Such a shift reframes AI ethics from a checklist of compliance requirements to an ongoing relational practice attentive to context, co-evolution, and unintended consequences. Furthermore, posthumanism expands public discourse on AI by challenging domain narratives to technological domination or replacement. Instead, it proposes a paradigm in which AI and humans coexist in mutual influence and where ethical deliberations must include the rights, vulnerabilities, and role of non-human agents. This is particularly relevant for addressing global issues such as climate change, where AI systems are increasingly deployed in environmental mentoring, resource management, and predictive modeling domains where human and ecological interests intertwine inseparably. The empirical findings in study, particularly the perspectives of interview participants, underscore a growing awareness among AI practitioners of the limitation of existing ethical models. There is recognition that algorithmic governance, surveillance systems, and decision making automation cannot be evaluated through the lens of human benefit. Instead, they must be accessed within a networked, ethical landscape that acknowledges systematic interdependency, long term ecological impacts, and the evolving agency of the technological sectors. Finally, the conclusion says that posthumanism, posthumanist ethical does not discard human concerns, but it reframes and expands them, encouraging a broader moral vision that includes the dynamic interplay between humans, AI, and other forms of life. This approach holds promise for developing AI governance framework and that are not only more inclusive and equitable, but also better equipped to respond to the adaptive, emergent nature of intelligent systems. Further, research should extend this philosophical empirical dialogue into adjacent domains such as robotics, biotechnology, and climate AI systems, ensuring that the ethical guidance shaping these fields remains attuned to the complexities of a post anthropomorphic world. By embracing these shifts, we can foster technological futures where intelligence, whether human or artificial, serves the flourishing of all interconnected life. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Can I ask, sir? Amish, sir?
No question.
Okay.
Yes.
I want to ask, ma'am, can a machine be considered a moral agent from a post-humanist perspective? If yes, then what criteria would be used to make this determination?
Ma'am, as far as machine is concerned, machine is means it is operated by man, right? So we
Right.
cannot compare man and machine. Machine is always whatever the data we feed in will work on the basis of that. So it cannot replace human beings. So human beings are always means they are must for operating the machine and whatever the software or whatever the data input in the machine, it is always operated by human beings. So the importance of human being is never going to be less. Okay.
Okay. So, is there any regulation for AI development
Any regulation regarding what, ma'am? Like
regarding research? Is
regarding
your
research?
criteria moral agent? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, of course, there is a regulation that it can be distributed within the agency or ecological responsibility, or it can be under the non-human entities' rights, algorithm basis, and machine learning automation. So these are all the regulations which regulates its dependency.
Okay, fine, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that is why we call it alternative intelligence and not artificial intelligence.
Yes, yes,
Correct,
ma'am.
correct,
Now,
correct, ma'am. Correct.
even the creator of AI, he himself has said this is not artificial, this is alternative, and this is where the entire understanding of using it judiciously come into picture. But Anita ma'am, I agree with you that it is never going to surpass human and human nature and human intelligence. Good paper, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A big thanks goes to Jackson sir also because it is a joint effort. And I think he might have joined also with us.
Thank you, Dr. Anita, madam. Now I will request to next presenter to present the paper, Dr. Nilesh Bhai Makwan. Are you here, sir?
Yes.
Dr. Nilesh, sir? Yes.
Yes,
So
yes,
you
I'm.
can share your screen, sir. Yes.
Is it
Thank
visible?
you. Yeah.
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Yes, sir. You can start with your presentation.
Yeah, yeah. So, good morning, everybody. I
Good
am
morning.
Dr. Nilesh Mekwan. Am I audible? Selja, madam?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
yes, yes.
Okay, okay. The purpose of presenting this paper is I want to examine the impact of global capitalism on Indian society, economy, and democracy through the lens of Arundhati Roy's writings and activism. I have done my PhD work on the non-fictions of Arundhati Roy, and I want to just extend my idea after this presentation. Introduction. Global capitalism, fueled by free market ideologies and transnational economies networks, has increasingly come to define the political economies of developing countries. India, especially since its 1991 economic liberalization, has become a major participant in the global capitalist economy. Integrating into its system has developed GDP and urbanized cities, but also raised socio-economic disparities and driven rural communities off their land. Roy, the Booker Prize winning novelist and vociferous critic, has emerged as one of the sharpest critics of these processes in India. Her collection of non-fiction writings presents a scathing indictment of capitalism's effects on democracy, indigenous people's rights, and environmental harmony. Through exploring Roy's work, particularly texts such as Field Notes on Democracy, Capitalism, a Ghost Story, and the Algebra of Infinite Justice, this article explores the shapes of global capitalism in India and the opposition in LSEs. Global capitalism and India's economic turn. India's tries with capitalism began in the earnest during the 1991 structural adjustment reforms. These reforms, advocated by the International Monetary Fund and World Bank, assert in privatization, deregulation, and liberalized foreign investment. The key features of India's capitalist transformation is number one, growth of private sector dominance, rise in foreign direct investment, that is FDI, privatization of public sector undertakings, that is this investment, erosion of labor rights under the banner of uh, flexibility, urban-centric development, and neglect of agrarian economies. While these policies poison India as a global investment hub, they also marginalized large swathes of its population, particularly rural communities, the Dalits and the Adivasis. Arundhati Roy, the writer as a dissenter. Roy's engagement with global capitalism is both literary and political. Her 1997 novel, The God of Small Things, subtly critiques caste and economic inequality. However, her direct confrontation with global capital begins with her activism against the Narmada Dam project and grows through a series of essays and public interventions. The major works of Arundhati, The Greater Common Good, which exposes how large development projects displace indigenous populations. The second one is Capitalism, a Ghost Story, that explores how corporations co-opt civil society and media. Working with the Comrades, that documents Roy's journey with Maoist rebels, critiquing the militarization of resource-rich tribal areas. Roy uses narrative journalism to unveil the consequences of global capitalism on India's marginalized. Her writings serve as vital records of resistance and critique. Capitalism and crisis of Indian democracy. The growth of international capitalism in India, particularly after the reforms of 1991, has resulted in unparalleled economic development, urbanization, and integration into the world economy. According to Roy and numerous other critics, though this growth has come at the expense of democratic values, deepening inequalities, and centralizing political authority within a corporate state complex. For Roy, the Indian democratic crisis is not merely a question of defective institutions, but rather a systematic byproduct of capitalist rationality supplanting constitutional ideas. Corporate influence on the state. Politicians and big business form opaque nexuses. Laws are tailored to favor corporate entities. Media and judiciary often align with corporate interests. Militarization in the tribal areas. One of the Roy's most pressing critiques of global capitalism in India is its use of militarizations and state violence to impose economic agendas, especially in resource-rich peripheral areas inhabited by Adivasis, the indigenous people. She contends that what gets presented as a security operation to quell insurgents or separatists is actually a venture of internal colonization, where land, forest, and minerals are seized to further the interests of corporations with the state as an enforcer. In Walking with the Comrades, Roy describes how India's state machinery brands tribal dissenters as Maoists and wages war on them, often at the behest of mining corporations. She voiced that it is not a war on terror, it is a war on the world. Environmental and indigenous resistance. Global capitalism, and indeed in the case of India's neoliberal path to development, has resulted in the exploitative extraction of
Hello, sir.
natural resources. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, sorry for the interruption, but we also have to take care of the timing, sir. Okay? You can
Should
continue.
I go to the last one? I won't
Shelja,
be
ma'am.
giving justice to my paper.
So please conclude the paper as soon as possible.
Yes.
Please make conclusion now.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Let me complete this one.
Okay, sir, you can
Global
continue it.
capital,
Sir, you can continue. It's okay.
and indeed, in the case of India's neoliberal path of development, has resulted in the exploitative extraction and natural resources and the displacement of native peoples. Such impositions have, however, been contested intensely, most notably the indigenous peoples who not only defend their territories but also question the validity of the capitalist development paradigm. Roy has categorically underscored and defended such resistance and articulated them as ecological as well as ideological struggles. There I have taken deforestation and mining in tribal belts, industrial pollution in river and groundwater, mega dams displacing millions without adequate rehabilitation. Capitalism and culture, the role of media and NGOs. For Roy's critique of global capitalism, culture is not secondary. It is key to the reproduction of power. The pressures of global capital in India are not just economic policy or militarized development, but also cultural production, media, civil society, NGOs, and academia. I will just go to the last part of the paper. Roy's vision and of an alternative India. Roy's critique of globalization is not just diagnostic, also highly imaginative and visionary. At the center of her writing is a vision of a different India, one that respects the dignity of all citizens, particularly the most oppressed, and in which the calculus of profit is superseded by the ethics of solidarity, sustainability, and democratic citizenship. This is a profoundly political, anti-imperialist, and environmental vision that responds to Roy's conviction that India can be and must be very differently shaped. Roy's critique of transnational capitalism is an urgent intervention in current political debate. She disrupts the triumphalist rhetoric of neoliberal expansion, laying bare the violence and disposition on which it rests. In her essays, Activism and Advocacy, Roy invites a reconsideration of what progress, democracy, and justice might mean in India. This paper argues that her vision is neither oppositional nor merely descriptive, but visionary, glimpsing of how just the future. Thank you.
Hello. Can you give me an example of a country with 100% capitalism? Is it possible?
No, sir. How can
Hello.
a country can be 100% possible? 100% capitalist?
Is it possible?
No, sir. No, it's not possible. But we find this in many of the areas.
Then give me an example of mixed economics. Mixed economy.
Pardon?
Mixed economy countries.
I don't get you, sir. What?
Mixed economy countries.
Most countries are mixed economy countries. Most of the countries are mixed economies.
Yes, true.
Okay, McEwen sir, what solutions Arundhati Roy proposes against the forces of global capitalism? Can you elaborate? Or is there any
Recent, this,
Oh yes,
no,
yes.
I'm giving you your answer.
Yes.
She has written and she has given so many interviews. She wants the people to come together and fight for the underprivileged people. She alone cannot do anything, but the awareness among the people, how these corporates suppress the Adivasis, indigenous people, so she alone cannot do. Just by her writings and her interviews, she tries to reach to the people.
Okay, sir. Fine, sir. Thank you.
There is one
Thank you.
interesting comment in the chat box. Madam Chair, can I just talk about it? Amish sir, can I talk about it?
Yes, madam, please go ahead.
See, Naresh sir has put this basic question why Arundhati Roy is being discussed in economics when she has no expertise in the subject due to the likes of her India's development stalled for many years in the name of human rights. Her God of Small Things promotes incest. I don't understand why she gets this kind of importance. And I think this is precisely what we are talking about, that this is not only about economics or businesses or the corporate houses. There are some writers, influencers in today's words, or maybe thinkers or philosophers. They are also influencing in a very big way what happens across. Say, for example, like because of Arundhati Roy,
Right, madam. Very much right. You're very much
and I think because of not only Arundhati Roy, but because of many other, consolidated efforts. For so many years in India, we could not make some, or maybe we could not construct some dams and some roads and some constructions and all. So this is what is also a kind of an important factor for us. We are not judging here whether this is right or that is wrong, but a
wrong.
factor, very strong factor influencing the progress. I think this is something what Dr. Nilesh's talk is all about, and I agree with
Yes.
him. Not judging
Yes,
here
madam.
and what Arundhati is writing and not writing, but because of those writings, indirectly we or any other country, we have gone through, like some dams were stalled and roads were stalled and construction projects were stalled. This is what is geopolitical impact, I guess. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you,
Neelam
Dr.
madam,
Nileshbhai, sir.
sorry for
Now
the
we'll call.
interruption. Neelam madam,
Yes, yes, sir.
please provide everyone 7 minutes for presentation and remaining minutes for. We have to complete the session by 11.
Yes, sir. That was the reason that I have called out. But it's
Please
okay.
tell
Fine.
everyone.
Yes. Thank you. We'll follow the rules. We'll go till 7 minutes and we'll call out next person.
Yes,
Miss
ma'am.
Pallavi, madam, are you here?
I'm here. I'm here. Should I share this?
Yes. Yes, yes. You can start with your presentation.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible. You can start.
Okay, ma'am. Let me just make it a full screen.
Yes.
It's not going on full screen. Is it visible clearly right
It's
now?
okay. It's okay. You can start. You can start.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so my topic is India's challenging foreign policy, that is the emergence of the multi-alignment in a world that is geopolitically changing. As we all know, after gaining independence in 1947, India's stance on foreign affairs changed drastically. India's foreign policy in the post-independence era has always been driven by values such as non-alignment, commitment to international peace, and securing the country. But India's foreign policy has continuously evolved throughout time, becoming more pragmatic, comprehensive, and strategically focused on national interests, with economic diplomacy playing a significant role. India has adopted a strong multi-alignment policy in response to the growing global uncertainty, balancing its links with the other superpowers, claiming its strategic independence. India avoided official power blocks by US or USS or Soviet unions during Cold War and maintained a non-alignment posture after gaining independence in 1947. Nehru promoted self-reliance, moral leadership, and peaceful coexistence throughout his non-alignment policy. Although India's strategic depth was reduced, it left open to many regional conflicts, particularly those involving China and Pakistan. India is presently the world's fifth largest economy, and it's still growing its power and was maintaining international journey under non-alignment movement. But during Cold War, India, a founding member of the non-alignment movement, refused to join either of the main two security blocs, that is US and USSR, for almost 2 decades. Under Jawaharlal Nehru's leadership, India pursued non-alignment to avoid Cold War crisis. India's desire to avoid another global conflict. Now, India's foreign policy has undergone significant modifications in response to the changing global circumstances. The new cooperations prospects have surfaced. India's policy have evolved from non-alignment in 20th century to more comprehensive and multi-alignment approach today. India, after the fall of Berlin Wall and the dissolution of the USSR, India saw the need of multi-alignment. It needed immediate policies which can support the gap which was left by Russia and even was not in their best interest. India gradually began to engage with the West and its allies. Now, my research objectives included what drove India to change its foreign policy and from non-alignment to multi-alignment, how this multi-alignment policy will increase India's global influence, and the challenges it has faced in this shifting global disorder. Now, let's first understand Modi's foreign policy. Both continuity and innovation was the base of Modi's foreign policy. Under Modi, India has aggressively sought closer connections with US, Japan, Australia, and the Middle Eastern nations while maintaining close ties with Russia and Global South. High-profile summits, strategic defense agreements, and Act East strategy all point to India's developing position as balancing a force in a multipolar world. Another indication of the government's turn towards realism in its practical approach to China. The mainstay of the global engagement under Modi has been economic programs like Make in India, Digital India, Startup India. He has been trying to make India more powerful by depending on self. The use of economic diplomacy to draw in foreign capital, ease technology transfer, and position India as a center of research and industry growth. India has taken several measures to approach these regional connectivities and economic impact through its involvement in ASEAN, BIMSTEC, and Africa. India's transition to multi-alignment. India's transition to multi-alignment is a sophisticated foreign strategy. India's foreign policy has developed drastically, as I said earlier, from its non-alignment posture to its multi-alignment. Multi-alignment basically means that India has been involving with various partners on a variety of problems in order to maximize its national interest and maintain strategic autonomy. The first point here being increasing India and US ties. In spite of several problems, India's relation with the United States have grown unprecedented levels. India has signed many fundamental agreements with US. Next is change in opinion towards Israel. Previously tainted by Palestinian concerns, India and Israel have now thriving relationships. India has long maintained a restricted relationship with Israel and acknowledged the Arab rights of Palestine. Paying attention to Asia, India is a part of Quad, Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, which collaborates with US, Japan, Australia, and other countries. By forming a significant power bloc in the region, it seeks to increase India's interest in the Pacific. Emphasis on security and economic development. Though a variety of alliances and multi-alignment seeks to safeguard India's interests as a nation and advance its economic development. Participation in multilateral forums. The Hudson Report states that India is actively participating in groups such as SCO, that is Shanghai Cooperation Organization, BRICS, and Quad. Next is reacting to global changes. India's strategic decisions have been impacted by elements such as China's ascent and shifting global power dynamics. Now, the reason for shifts towards multi-alignment from non-alignment. The first being India's rapidly growing economy needed to be opened up and receive more foreign aid in order to meet its demands. The United States became geopolitical and economic force in the post-Soviet world. Without interacting with the US, it was challenging for India to continue its economic trajectory. India has been forced to interact with several international partners as a result of globalization, increasing interdependence, and the rise of transnational issues. The rise of China as an economic superpower has also presented India with many difficulties. Indian foreign policy is changing to meet the country's expanding security and economic demands. How India's global influence is increased through multi-alignment. India has successfully upheld its it's a little bit mistake. It's upheld its non-alignment for the last 78 years, but the trends have traditionally held it now, which seems to be shifting. Both United States and Soviet Union quoted India's favor during the Cold War without intruding on its area of influence in South Asia. India was able to outperform its peers in the bipolar world order because of this dynamics. At the conclusion of the Cold War, the United States, as the leading global power during a distinct unipolar period, saw India's emergence through the prism of strategic altruism. Since 1993, successive American administrations have backed the country's diplomatic, economic, and military development, including it into their vision of the global security architecture.
Please go, buddy.
Sorry, ma'am.
No,
Sorry.
not for you, ma'am. You can continue, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So some considerations, including necessity to oppose China's ascent in influence the alliance between one of the world's oldest and greatest democracies. India has also maintained close ties with Russia despite its tighter alignment with the United States. It's a calculated step, although even smaller Russia has strategic advantages according to India, as it is a vital source of oil and a dependable supplies of weapons and a significant member of US Security Council. However, India has never entirely depended on the dominant world powers, rather whether in the non-alignment movement during the Cold War or the present affiliation within the global majority. It has developed strong ties with a number of small countries and middle powers. India has strengthened historical ties with nations in Southeast Asia, East Asia, and the Middle East. The collaboration expanded in the areas of economic, energy, technology, and security. Advantages of the multi-alignment. Flexibility and global position optimization. Multi-alignment enables India to interact with many partners on particular problems and maximize its place in the changing global environment. India's strategy has assisted it in navigating the geopolitical and geoeconomic obstacles of growing protectionism and ambiguous foreign policies. Maximizing strategic advantages, India has more alternatives and influence to pursue its goal when it works with various partners now. The challenges it has been facing in shifting the global disorder. Although India has benefited a lot in a number of ways in the post-Cold War, which was headed by self-assured United States with unparalleled military and economic might and with no true rival, it created an environment that was favorable to globalization, which enabled the economic growth of a number of...
Pallavi, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Your time is already up.
Ma'am, should I conclude it? This was the second last slide. Should I conclude?
Okay. So go ahead.
Okay, ma'am. I'll finish it within 2 minutes. I will make it fast.
Yes.
Okay. The multipolar global order has been goal of the Indian state since achieving independence in 1947. India has successfully maintained its crucial middle power despite the challenges it has been faced in accomplishing this objective. In the past, its capacity to handle world turmoil depended on an active United States, a strong Soviet Russia, and a comparatively weaker China. With a disengaged America and a weakened Russia and a stronger China, India now faces significant problems in maintaining its strategic autonomy, safeguarding its border, and continuing its climb. The main danger now India is facing for the first 8 years is its odd over territory with China, the two superpowers in the world. Now I'll not take much time and let's conclude my presentation. The hard realities of the world moved India away from the non-alignment to the alignment strategy. India required assistance, and in order to do so, it had to join forces with the more powerful nations. From the start, India was wrong. I personally believe from the start it was wrong for India to adopt an idealistic stance, and it should have slowly changed. It should have earlier changes to multi-alignment. Under Narendra Modi's leadership, India's influence in the global order has only increased by actively seeking out partners who may otherwise be at odds with one another and working with them to further its interests and ideas. India is moving away from non-alignment towards multi-alignment. Additionally, multi-alignment strategy has given India a new assertive phase in terms of national interest. Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
I have a question. Please answer in one sentence.
Yes, sir.
Is it working currently, multi-alignment policy?
So I believe it's working, although India is facing a lot of challenges from US right now and China also. But I think that it needs more. It needs to be modified more strategically, and these are the things that we should take into consideration. But I think in the future, long run, this multi-alignment will definitely be a better strategy for India.
Thank you very much. Satisfied with your answer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Although I don't know what happened. I laptop has hanged. I am not able to see anyone. So do we have any more questions? Do I have any more questions?
No, ma'am. Your presentation is very good, very precise. We don't have any question to ask.
Do
Thank
you
you.
have any sort of any changes that I should make in this? This was the first time that I have made it under my guidance. He guided me a lot. Dr. Niket Shukla, sir, Professor and Dean from Department of Management and Commerce, C.V. Raman University. But
Okay.
still, is there any changes that needs to be made, or is there any drawback? Is there any problems with the presentation?
No, you may add implementable suggestions for the India's policy of multi-alignment in your research. I think so.
No,
There
ma'am.
should be implementable suggestions.
No, ma'am. I will definitely consider it for the next time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, everyone.
Good luck.
Thank you, Miss. Thank you, Miss Pallavi, madam.
Thank you
Now I
so
would call Mamta Karkar, madam. Are you here? Miss Mamta, madam, are you here? Hello. Miss Mamta, madam, are you here? Okay. Amish, sir, shall I proceed? Because I think madam is not
Yes, go
available.
ahead. Next.
Next is
Dr. Ritika is not there.
right. She's not there.
Oh.
Okay. So we'll go proceed further with Professor Hetalben Munia, madam. Are you here? Professor Hetalben Munia.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Ma'am, you can start with your presentation, ma'am.
Okay.
You can share your screen.
Right. हो नहीं रहा है शेयर में से ही करना है ना ये शेयर का ऑप्शन
Yes,
है इसमें
ma'am.
डॉक्यूमेंट
You have to share your screen. Yes. Ketal, ma'am, all okay? Hello.
हेलो
Yeah, Hetal, ma'am.
हाँ ट्राई कर रही हूँ
Okay, ma'am.
वेट नॉट सपोर्टेड डॉक्यूमेंट दिखाई दे रहे हैं
और शेयर बटन पे आप जाके जब शेयर करेंगे तो वो हो जाएगा मैम।
हाँ हाँ, लेकिन ये मैं टैबलेट यूज कर रही हूँ ना, उसमें तो नॉट सपोर्टेड डॉक्यूमेंट दिखाई दे रहा है।
ओके, सो यू नीड टाइम।
हाँ।
हाँ, मैं किसी और फिर आई कॉल द नेक्स्ट प्रेजेंटर।
ओके।
Do we have Miss Priya Pandey madam over here? Hello.
Ma'am.
Huh. Can we start with your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you can share your screen.
Okay, ma'am.
नहीं सकती।
Can I start, ma'am?
Yes, yes. Okay.
Good morning to all of you. My name is Priya Pandey. I am C.V. Raman. I am from C.V. Raman University. My guide name is Dr. Pragya Tiwari. Today's my topic is a study on regional conflicts for OTT audience in CG government, Chhattisgarh cinema. Regional cinema in India plays crucial role in preserving cultural heritage and linguistic diversity, with each state contributing unique narratives to the national cinematic landscape. OTT platforms have expanded its reach by reducing costs, breaking distribution barriers, and offering alternative to theaters. This shift supports economic growth and empowers regional filmmakers through wide access and digital marketing. The objective of the study examine the impact of OTT platforms on the audience based on traditional cinema in छत्तीसगढ़. बेसिकली हम कह सकते हैं कि इसमें हमने ये स्टडी करने की कोशिश की है कि हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ प्लेटफॉर्म सिनेमा में ट्रेडिशनल जो रोल्स हैं, ट्रेडिशनल ऑडियंस को बारे में उनसे उनसे छत्तीसगढ़ सिनेमा के बारे में जानकारी ली गई है कि वो उसको कितना देखना चाहते हैं. Secondly, analysis the economic and cultural implication of the OTT shift on regional film producers. बेसिकली अभी तक मूवीज पहले थिएटर्स में रहती थी, अब ओटीटी प्लेटफॉर्म पे भी आने लगी हैं, तो उससे जो रीजनल प्रोड्यूसर्स हैं उन पे क्या इफेक्ट हुआ है, इसके बारे में स्टडी की गई है. आइडेंटिफाई स्ट्रेटजीज फॉर बैलेंसिंग ओटीटी ग्रोथ, द सस्टेनेबिलिटी ऑफ थिएटर्स. थिएटर्स के साथ साथ ओटीटी प्लेटफॉर्म में कैसे उसको ग्रोथ किया, ओटीटी प्लेटफॉर्म्स में भी साथ साथ कैसे ग्रोथ किया जाए, इसके बारे में स्टडी की गई है. प्रोवाइड पॉलिसी रिकमेंडेशन टू सपोर्ट बोथ डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन मोड्स. दोनों डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन मोड्स पे ही स्टडी की गई है. The scope of the study examines how OTT platforms support regional cinema by passing traditional barriers, boosting economic growth, enabling independent filmmaking, linguistic and cultural diversity. After the reviews, I found OTT platforms have boosted regional cinema by promoting indigenous stories, regional languages, and underrepresented communities. They provide wider reach, cost effectiveness, and audience demands compared to traditional theaters. Overall, OTT offers strong opportunities for regional filmmakers to present culture, recognition and reach global audience. After I analysis 60 two parts, data analysis, filmmakers, producers, and filmmakers and producers, and OTT platform user 50.
A filmmaker insight, a large majority, 90% of filmmakers agree that OTT has increased their audience reach and all are open the future release OTT. 80% prefer OTT for low budget films due to lower distribution costs. Or viewer insight, more than viewers have watched Chhattisgarhi content on OTT platform and he wants to more watch this also. A strong 90% say that are more likely to watch a film if it is on OTT, showing to behavioral shift. Future prospects of the OTT platform of Chhattisgarh film industry. OTT platforms are boosting CG film industry by expanding reach, supporting low budget films, and preserving culture that create jobs, encourage new talent, and may attract investment for regional OTT platforms. Main discussion: the nature of regional conflict. OTT platform in CG challenges traditional cinema by reducing theater audience and shifting viewing to private space like OTT, while the promote regional film globally. Poor internet in rural areas creating a digital divide, making OTT less inclusive. Policy recommendation: I thought support with subsidies, content, hub theaters, upgrade and better internet, and provide workshops and tax benefits also. Last conclusion: OTT gives filmmakers new opportunities but create competition for theaters to preserve culture. Both platforms should coexist through policies, collaboration, and better infrastructure. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question
Yes, sir.
regarding censorship.
Yes, sir.
Please describe about censorship on the content displayed on OTT.
सर नॉर्मली अभी छत्तीसगढ़ सिनेमा में ऐसा कुछ वल्गैरिटी आती ही नहीं है, अभी तक नहीं देखने को मिली है कि जिसकी वजह से सेंसरशिप में प्रॉब्लम हो। और अभी ये मेरा रिसर्च का फर्स्ट स्टेज है, मुझे ज्यादा समय नहीं हुआ है, तो इस बारे में ज्यादा जानकारी अभी नहीं रखती हूँ।
Thank you very much. Thank you.
थैंक यू।
No questions from my side. Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so shall I proceed? Thank you so much, Ms. Priya Pandey, madam.
Thank you,
Professor
ma'am.
Hekar, madam, your problem have resolved?
Yes, ma'am. I will try. I will try.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. You can present the. Hetal, ma'am, you can share your screen.
Yes, yes, कर रही हूँ।
Yes, take your time.
हो रहा है? हो रहा है visible, ma'am?
No, ma'am. It's not visible.
नीलम मैडम लास्ट वन ले लीजिए, थोड़ा उनको और टाइम दे दीजिए।
Okay, okay, ma'am. Fine.
Neelam ma'am, there is a message from Hansa ma'am.
Okay.
He has requested us to allow Dr. Narendra Kshatriya sir also for their joint presentation. So can we give access to Kshatriya sir also for screen sharing?
Yes, yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You can go ahead with that. So now I would like to call Professor Hansa, madam, Hansa Chauhan, ma'am, to present the presentation. Do we have Professor Hansa, ma'am, here?
Hello.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hello, this is Dr. Narendra
Yes.
Singh.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So you can share your screen. Yes. It's visible. It's
Is it?
visible. Yes.
And I am audible?
Yes, sir. Everything is clear. You can start with the presentation.
Okay. Wait a minute. I'll go with F5 if it is. Okay. Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Narendra Singh Kshatriya with Professor Hansaben Chauhan.
PDF नहीं बनती ये PDF देखाती જ નહીં
Uh,
ફોન માં કરી છું તો PPT નથી દેખાતા PDF મેં બનાવી જ નહીં મેં PPT જ બનાવી
excuse me. Excuse me. Can you mute yourself?
Others, please keep your mute so that sir can present his presentation. Others, please keep yourself mute.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
This
sir.
is
You
Dr.
can
Narendra
continue.
Singh Kshatriya. I am in charge principal of Srimati Ardisha Arts and Vidisha Commerce College, Dholka. I am jointly presenting this paper with my MPhil student, Professor Hansa S. Chauhan. My topic is a comparative study of various psychological traits on national level players. I am not waste the time in abstract. It is already included in future introduction. Certain personality traits and self-concept are most important to achieve success in sports. Cattell postulated the human behavior is a result of interaction between external situations and individual traits. He further divided personality traits into three categories on the basis of quality of personality. Temperamental traits means being personality irritable, easygoing or bold. Ability traits such as intelligence and skill while dealing complex situation, and dynamic traits such as motivation, interest, and attitude. Self-concept is learned by an individual inference from his unique experiences. The individual perception of other towards him strongly influences his self-image. Self-concept is a highly complex component of behavior composed of both cognitive and affective dimensions. Self-concept has at least four orientation: the real self, the perceived self, the ideal self, and the self as perceived by others. This is most important. Statement of the problem: a comparative study of various psychological traits on national level players, which you will see in next slides. The objective of the study were to compare and find the differences among team game and individual game players of Gujarat in context of self-concept and various personality traits in the female athletes. Sample. For the purpose of the study, 50 female players of school game national participation of Gujarat state from the individual sports, athletics, table tennis, badminton, lawn tennis, and gymnastics, and team games, volleyball, handball, softball, kho-kho, and kabaddi. The samples were further divided into two groups, namely individual and team games, based on their participation at national school games as their sports. The average age of the subjects was between 17 to 19 years. Methodology. All the necessary instructions were given to the subjects before the subjects were requested to respond the statements in the questionnaire. Cattell 16PF questionnaire was used as a tool to collect data on personality factors of individual and team game players of school game national level participants of Gujarat state. The calculation of questionnaire was based on two scoring keys. With the help of scoring keys, the researchers got the row scores and the stance scores according to the instruction given in the manual. Dr. Rajkumar Saraswat's self-concept questionnaire was used as a tool to collect the data on self-concept of individual and team games players of school game national level participant of Gujarat state. The calculation of the questionnaire was based on 5 alternatives to give his responses ranging most acceptable to least acceptable. Description of the self-concept with the help of the scoring keys. The researcher got the row scores according to the instruction given in the manual. Hello. What was the problem?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes,
The
ma'am.
screen
Yes, you
is
can.
no problem. I will try my level best. It is only
Screen
because
is visible. Your screen
screen
is
is
visible.
not screen is visible but not moving. No
Okay,
problem.
okay. You can continue.
I can continue by my
Yes,
own.
yes.
Okay. Discussion of finding. The t-test showed that there was no significant differences were found. Mean difference among the individual and team games in relation to personality traits. Example, factor A to N, there is no significant difference is found in my research. Moreover, there was significant difference in case of personality traits.
मेरे मुंह में सरस्वती बैठती है ऐसे पाप मेरे लिए तो मत निकाला कर मुंह से 8 है नंबर आपका
Please
हाँ मेरी
mute
बात
your
बिल
sound.
लगा के जल्दी खा के बोल
I request, please mute your mic. Factor O, placid versus apprehensive. Factor Q1, comprehensive versus experimenting. Factor Q2, group dependent versus self-sufficient. Factor Q4, relax versus tense. Among the individual and team games, as t-value was found significant at 2.967, 2.098, 3.275, and 2.95, whereas significant T is 2.021. Actually, you can see these four personality traits are dominating factors for the performance of sports. See, if a player is placid or apprehensive, the coach or the his mentor must not know, then the training program is very difficult. Conservative versus experimenting means a player is always ready to improvise his skills during the game, before the game, or after the game. If they are not able to improvise their game according to the situation, it is very difficult. So it is very important factor for the team game and individual sports. The next one is the dependent and self-sufficient. Self-sufficient players are always successful in individual sports, whereas dependency, trust building is necessary in the team games. And the last one, tensed versus relax, means always few players are we may see that they are little tense before the competition, and this tension, this stress, this anxiety definitely affect on their performance during the game. But anxiety affects only and only when the shortest event is there. If there is a scope to involve the body for long duration, the tension and the anxiety will definitely remove as per their team's performance, their own performance. So we may see here the four significant difference among so many personality traits. Table number 2, significant difference of mean scores of self-concept between the individual and team game players. The t-test showed that there was no significant difference was found in mean difference among the individual and team games in relation to self-concept, as t-value was not found to be sufficient at 0.953, whereas required value was 2.021 at 0.05 levels. Discussion of finding and conclusion. Within the limitation of the present study, the following conclusion may be drawn. Whereas no significant difference was found in personality traits from factor A to factor N, reserved versus outgoing, less intelligent versus more intelligent, affected feeling versus emotional stable, humble versus aggressive, sober versus happy-go-lucky, expedient versus conscientious, shy versus venturesome, tough-minded versus tender-minded, and factor L, trusting and mistrusting. Whereas the significant difference was found in personality trait factor O to Q4 that I have already discussed in detail. In relation to self-concept, the t-test was not found to be significant at 0.05 levels. So direct shortcut of your medical bill is regular, systematic and scientific exercise. Thank you very much for your patience listening. Here I have complete this paper and I open the platform for the Q&A.
Just a question, sir.
Yeah.
Please briefly tell me about anxiety level of national players.
See, anxiety is not my subject, but you asked on this platform, so I will let you know. Anxiety deals with, actually in the sports, anxiety affect when the same level of player are there in the final or in the competition, or whatever your performance, whatever your preparation, and you find the competitors are much better than you are, or they are recognized. Definitely it will affect before the competition. If competition is shortened, like 100-meter, 50-meter swimming, and 100-meter swimming, this kind of event, if you are tense, as a player you are tense, as an athlete you are, not relaxed, definitely it will affect. Only you do not have much time to react. Okay, but you have a time more than a 1 minute, more than a 2 minute for any competition. Definitely your limber is going up, your blood pressure is going high, your breathing system, your temperature is going high. So many, what I said, hormones released in the brain, which is relax your tension and you will be join the team. I will give, if a player definitely tense for the 5,000-meter run, half marathon, volleyball, football. These all events are time taking. Okay, 5,000 meter event, minimum 15 minutes, and the marathon, half marathon, 1 hour and more than 2 hours like event, and same as the football and volleyball. So it depends upon the performance of the team. It depends upon the involvement of an athlete during the game. Okay. And this way, anxiety affects the various level during the competition of an athlete.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Anyone else?
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your patience listening and give the opportunity to talk with this great.
Thank you,
very
Dr.
much.
Narendra, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, the last participant, Professor Hetelben, madam, will you be able to present now? Yes, we can see. Yeah. The screen is visible, madam. You can start with your presentation. Shelza, ma'am, is it audible to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, Hetal, madam. Yes.
Study mutual fund industry in India.
Is visible, madam. Please go ahead.
In India has vital significant growth growth in recent years, largest drive by increasing awareness, digital accessibility, and investor interest in diversified financial products. This study aimed to analyze the key factors that shape investor perception and decision making regarding mutual fund investment. The research also investigates the relationship between the demographic profile in investor and the factor influencing their investment behavior. Using a structured closed-ended questionnaire designed on Likert scale, primary data was collected from sample of 211 investors resident in Ahmedabad city. The study examined elements such as the awareness, risk perception, return expectation, convenience of systematic investment plan, influence of investor advisor, regulatory confidence, and technological taste. Findings reveal that investors are positively including to word mutual fund due to manageable nature of SIP, higher return compared to traditional saving option, and the credible ensuring by SEBI regularly. Furthermore, demographic factors such as the age, income, and occupation were found to be associated with the investor perception and preference. This research provide valuable insight for asset management company, policymaker, and financial advisor to better understand and address the motivate and concern of later retail investors in urban India. Introduction. The mutual fund industry in India has emerged as a crucial pillar of the country's financial system, playing a significant role in mobilizing household saving and challenging them into the capital market, including in 1960 with the establishment of the Unit Trust of India UTI. The Indian mutual fund industry has witnessed remarkable transformation over the past 6 decades, from the state-controlled monopoly in a competitive, diverse and rapidly expanding industry. The liberalization of Indian economy in the early 1990s paved the way for the entry of public sector and later private sector mutual funds, thereby enhancing competitivity and innovating in the sector. The active municipal of the Security and Exchange Board of India (SEBI) as the regulatory authority brought about quickly changing regulation, investor protection measures, and transparency norms, which collectively fostered trust in the participating in mutual funds. Today, SEBI continues to play a pivotal role in shaping the mutual fund ecosystem in India. The growth targeted level of mutual fund industry has been impressive, especially in the last 2 decades. As of 2024, the asset management company of Indian mutual fund industry has approached 50 lakh crore, reflecting growing investor confidence and rising financial awareness. The rising of systematic investment plan has evolving in the way individuals approach long-term wealth creation, making mutual fund more accessible, specifically more middle-income households. Monthly SIP contributions alone have been considering across 50,000 across highlight their growing popularity. Several factors have contributed to the growth, including increasing awareness to government and industrial financial literacy complete. The portfolio of digital investment platforms, favorable tax treatment of certain mutual fund categories, and improve fund performance across equity, debt, and hybrid schemes. Additionally, creating such a mutual fund Sahiya lead by the Association of Mutual Fund in India have play a significant role in diversifying mutual fund products and empowering retail participants. Describe the group mutual fund penetration in India remain relatively low compared to development economic offering emerging potential for future expectation. Urban century have a so strong adoption, but rural and semi-urban market remain largely unaffected, with the advantage in fintech, increasing smartphone penetration, and government initiation like a Digital India, the industry is well position of bridging the gap in the coming year. In conclusion, the mutual fund industry in India is poised by sustained growth and deeper market penetration with its favorable regulatory environment, increasing investor education and continuous technological innovating mutual funds are set to become an even more integrated part of the average Indian investment portfolio contributes significant to both individual wealth creation and the national economic development. Significance of the study. The study holds considerable importance in the content of the evolving financial landscape in India as the financial literacy increase and traditional investment avenues such as a fixed deposit and gold face competition from more market-linked instruments. Mutual funds have emerged as a popular investment vehicle for retail investors. Understanding the perception of investors become critical because it directly affects their decision-making behavior. The extent of investment and the frequency of participation in mutual fund scheme. The study aimed to develop in the psychology, economics, social, and demographic factors that influence how investors perceive mutual fund investment, particularly in urban settings like Ahmedabad. Investor perception is not only shaped by knowledge and awareness, but also by their past experience, risk tolerance, income level, and trust in financial institutions. The perception, whether based on ra- ra- rational judgment of economic change bias, influence the growth of the mutual fund industry. Therefore, analyze those perceptions provide valuable insight for asset management company, financial advisor, and policymaker. They can use the finding to design investor education program, create a targeted market strategy, and formulate policy that promote healthy investment behavior. Furthermore, the study contributes to the academic and practical understand to investment behavior in Drive 1 in Indian city, Ahmedabad, being one of the rapid development economic center of Gujarat, offer a unique blend of traditional and modern investment, capturing the view of such a diverse portfolio, adding depth and relevance to the research finding. It allows for a better understanding of how culture, regional, and social economic characters influence investor psychology in mutual fund investment. The finding of the study can also serve as a benchmark of comparative research in other region or with different investment product in open up opportunity for the future researcher to explore investor behavior from various dimensions such as a behavior financial technological adoption in investment platform and the role of social media in shaping financial opinion. Lastly, the investors themselves, the study may serve as a reflecting tool to evaluating their investment decision and develop a more structured approach toward mutual fund investment. Literature review. Isha Malhotra 2029 by
Madam,
Dr.
madam, please conclude in a minute. Please
Okay.
come to the conclusion.
Yes, ma'am. Its time is up.
Research objective. The analysis of factor
Please
influencing
come to
investor
the
to.
please
Okay.
come to the conclusion.
Okay. Data analysis. There is a conclusion design of finding its evidence that investor exhibits the strong positive perception to mutual fund investment, particularly in the convert to accessible regulatory assistance and return expectation. One of the key
Ma'am,
takeaway.
am I
Okay.
audible to you, ma'am? Hetal, ma'am, I'm
Uh-huh.
really sorry to bother you in between. Please don't read up the slides because the chairpersons will have their schedules.
Okay.
Can we please have you telling the conclusion? What is your research concluding?
कंक्लूजन में ऐसा है कि जो भी है एविडेंस एग्जिबिट्स जो पॉजिटिवली हमको जो भी स्ट्रांगली पॉजिटिवली म्यूचुअल फंड में जो भी इन्वेस्टर का हमने किया है वो कह रहे हैं कि उनको टेक अवे फ्रॉम द इन्वेस्टर. Investors are positively included to word mutual fund in the moderatable nature by SIP. And second, higher return compared to the traditional saving option. And investors are assured by saving regularly. ये तीन main conclusion.
Okay. Okay, ma'am.
No question. Thank you.
No question.
Okay. Fine. Preeti ma'am, can we conclude with the session 5?
Yes, chair and co-chair, they are okay with the comments and all, then I think we can conclude.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Yes.
ma'am. You can conclude. Yeah.
Thank you so
We
much to
can-
each and
we
every.
can
Yes,
conclude.
yes, sir.
We
Thank you.
can conclude.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much to each and every participants and participating, and a special thanks to our Dr. Preeti madam for giving this opportunity. A special thanks to our chairperson, Dr. Ramesh Patel sir, and co-chairperson, Dr. Shelja Tiwari.
Thank
And
you.
I, Professor Neelam Maurya, glad to inform that successfully we have completed with our session 5. Now we would like to start with the session 6. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Neelam ma'am.
Thank you, Neelam madam. Thank you.
Most welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So a very warm good morning to all of you present over here. I am Dr. Archana Agarwal from Dr. C.V. Raman University, Bilaspur, and we are about to begin our sixth technical session of the second day of our international conference on global insights, geopolitics, commerce, and humanities. This session will focus basically on the critical sub-theme of education and software, and distinguished speakers will explore how education serves as a tool of influence in shaping global relations, fostering cultural exchange, and promoting mutual understanding among the nations. And in this session, the chairperson will be Dr. Narendra Singh Khatri and co-chairperson will be Dr. Shivani Aluwalia ma'am. And I will welcome both of you and also all the participants and speakers who will be presenting their research paper. So to start the session, now I would request.
Archana
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am.
This is your
Yes, Archana ma'am, sorry to interrupt, but there are some requests from some participants in change of the schedule. Please check and allow them.
Okay, okay.
Because they have been putting some requests, so check the chat box and requesting chairperson also to consider some of the internal adjustments if possible.
Okay,
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. So now I would request Mr. Jaswinder Singh Ahuja if he is present over there to start his presentation.
Yes, madam, I'm present. I am just sharing my screen.
Okay.
Ma'am, after this, can we please take Nida ma'am because she's been putting a request a lot of times.
Sure, ma'am, we will take her. We will take her. We will take her.
I hope my slide is visible.
Yes, sir, your slide is visible.
Rani, are you okay with it? Mr. Dr. Yogesh? Okay.
Shall I start?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I am presenting my research titled on empirical study on the impact of real interest rate and stock market volatility on gold prices in the US. Gold has always been a fascinating investment. Since the year 2000, gold has given a compounded annual growth rate of over 8%. People see gold as a safe option, especially when there is uncertainty in the economy or stock market. In this study, I've tried to look at how real interest rate and market volatility influence the movement of gold price over time. So let us start with the basics. So what is the real interest rate? The real interest means the nominal interest rate minus inflation. It tells actual return of investment after removing the effect of inflation. In the US, we often use TIPS, Treasury Inflation Protected Security, to measure real interest rate. TIPS are unique because their principal amount increases with inflation, which means they directly show the inflation adjusted rate of return. On the other hand, volatility is captured by the CBOE VIX index, also called the fear gauge. The VIX reflect investor sentiment and their expectation about future uncertainty in the stock market. A low VIX typically below 20 means market are calm, and high VIX means above 30 means fear and uncertainty are high. So traditionally, gold prices are expected to fall when real interest rate rises or to increase when volatility rises, as people run to safe haven investment like gold. The objective of the study is to analyze whether real interest rate affect gold prices and to what extent do they rise or fall when interest rate change, to check if stock market volatility leads to higher gold prices, meaning when does gold really act as a hedge during turbulent time. The focus of the study is unique. Instead of using theoretical interest rate, we use traded instrument like TIPS and VIX, which already capture market expectation and investor behavior. Comes to the research design. This is a quantitative study where we have used 27 years of data from January to 1997 to July 2024. For gold prices, we have taken data from Bloomberg. And then for real interest rate, we have taken monthly closing data on US 10-year TIPS. For volatility, monthly closing value of CBOE, VIX we have taken. This period cover major event like other collapse, dot-com bubble, global financial crisis, and the COVID-19 pandemic also. To analyze the data, we have checked some stationary during the using the augmented Dicker-Fuller test, and after that, multiple regression analysis was done. Comes to the hypothesis. These are the hypotheses where we have seen this one first hypothesis, null hypothesis, real interest rate do not have a significant relationship with gold price. And second hypothesis related to volatility. The VIX does not have a significant relationship with gold prices. And then 5% level of significance was tested. The result is as given below. The coefficient for TIPS is minus 104.33. It means the TIPS real interest rate increase by 1%. The prices of gold falls by 104 US dollar per ounce. This relationship is highly significant because P value is less than 0.05. The coefficient for VIX, on the other hand, is 0.1152, which is very small and statistically not significant. Overall, the relationship is about 4.41, showing a moderate relationship between these variables, means volatility and real interest rate, and the gold price. Comes to the interpretation. Interpretation shows few important things. Real interest rate have a strong negative impact on the gold. This is because when real interest rises, the bonds and fixed income investment become more attractive and demand for gold falls. Gold role as an inflation hedge is intact. When real rate fall, it often signals that inflation is rising, and at such time, people buy gold to protect inflation. However, on volatility is not a strong predictor of gold prices, even though theory suggests that higher volatility pushes investor toward gold. In reality, the effect is weak and inconsistent. This may because central bank policy and global liquidity often play a bigger role in influencing gold. So now these are the challenges were related to our research. Because of inflation reporting lag, so tips are tied by inflation expectation. When inflation data itself come with a lag, which can create a noise in the analysis. US Federal Reserve forward guidance market really react instantly to the Fed announcement, but gold sometimes reacts slowly. And on the other hand, when you see, just a minute. Then term structure issues will be there, term structure issues is sometimes short-term yield are higher than in long-term yield, making it harder to interpret the rate. Then volatility effect by non-linear. Volatility maybe non-linear some relations are there. And it comes to the conclusion. To conclude, I will just say real interest are the main driver of the gold prices. When the rise, gold falls, and when they fall, gold rises. Gold remain as effective hedge against inflation. Stock market is less important than expected, at least in direct sense. This is from my side, and any other question I would like to have answered, please. Thank you.
Nareen sir, is there any questions? Shivani ma'am?
I invite all the questions from this entire platform. Do you have any question? I don't have any question on this.
I think it was a very clear, insightful presentation. There was no volatility in your presentation. But there's one thing that I really want you to keep it in mind, that next time if you could use simpler terms and also more pictures in your presentation,
Okay.
So it will just look more nice.
Okay. I was trying to put this analysis by dotted diagrams, but to explain it, I need at least 10 minutes to explain all these things.
I figured it out, but next time just try to, because it's a very...
Yeah. Next time I'll try to have some graphical representation.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we...
So next presenter for our session is Nida Fatima ma'am. She will be presenting a paper on data-driven strategies for social responsible investment, harnessing AI to enhance ASG performance measurement. So Nida.
Ma'am, actually, I was scheduled to present second, and I'm ready with my presentation, and I really cannot allow anybody else because I have to be somewhere.
Nida ma'am, can you take it next?
So Preeti ma'am, what to do in such situation?
Nida ma'am, can you do it next, please?
I think she's not listening. So we may allow Mr.
I think Yogesh sir, you should go ahead.
Hello.
You go ahead.
Yeah.
My screen visible?
Nida ma'am?
Nida ma'am.
Yes.
Yogesh sir was scheduled.
Shall I start?
No, darling Mana, can you listen to me, please? Yogesh sir was already on schedule here, and he has something urgent. He's planned his day accordingly. Can we please take him first?
It is only a matter of 5 or 7 minutes.
Yeah, we would have started it seated also in the meanwhile.
I think Yogesh sir, please go ahead.
You please.
Thank you. Thank you for your
Should I
cooperation.
start?
Nida ma'am, please wait for 5 minutes because
I'll be quick. I'll be really quick. I promise.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible.
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm Dr. Yogesh Zanjani, Associate Professor from the MIT Institute of Mass Media, and today I'm going to talk about a very interesting topic about titled as Trigger or Therapy: Personal Narratives of Consuming Mental Health Content on YouTube and Podcasts. As we all know today that YouTube and podcasts are becoming a source of information for everybody, and even they are turning into mental health spaces. So a lot of youth between the age group of 18 to 30 rely upon such content that basically discusses a lot of mental health concerns that people have. What I'm trying to explore over here is, does this content available online heal them, or they trigger more distress in them? As we all know, there is a lot of mental health stigma in the Indian society. Mental health is not accessible to many people. A lot of people struggle to find the right professional therapist to go to. And because there is a stigma, people do not want to come out and express their mental health concerns. So they find online spaces as extremely safe, relatable, and these are also very free. As we all know, therapy is also a bit expensive to afford. A lot of these youth depends upon this content online to solve their mental health issues. However, there is a blurred line between storytelling and expert advice. What we listen online is not done by a professional therapist. The speakers on the podcasts are not trained, and they may tend to confuse the youth in case they get extremely dependable on them. Now, what were the objectives of the study? The objectives were firstly to explore youth interpretations of digital content, understanding comfort versus distress responses, examining motivations and coping strategies, and how can we contribute to mental health communication. Now, when we went through the literature review basically told us that digital media today has evolved in a sphere where psychoeducation and peer support has become the trend. A lot of people educate themselves on various mental health issues through digital media. It is also very easily accessible. It is a stigma-free environment, and people feel safe and comfortable listening to podcasters and how they address mental health issues. They've also learned a little bit of vocabulary. Like in my research, when I interviewed these teenagers and also the people who were a part of my research study, we learned that they accepted vocabulary like burnout, boundaries, and so on. These are some new terms that have been introduced in the literature related to mental health communication. However, we also saw that while people psychoeducate themselves, they can also get extremely confused in what they actually acquire through this. A lot of people also create parasocial bonds with creators. They become intimate. Now, what is parasocial? Parasocial is basically when you get attached in a one-sided manner. So what happens over here is that there's a lot of risk that happens if the person who is talking on the podcast or the person you're getting attached to ends up changing his tone or ends up getting disconnected, it might directly impact you. Also, there is a chance of misinformation and self-diagnosis that can happen through digital media. Looking at the methodology, we started off with qualitative narrative inquiry approach. We chose 15 participants between the age group of 18 to 30, conducted semi-structured interviews, and then got this interview done, processed these interviews through a semantic analysis using the Braun and Clark technique. What we found was that uh, people rely on these online mental health platforms for emotional validation and relatability. They find comfort, recognition, and vocabulary for emotions. They also try to solve their anxiety, but they can also get more anxious with overexposure and self-diagnosis, as well as there could be obsessive viewing and emotional overload that people might face. Looking at a few of the excerpts from the interview, Ananya says that when she watched a video about a high functioning anxiety, she literally cried. It felt like someone finally understood what she couldn't even explain to her parents or friends. Rehan says, on the other hand, that he thought he had ADHD, then depression, then something else, and it got very overwhelming for him. So you can see that there are contrasting views here. Well, Ananya seeks comfort in trying to, explore her anxiety through online platforms. Rehan feels utterly confused about whether he has ADHD or whether he has depression. So it basically tells us that there are a lot of blurred lines between expert approach and what people see online. There's a confusion that can be created if you listen to influencers because they are not therapists. There's a need for community and connection, and we need to create more safe spaces and expert oriented safe spaces for people. So it can have both dual role, healing plus harming. There is also reflection on emotional saturation. Some people may feel extremely overwhelmed with what they see online. And authenticity also needs to be valued as who is taking this podcast. Is it a mental health expert or is it an influencer? And there needs to be more regulations around this. So content is not purely positive or negative. How people view the content, how much in limitations they view, and how concerned they are about authenticity is also very, very necessary. It has multiple implications. Creators need to get more ethical in their storytelling. They need to put disclaimers that they are not therapists. Youth needs to understand about digital literacy and set the boundaries before believing what these platforms show. Platforms should take up algorithm accountability, and researchers should also explore various online wellness cultures. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Hi, Yogesh. I think overall it was a very relevant topic. But one question that I really want to ask you, okay, there's first suggestions I'll give you. Okay. One thing is if you could put a relevant influencer case study, like a podcast, you must have heard something on a storytelling and you could use that how it influenced to certain words, certain things, or how it was. So you could use it as a case for an influencer because you've taken a student as a case. Like
Yes.
to the other side as well, I think the presentation would be more effective.
Yes.
And the thing is, this is just a personal thing. I think all of us have children at home, and we know it is that social media triggers a lot of stress and influence. But how do you know, and how can we teach them to stop scrolling? When is the time that they have to stop getting influenced? So, did you study that as well in your presentation, or is it something?
That is something that still needs to be explored. The idea is to not completely rely on the influencer and create a parasocial bond. I think it is on the discretion of the listeners on how much they wish to accept. If they are informed and they maintain discretion, it will not impact them as bad as it could get. So the idea is a bit of self-control, and in a lot of cases we do not monitor, and because there is so much stigma, people don't want to tell others what they're going through, so they take everything as face value. The idea is that if you feel in a certain way, you must consult a professional than believing in what others are telling you online.
I think it's very relevant. As teachers, we must pick it up in our classrooms also to understand what people are doing. Thank you, Yogesh. I think that's a very insightful, great presentation also.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, do you have any questions?
No, Shivani ma'am, I don't have any question, but I open this floor to everyone. If they have any question, they must ask.
Anyone is having any questions, please you can ask. If
start-
not, then we can proceed.
Yeah, I think we should proceed with the next presentation.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you, Sonia. So next is
Thank you.
Nida Fatima ma'am. Are you ready, ma'am, with your presentation? Please start it.
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready. Good morning, everyone. Today I'll be presenting our
Nida ma'am,
research on
please keep your
data-driven.
video on.
Actually, data-driven strategies for socially responsible investment, harnessing AI to enhance ESG performance measurement. Now, this study focuses on how artificial intelligence can transform sustainable investing by improving the measurement of environmental, social, and governance performance. Now, socially responsible investment is gaining popularity as investors look for both financial returns and ethical alignment. With growing environmental and social challenges, traditional investment strategies are evolving. Here, AI emerges as a powerful tool to enhance sustainability by making ESG assessment more reliable and insightful. Now, the objectives of our study are fourfold.
Sorry to interrupt,
First, to
Nida, please
examine
change
AI.
your slides.
Yes, ma'am.
Change your slides. Your presentation is fixed on
Yes,
first slide.
I'm on that slide only. First, to examine AI's role in strengthening SRI. Second, to highlight data-driven approaches for ESG assessment. Third, to study how AI fosters transparency, accountability, and stakeholder engagement. And finally, to analyze how this integration can deliver not only financial but also social and environmental value. Now, AI is already reshaping SRI in many ways. Machine learning can detect hidden patterns in financial and ESG data. Natural language processing uh, helps extract insights from sustainability reports, media, and regulatory filings. Advanced analytics enable real-time ESG monitoring and even
मैम एक्सक्यूज मी, आप अपने स्लाइड को रन कीजिए. आपने सिर्फ एक्सेल ओपन करके रखा है स्लाइड को. आपकी स्लाइड चेंज नहीं हो रही है.
स्लाइड नहीं चेंज हो रही है.
नहीं, आप स्लाइड 100 में खाली डाल दिए सर, उसको रन नहीं किए. रन कीजिए.
I'll just check if there is an issue.
Please reshare and continue.
Now it's visible.
Yeah, objective of the study. It's quite visible.
Okay. Now AI is already reshaping SRI in many ways. Machine learning detects hidden patterns in financial and ESG data. Natural learning language processing helps extract insights from sustainability reports, media, and regulatory filings. Advanced analytics enable real-time ESG monitoring, and even algorithmic trading can incorporate ESG factors, aligning financial decisions with ethical goals. Now, AI-driven analytics handle both structured and unstructured data, overcoming the complexity of ESG reporting. This helps identify risks such as regulatory violations or reputational issues. At the same time, it highlights opportunities. For example, companies showing leadership in sustainability. Natural language processing is especially effective in flagging ESG controversies and compliance issues. Now, one of the strongest contributions of AI is predictive analytics. It allows investors to look forward, forecasting market sentiment, anticipating ESG risk, and identifying sustainable growth sectors. This foresight helps investors optimize portfolios for better risk adjusted returns while staying aligned with ESG values. Now, these are not just theoretical ideas, real world applications prove their value. For instance, asset managers have used AI to
to outperform in renewable energy investments. Pension funds integrating AI-driven ESG analysis achieved higher risk-adjusted returns. Similarly, fixed income portfolios benefited by avoiding credit downgrades linked to poor ESG practices. Now, beyond finance, AI also supports broader social and environmental goals. It enhances impact measurement, ensures more targeted interventions, and power innovative solutions like smart agriculture, renewable energy optimization, and financial inclusion. This shows that AI can create both investor value and societal value. However, challenges remain. Data quality issues, technological barriers, and lack of standardization often limit effectiveness. Algorithmic bias can create unfair outcomes. Many AI models lack transparency, reducing trust. There is also risk of over-reliance on AI, while ethical concerns, data privacy, and regulatory compliance must be carefully managed. Now, to conclude, our study highlights that AI significantly enhance ESG performance measurement within socially responsible investment. It enables better risk detection, stronger financial performance, and improved transparency. At the same time, it requires careful attention to bias, ethics, and regulation. Ultimately, the future of sustainable investing lies in the responsible application of AI, creating a financial system that balances profit with purpose. Thank you, everyone. Any questions?
Thank you, Nida. Sir, do you have a question? Mahendra Singh, sir?
I don't have question, but just ask her opinion. Do you, Nida, do you really think AI is really a long-term solution for the society?
Yes, it is basically evolving. It is in the evolution stage. So many more things are to be done in the AI, as it is not full of challenges. There are challenges and mistakes in AI, so it cannot fully replace human mind after all.
Okay. In context of youth, today's youth, what do you think about AI? Maybe she is not able to listen me. Okay.
Nida,
Do you have anyone? Anybody
I have
has any question?
I have a question, Nida. Many companies love to look good on paper with the ESG reports. Do you think AI can actually catch the difference between sustainability and clever PR?
I think, ma'am, she is not able to listen us. She is not there.
She is there. I think she is not able to listen.
Yeah, that's why.
So we can call our next presenter for presentation.
Okay.
Shivani ma'am, Naren sir, permit,
I cannot
we can
hear
start
your
next presentation.
Yeah.
Did you listen to?
Archana, ma'am, please go.
Yeah.
The next presenter for the is Professor Bhavna Singh. She will be presenting her paper on study on the impact of teachers' communication styles via educational technology on student engagement, insights from degree colleges in Mumbai through the lens of EdTech diplomacy. So Bhavna ma'am, please start your presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible? Is my screen visible?
Yes, you are audible and your screen is
Yes, you
also
are
visible, ma'am.
Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. This is Professor Bhavna Singh. I am the research scholar from Pacific University. This paper has been co-authored by my guide, Dr. Shilpa Gaur, Assistant Professor from Pacific University. The study is about a study on the impact of teachers' communication styles via educational technology on student engagement insights from degree colleges in Mumbai through the lens of EdTech diplomacy. Starting with the agenda, I will be starting with the introduction, then literature review, then methodology, and finally analysis and the conclusion. Talking about the introduction, when we talk about effective communication builds a positive and learning environment through clear speech, supportive body language, use of technology, and active student interaction. Teachers use different types of communication styles like assertive, passive, aggressive, and passive aggressive, which shape classroom dynamics and influence how student responds. Student engagement is a multidimensional concept that includes cognitive, emotional, and behavioral components which together influence learning outcomes. When we talk about cognitive engagement, it talks about the intellectual effort of the students. When we talk about emotional engagement, it reflects the feelings towards the learning. And behavioral engagement talks about the active participation of the students in the academic and social activities. Ultimately, educational technology is the one which can engage the students more by providing more interactive, personalized, and immersive learning experiences that meet the diverse needs of the learners to keep them motivated. Talking about the literature review, in 2012, Uria spoke about the significant role of teachers' communication style when we talk about the student attitudes and behaviors. As when teachers have the assertive role, then the students will become more confident and they will be more collaborative. But if the teachers adopt non-assertive role, then the students will be more passive and they will be overly compliant. In 2020, Kian told about the mentors that if mentors are more friendly, humble, and they make an effort to connect with the students, then students are more likely to pay attention, participate, and view their mentor and education more positively. In 2022, Li Xiangming spoke about the digital learning. In digital learning, it was found that student engagement increased significantly across skills, emotions, performance, and participation during different stages of research. In 2021, Afzal emphasized about the communication styles that if empathetic communication, feedback, verbal immediacy, positive influence, and student satisfaction is taken at a priority, then the students will be more engaged in the academic activities. In 2020, Avaisha Inayat emphasized about the autonomous supportive teaching style of the students. They talk about that the students, if they make the choices, because it is necessary to make the choices for the students over here. So if the student can make the choices when the teachers give them that free environment, and if the teacher have a controlling environment, then the student will have guilt conscious, they will be threatened about the punishment as well. In 2023, Ozgen Serenselik highlighted the importance of empathy training, that the teachers should be given the empathetic training so they will understand its effectiveness in the educational environment. In 2019, Erkan reported that there should be effective use of technological tools by teachers and students because this will give overall satisfaction to the students. In 2021, Katzens emphasized about the inclusion of technology in education because when teachers are given training in technology, then they will be more comfortable and they will be more confident to use the technology which will help them. In 2019, Bednelier spoke about the technology that is meaningful in real life situations because it will reduce stress of the students and encourage active participation from the students. Lastly, in 2024, Atri highlighted about the technology, how it helps in the transformation of the educational practices, improves the learning outcomes, and give equal benefits to all the students and help them engage. Talking about the methodology, the objectives of the study were to identify and categorize the different communication styles teachers use in Mumbai degree colleges when using educational technology. The second objective was to assess how various communication styles impact student understanding and interaction. Third, to gauge student engagement during lectures and other classroom activities. Fourth, to explore the factors that contribute to high or low student engagement in different communication contexts in this digital environment. Lastly, to assess how different communication styles correlate with varying levels of student engagement with this blended learning strategies.
Bhavna ma'am, I request you to consider the time also of the presentation, please.
Yes, ma'am, I'll complete this in 10 minutes.
Try keeping it as crisp.
Yes, ma'am. Talking about the hypothesis, the first alternative hypothesis speaks about the relationship between the teacher communication styles and the level of student engagement based on EdTech. And the second hypothesis talks about the clarity and comprehensibility of teachers' communication, which positively correlates with student engagement and understanding. I've taken descriptive and correlational study as my research design. A research method was quantitative research method, which was used where I've used Google Forms to collect the data. The sampling technique was non-probability sampling technique, where purposive sampling was used. Talking about the analysis, I've taken the survey for 100 participants, and the maximum were under 20 years of age. 55 males and 45 females had participated in the survey. 43 participants from first-year degree colleges and rest from others. 51 participants were from the arts section, and rest were from commerce and science and other sections. The first analysis was on teacher communication styles. 70 participants did believe that teacher consistently uses clear and understandable language during the lectures because of the edtech tools like Google Docs and Grammarly and YouTube. 63 participants believe that teacher strongly encourages participation. The EdTech tools like Mentimeter, Kahoot help in quizzes and making the sessions more interactive. 47 participants believe that teachers use excellent use of visual aids like Canva, Google Slides, and Prezi. 63 participants believe that teachers provide consistent feedback through Google Classroom and Microsoft Teams. 69 participants talks about the teachers adapting the communication style through tools like Class Dojo and Remind. Lastly, talking about student engagement level, for 54 participants do believe that they actively participate in class discussion and activities because there are many tools like Kahoot, Padlet, Google Classroom, and Edmodo, which encourage more participation of the students. 57 participants talks about the engagement during the lectures because of these edtech tools like Google Classroom and Moodle. Lastly, half the students, 50% of the students, are very satisfied with the teacher's communication with the class. And 57 participants believe that there is an effective balance between lecture time and interactive activities through these particular platforms. To conclude with the presentation, there is a strong correlation between teachers' communication approaches and student engagement through digital teaching learning platforms. If the teachers are interactive and uses participatory styles like questioning, discussions, and feedback, then there are more higher engagement levels among the students. When we combine all these approaches with edtech tools like Zoom, Google Meet, Padlet, and interactive whiteboards, then there is more student-centered learning environment. So effective communication styles do promote engagement of the students with the complement of educational technology because it makes it more engaging, inclusive, and impactful learning experience. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Nareen sir, Kaushik, Sivani ma'am, any questions?
Let Rajesh sir ask. Let him ask first, then I will. Sir, do you have a question, Narendra sir? Narendra sir, do you have a question? Okay. Bhavna ma'am, is this your
Yes,
PhD?
sorry.
No.
Bhavna ma'am, it is a wonderful presentation. I like
Thank you
very
so
much,
much,
but I have one question.
Sure, sir.
Always controlled atmosphere is always guilt feeling for students. Do you think? You told some in your presentation, you said that controlled atmosphere is a guilt feeling for the student. What do you think about on this statement?
So I wouldn't say always, but yes, many a times when there is a controlled atmosphere, I have seen being a professor as well, that sometimes when we have that controlled atmosphere and we don't have that communication with the students, then definitely somewhere or the other, they do feel that guilt conscious if we make them not very student friendly. That's what I
Okay.
believe, sir.
Okay. And one more thing. Did you use the standardized questionnaire or self-made questionnaire for your study for the students?
Sir, I made self-made questionnaire. This is my PhD topic.
Okay, PhD topic. It means you standardize with the experts only, right?
Yes, sir. Not with the experts as such, because this one I have made it on my own, this particular
Okay.
questionnaire.
Okay,
I have not
thank you.
made, because my PhD topic is about effective communication, sir. But it's a broad topic. So I have just cut it to EdTech technology. And that's the reason I have made it the questionnaire by myself, actually,
Okay.
not with the experts.
What I guess is for the self-made questionnaire, you have to go for the pilot study and standardize by few experts, and then we'll go for the study. This is the rule. That's why I'm asking only.
Yes, sir.
It's
In
very good.
PhD,
Thank
we
you.
have done the same. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ma'am?
figure it out. It was your PhD study because I had a similar topic in my PhD also.
Okay, ma'am.
Bhavna ma'am, is just one thing. Actually, I want to two things basically. So when you talk about communication styles, there are different communication styles which you didn't mention. Okay, like
Right, ma'am.
assert. Sorry.
Yes, yes, that's correct, ma'am.
You did not mention the communication styles. I'm sure it must be in your PhD, and this is just a narrowed version. But yes, you know it's very important to talk about different communication styles and what are different ways. And secondly, is also if you could bring before, like you're talking about edtech, if there could be a comparison between a classroom and a digital classroom and the communication styles, I think it would have created more impact.
Yes, ma'am, definitely. Actually, in my research paper, which I have given for publication, over there I have mentioned all the details about different types of communication styles, how
Okay.
does it work, and the comparison. But I thought just to limit the presentation for just 10 minutes, that's the reason I've not included everything in my presentation today. But in my research
Yeah, communication
paper,
is my forte, so I can keep talking on it as long as you
yes, ma'am.
want. Yeah, I wish you all the best for your PhD.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Shivani ma'am,
Thank you,
I'm
ma'am.
100% and do agree with your statement. When I was in, whenever I am in international arena, so only words are not communication language. Sometimes Chinese and Koreans and Latin Americans, they don't understand our phonetics and our accents.
Yes, sir.
So at that point of time, the whistling and signals are the communication only.
Yes,
Right?
anything.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
So yeah, all the best, Bhavna.
Very
Yeah,
good.
thank you so
Thank
much,
you very
ma'am.
much.
Thank you for the feedback,
Bhavna
sir.
ma'am. Now I would request Ms. Neelam Maurya ma'am to start her presentation. Is you there? Are you there, ma'am? Neelam Maurya ma'am. Neelam Maurya. So Mr. Vishal, are you there? Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Thank you, ma'am. Neelam, are you there? Mr. Vishal Narhari, are you there? I don't think both of them are there. So Ankit Vilas, Mr. Ankit Vilas. Kritika Shrivani. Nobody is available.
Hi, I'm there. I'm there. I was just
Yeah.
on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you please start your presentation, and she will be presenting a research work on gamification as a catalyst for enhancing employee engagement in IT firms. So please start your presentation.
Yes, I'll just take a moment. Good morning. This side Kritika, and I'll be presenting on gamification as a catalyst for enhancing employee engagement, wherein I believe that engagement is not just an HR matrix. It's the human tendency that we as an employee, employees are quite non-engaging. They feel lethargic working in corporates, and that's why I've taken this topic to enhance and share my insights for gamification. As in, with gamification is the process where the game elements, game dynamics are used for engaging the employees in an organization. There are, the environment is created in such a way that employees are motivated to participate, thus creating the leaderboards, points, badges, so that they feel more engaged and motivated to work in an organization. The implementation of gamification elements, particularly I've taken here, that leads to statistically significant improvement in the employee engagement. I've taken it in the IT sector. The research objectives of my research paper are basically to assess the impact of integrated gamification tools. By gamification tools, I would put up here as the badges, the points throughout the games in the training period. Second is to identify the gamification mechanics. They can be as rewards, as narratives to create a social belonging in the organization that contributes to significantly higher engagement when we talk about with the outcomes and the results. The third is to explore employee perceptions and motivations through qualitative thematic analysis. And fourth is to offer HR focused recommendations through the gamification strategies. Now let's come to the primary concern, that is the study design. And this was in the duration for 6 months across 4 mid-sized IT firms based in Delhi. And the participants, there were 150 participants. And the approach was mixed methods approach, wherein the quantitative approach was based on the scores that they have been conducted through the games and the badges and the leaderboards. The qualitative method was for the semi-structured interviews, and the tools here are the Pearson's correlation for the thematic analysis. I've kept it very brief. When I talk about with a gamification platform, there are a couple of features which actually keep it more engaging and leverages the employee engagement. We see that in the present scenario, employees are either working in the hybrid or online, on-site, offline, in ample of ways, but they do get not achieving the results. There are anxieties, they are not able to complete the target. And when we talk about the youth primarily, they are inclined to work, but then the work environment is quite not in a way. So gamification is a process where they can be recognized, there can be feedbacks, and the performance is definitely more engaging. So the platform features are more of points and badges for the attendance and the narrative quest through the themed arcs. Later I'll be showing through the pictorial as well, and the social guides, which is based on team-based challenges. It also primarily focuses on the team and leadership and the real-time dashboards. That's the most engaging part, where the real-time dashboards, if we talk about the gamification platforms, the apps, there are flashcards. They play through those cards, may it be with IT training, technical training, or non-technical training. It may be with management, leadership approaches, communication, etc. They play through games on diversified portals, through teams, pairs, and as an individual as well. And then the leaderboards are created throughout the gamification. The entire room is created in such a way that it creates that kind of environment where it is more of outcome related. And this is the statistical finding with correlation in employee engagement, that yes, it has been created, it has been creating a greater number of engagement, leveraging more of interaction between the employees with leaderboards, guilds, badges, and narrative quest. In larger organizations, what happens is people are not aware that they are working in the same organization. But through these kind of training mechanisms and apps, we are in the e-learning, and with AI, there are a lot of games being created. Each day, the HR team works on making the employees more
engaging. And that's how this has been a conveniently better approach. Now, the thematic insights from the interviews is the tasks felt more purposeful. If the training is the major insight is if the task is related to the training program, it is more of the purpose. Second, there are collaborative dynamics wherein there is social belonging. They work in groups, it builds the bond and the transparent reward. Since there's no biasness, we can say that yes, it also boosts trust and fairness because there are real-time dashboards through the points they've been earning throughout the training sessions. These training sessions can be, as we all know, trainings happen in a month or maybe 2 months of training or even 2 weeks of training. Gamification can be implied in any of the context to make it more engaging. And yes, then it also prevents boredom and sustained engagement. Since there is no boredom, throughout the traditional modes of training, we see that it's all just training happens to be in traditional form, wherein there's a trainer and the people, the employees, the mid-level, the senior level employees are being trained. But with the engaging protocols, this has prevented boredom and sustained engagement between the entire organization. Lastly, talking about the practical implications and the HR professionals. So when there are long-term goals and the HR team has to work on the derivation of certain targets, there are real-time business goals for story-driven tasks. They allow self-formed peer guilds for collaboration since the activities are moreover in the collaborative form. And third, it also defines and publishes point badges criteria. So clear distinction of what has to be achieved and where we are today in terms of the training. And fourth, it talks about planning fresh rollouts quarterly to avoid fatigue. And lastly, as in with the future scope, how do we see by integrating AI, ChatGPT, the future scope of employees through gamification? So it is more of engagement, as I've been already saying, that building collaborative efforts, strong statistical correlation between self-driven techniques as the self-engagement techniques are being inculcated, and the future that is AR, VR, longitudinal studies, and industry-wide replication. Lastly, I'd like to conclude as the gamification, it's the HR asset. How do we manage the gamification? Entire process is being planned through flashcard leaderboards and not just a trend. So employees are being trained, and throughout the research process, it has been, I myself have seen that employees are being more engaging and the resultant outcome is positive. Thank you.
Any questions, Shivani ma'am, Narendra sir?
I don't have questions. I just want to ask one key suggestion from Kritika. Mostly, I observed that HR team enforce the stress to the office, and that is their job, right? If office or atmosphere like backbiters and toxic, what is your key suggestion in this condition?
Okay,
What do you think?
You mentioned, sir, that their main primary role is to create that stress, but they don't create the stress. Primarily, the image of the HR team is created in such a way that they are just to focus on the targets. But the HR team focuses to motivate the employees, and that's why there are new training outcomes, new techniques being created, and we have a lot of elements throughout the training and employee retention as well, so that it's more engaging. For stress, again, there are fun elements being created, fun Fridays or say weekend activities, and so that the employees are not lethargic and they keep it engaging throughout the working hours as well. As we talk about with online and offline mechanism of working mode, but then yes, stress is created. It can be taken as a positive outcome as well throughout these activities.
Okay. Do you ever listen about interwoven technique in office?
Not yet.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Thank
Nice
you.
presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the next
Archana ma'am,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So Sadhana Ranchod, are you there? Sadhana Ranchod, are you there? Okay. So Siddharth Srinivas. Hello, Siddharth Srinivas, are you there? Pooja Rani. Pooja Rani.
Yes, ma'am.
Please start your presentation. And
Okay, okay, ma'am. Just a
try
minute.
to wind up your presentation within 6 to 7 minutes. Don't take too much time, okay?
Okay, okay, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay.
And all the participants, if you are listening to me, please be ready with your presentation so that the moment we schedule, you can start it. It's a request to all.
Yes, ma'am. हेलो मैम
Yes, Pooja.
पीपीटी मेरी शेयर नहीं हो रही है, एरर आ रहा है।
एरर आ रहा है? क्या
Yes,
एरर आ
ma'am.
रहा है? क्या एरर आ रहा है? आप शेयर स्क्रीन पे
मैम मैं
जाके
फिर से ट्राई कर रही हूँ। हाँ जी फिर से। मैम मैं सुबह से ट्राई कर रही थी स्टार्टिंग से, अभी पता नहीं टाइम पे हो ही नहीं रहा है।
So, Mr.
मैंने
Pranab, you are
सब कुछ
ready
रेडी
with your
रखा।
presentation. पूजा मैम, आप तब तक अपना प्रॉब्लम फिक्स आउट कर लीजिए, हम दूसरे प्रेजेंटर को अलाउ कर दे रहे हैं प्रेजेंट करने के लिए।
श्योर मैम, श्योर। मैं बिल्कुल फिक्स करके रखती हूँ। यस मैम।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। मिस्टर प्रणब, you are ready with your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Please start.
Yes, ma'am. Just hold on, please. हेलो मैम, मेरी स्क्रीन विजिबल है क्या?
नहीं स्क्रीन
Sorry?
विजिबल नहीं हुई
જે
है।
ખર્ચો કર્યો ને એ પાછળથી આપણે લઈ લઈશું, ચિંતા નહીં.
मैम मेरा
બધું
भी
આવડે.
पीपीटी नहीं शेयर हो रहा है।
इसीलिए बोल रहे हैं पूजा जी, आप एक बार ट्राई कर लीजिए, तब तक हम दूसरे प्रेजेंटर को अलाउ कर रहे हैं, वो प्रेजेंट कर लेंगे, उसके बाद आप कर लीजिएगा। तब तक आप फिक्स कर लीजिए अपने प्रॉब्लम को।
ओके ओके मैम, मैं ट्राई कर रही हूँ।
हाँ जी। आप अपना स्क्रीन शेयरिंग बंद कर दीजिए ताकि नेक्स्ट प्रेजेंटर अपना स्क्रीन शेयर कर सके।
Archana ma'am, can we move forward with Dr. Pannaba Bhasia? Is it possible?
Yes, sir.
Or
Yes, sir. I asked Mr. Pranab to start the presentation.
okay,
Mr.
thank you,
Pranab,
thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
please start your presentation.
Please share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. मैम एक्चुअली स्क्रीन शेयर हो रहा है लेकिन पीपीटी ओपन नहीं हो रही है।
कैसे? आप मोबाइल से कर रहे हैं, लैपटॉप से कर रहे हैं?
मैं मोबाइल से कर रही हूँ।
मोबाइल से
इंटरनेट कनेक्शन
पुअर कनेक्टिविटी की वजह से हो रहा होगा।
हाँ, मैं पीपीटी सेंड कर दूं मेल पे और प्रेजेंटेशन स्टार्ट कर दूं मैं।
इस पे हम क्या बोले सर, व्हाट डू यू से नरेंद्र सर?
if internet problem is there and so we can allow no problem. Let her send.
You mail your PPT and please start the presentation then.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, you open your camera and orally
start
you can go with your
Yes.
presentation
Yes, ma'am.
and send your PPT to.
Yes. Yes. Yes, sir. Good morning, respected chairperson, dear colleagues and participants. My name is Dr. Pannama Basia, SB Kotak Law College, Amreli, Saurashtra University, गुजरात। आज मेरा जो पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन है उनका जो सब्जेक्ट टाइटल है वो है एडटेक डिप्लोमेसी एंड वर्चुअल लर्निंग, रिमेनिंग ग्लोबल एजुकेशन इन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट जोन। First of all, my PPT is introduction. इंट्रोडक्शन में मैंने मेंशन किया है कि एजुकेशन जो है वो सिर्फ टेक्स्ट बुक तक लिमिटेड नहीं है। कॉन्फ्लिक्ट जोन की बात कर रहे हैं, बेसिक हमारे इंडिया की बात नहीं कर रही है, मतलब ऑल ओवर इंटरनेशनल जो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट जोन होते हैं उनकी बात कर रहे हैं कि एजुकेशन है वो सिर्फ टेक्स्ट बुक तक लिमिटेड नहीं है, ये सोसाइटी को शेप करता है और पीस प्रमोट करता है। आज डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी और डिप्लोमेसी को भी रिशेप कर रहा है। यही है एजुकेशन टेक्नोलॉजी एंड डिप्लोमेसी, जहां नॉलेज और लर्निंग के थ्रू सॉफ्ट पावर क्रिएट होता है। और कॉन्फ्लिक्ट जोन में जहां स्कूल डिस्ट्रॉय हो जाते हैं, मतलब कि जैसे कि कोई वार की सिचुएशन है, वॉर हो रहा है, तो वहां पे स्कूल एजुकेशन डिस्ट्रॉय हो जाता है, वर्चुअल लर्निंग वहां पे एक लाइफलाइन बन जाता है इन अ डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म। So now what is the edtech diplomacy? edtech diplomacy का मतलब है कि टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करके इन्फ्लुएंस बिल्ड करना। ये होता है कि नॉलेज शेयरिंग, मतलब अपना नॉलेज शेयर कर सकते हैं, टेक डिप्लोमेसी से कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग कर सकते हैं, टेक्नोलॉजी सपोर्ट दे सकते हैं। फॉर एग्जांपल जो यूनेस्को ने किया है, यूनेस्को ने रिफ्यूजी के लिए एजुकेशन प्रोवाइड किया, एजुकेशन कैन नॉट वेट, और किरण हायर एजुकेशन ने डिस्प्लेस स्टूडेंट्स के लिए पढ़ाई कंटिन्यू करवाई। तो ये सब दिखाता है कि एजुकेशन अब डिप्लोमेसी का एक स्ट्रॉन्ग टूल बन चुका है। My next slide is virtual learning in conflict zone. कॉन्फ्लिक्ट जोन जब होता है तो वर्चुअल लर्निंग कैसे काम करता है? कॉन्फ्लिक्ट एरिया में प्रॉब्लम है जैसे कि लो इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी, जो अभी हम फेस कर रहे हैं। तो लो इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी, डिवाइसेस की कमी होती है, कभी कभी लैंग्वेज के बैरियर्स भी होते हैं, लो डिजिटल लिटरेसी भी होती है। तो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट जोन या रूरल एरिया में सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम होती है, जैसे कि मैं अभी रूरल, मेरे कॉलेज जो है वो रूरल एरिया में है, तो कभी कभी नेटवर्क इश्यू आ जाता है। तो इंटरनेट का वीक या फिर बिल्कुल एब्सेंट होना, जहाँ इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, ये सब कॉन्फ्लिक्ट जोन है, जहाँ इलेक्ट्रिसिटी पूरी प्रॉपरली अवेलेबल नहीं होती, वहां स्टेबल इंटरनेट कनेक्शन की एक्सपेक्टेशन करना मुश्किल है। और बिना इंटरनेट के वर्चुअल लर्निंग का एक्सेस इम्पॉसिबल हो जाता है। सेकंड टॉपिक इज डिवाइसेस की कमी, के हम बच्चों को कहते हैं कि वर्चुअल लर्निंग कर सकते हैं, वर्चुअल लर्निंग कर सकते हैं, लेकिन अगर ऑनलाइन ऑनलाइन अगर हमें पढ़ाई करनी है तो उनके लिए बच्चों के पास स्मार्टफोन होने चाहिए, या तो फिर टैबलेट या फिर लैपटॉप होना जरूरी है। लेकिन वॉर और टाउन एरियाज में फैमिलीज के पास बेसिक नीड पूरी करना ही चैलेंज होता है। जबकि बेसिक नीड पूरी हो तभी तो हम आगे जाके पढ़ाई की बात कर सकेंगे। तो डिजिटल डिवाइस अफोर्ड करना उनके लिए ऑलमोस्ट इम्पॉसिबल है। रिजल्ट ये होता है कि बच्चे एजुकेशन सिस्टम से कट ऑफ हो जाते हैं। थर्ड टॉपिक इज लैंग्वेज बैरियर्स। मोस्ट ऑफ द एडटेक प्लेटफॉर्म्स इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज में अवेलेबल होते हैं, लेकिन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट जोन के बच्चे अक्सर अपनी लोकल भाषा में कंफर्टेबल होते हैं। अगर कंटेंट उनकी भाषा में ही ना हो तो समझ नहीं पाते और फिर इंटरनेट खत्म हो जाए, मतलब उनका बच्चों का इंटरेस्ट जो है वो खत्म हो जाता है। इसलिए लोकल लैंग्वेज और कल्चरली रिलेवेंट कंटेंट बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है इन दिस सिचुएशन। एंड फोर्थ टॉपिक इज नो डिजिटल लिटरेसी। डिजिटल टूल्स का यूज करना हर किसी के लिए इजी नहीं होता, स्पेशली उनके लिए जिन्होंने कभी कंप्यूटर या स्मार्टफोन प्रॉपरली यूज ही नहीं किया। कई टीचर्स और स्टूडेंट बेसिक डिजिटल स्किल से ही अनफैमिलियर होते हैं। तो रिजल्ट क्या होता है कि इवन अगर डिवाइसेस और इंटरनेट अवेलेबल अ, हो भी जाए, फिर भी उन्हें प्रॉपरली यूज करना एक चैलेंज बन जाता है। ये चैलेंजेस बताते हैं कि सिर्फ टेक्नोलॉजी देना इनफ नहीं है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, डिवाइसेस, लोकल कंटेंट और ट्रेनिंग, ये सब एक साथ होना चाहिए, तभी एजुकेशन इफेक्टिवली डिलीवर हो पाएगा। लेकिन कुछ क्रिएटिव सॉल्यूशन भी आए हैं, जैसे कि सीरिया में अभी जो वॉर की सिचुएशन थी उस टाइम पे सोलर पावर्ड मोबाइल लैब्स रेफ्यूजी कैंप में चलाए गए। यूक्रेन में अभी जो वार की सिचुएशन हुई थी 2 साल से चल रही है, तो वहां पे यूक्रेन में वार के कुछ दिनों के अंदर ही एक नेशनल डिजिटल लर्निंग प्लेटफॉर्म लॉन्च कर दिया गया। ये प्रूव करता है कि अगर विल पावर हो तो एजुकेशन कभी रुक नहीं सकता। My next slide is global citizenship education. एडटेक का एक और फायदा है कि ग्लोबल सिटीजनशिप एजुकेशन स्टूडेंट्स अलग अलग कंट्रीज से कनेक्ट होते हैं, प्रोजेक्ट्स करते हैं और पीस और अंडरस्टैंडिंग बिल्ड करते हैं। प्लेटफॉर्म यानी कि एपल्स और ग्लोबल नोमाड्स ग्रुप जो है, लेकिन हमें एक बात ध्यान रखनी है, अगर सिर्फ वेस्टर्न सेंट्रिक मॉडल इम्पोज किया गया तो लोकल कम्युनिटीज एलिनेट हो सकती है। इसलिए जरूरी है कि एक इंक्लूसिव और कंटेक्स्ट सेंसिटिव अप्रोच बनाया जाए। माय नेक्स्ट स्लाइड इज रिस्क, डेटा एंड सर्वेलेंस। मतलब जो फायदे हैं तो कुछ रिस्क भी है टेक्नोलॉजी के।
मैम आप सीधा कंक्लूजन पे आ जाइए।
यस श्योर। Conclusion is in just one line कि एडटेक और वर्चुअल लर्निंग कॉन्फ्लिक्ट के टाइम में होप और कंटिन्यूटी देते हैं, लेकिन टेक्नोलॉजी न्यूट्रल नहीं है, इससे भी रिस्क भी होते हैं। और अगर हम इसे इंक्लूसिव, एथिकल और कोलैबोरेटिव अप्रोच के साथ यूज करते हैं तो एजुकेशन एक पाथवे टू पीस बन सकता है। ऐसे और जैसे कहा गया है कि लर्निंग शुड नेवर स्टॉप इवन इन वार। सो थैंक यू सो मच। ओवर टू यू मैम, इज देयर एनी क्वेश्चन?
So you want to say something first?
No, you just go ahead, Shivani ma'am. Thank you very much.
मैम आपने कहा था कि आप जहाँ पे रहते हो वहाँ पे इंटरनेट नहीं है और आपने आपका एग्जांपल दिया, पर यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट अ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट जोन। इंडिया इज नॉट अ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट जोन।
नहीं मैम, मैं अभी कॉन्फ्लिक्ट जोन में नहीं है, फिर भी हम ये सिचुएशन फेस कर रहे हैं। तो ये कॉन्फ्लिक्ट जोन में तो पॉसिबल बहुत कम होता है। हम प्रमोट करते हैं कि ये सब हम कर सकते हैं, लेकिन कब कर पाएंगे अगर सारे पाथ जो है वो क्लियर है तो हम कर सकते हैं।
आपके एग्जाम्पल्स जो थे वो आप, it was more closer to your place rather than including of conflict areas. So there was just one example that you said that from Syria. Baki everything you related it to where you're teaching in your remote thing. So ma'am, conflict zones are basically जहाँ पे war होती है.
Yes ma'am.
So I don't think your examples were relevant. And
no, my example was Syria and Ukraine, जो थे वो example थे, लेकिन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट जोन की बात मैं उस हिसाब से कर रही थी। और अभी जो मैंने फेस किया, मैं अपनी पीपीटी शेयर नहीं कर पाई, इस हिसाब से मैंने ये बताया कि अगर मैं कॉन्फ्लिक्ट जोन में नहीं हूँ फिर भी मैं ये फेस कर रही हूँ।
ठीक है मैम।
ओके मैम, थैंक यू मैम।
अर्चना मैम।
हेलो मैम, शिवानी मैम।
यस
मैं ऑडिबल हूँ?
हाँ जी हाँ जी।
हाँ।
स्क्रीन भी मेरी दिख रही है?
आपको Click on the paper presentation. I can see the screen. Or maybe
मैम मैंने ऑन करके रखी हुई है.
आपने शेयर कर दिया आपने पीपीटी? मुझे लगता है आपने शेयर नहीं की है.
Share. You are screen sharing.
Okay, click on your paper presentation.
Anu, देखो paper.
Hello. I request all the participants to please, this is an English presentation. Jitna bhi koshish karo, at least please try talking in English, because I think the session after this is a vernacular session. So everyone, can we please try jitna bhi koshish kare ki at least we can talk in Hindi, in English, sorry. Hello. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Now you are visible.
Now I am visible, ma'am?
Yes, yes,
ma'am.
Yes. You're visible.
Okay, good afternoon. I am Pooja, research scholar from Department of Education, Deshbhakt University, Mandi Govindgarh. Today my research topic is transforming teacher practices in conflict affected area, that is a Flender interaction analysis categories based study on pupil teacher interaction in Jammu. Particularly this is a Jammu region, and therefore conflict affected area present particular problems to education in the form of learning environment, disrupted available resources, and minimize both teacher and student experience, increase social and psychological pressure. Both students and teachers face so many problems under the circumstances. The conventional teacher-centered methods frequently do not cause much interest to learner, resulting in a low
Pooja, ma'am,
rate.
1 second, Pooja.
Yes.
I request the rest of the participants to kindly speed up because our next session panelists have already joined in. So we have 10 minutes to finish this entire presentation, and we have, I think, 4 to 5.
Okay,
So
okay, ma'am. I will finish within time. Okay.
just introduction, your methodology, and conclusion.
Yes, yes. Okay, ma'am. So, need of the study improving in teaching quality in conflict zone, encourage participation of student-centered strategy, and preserve indigenous languages through effective pedagogy. Objective of the study: examine the nature of pupil-teacher interaction analysis of the Flender interaction analysis based on teaching
Pooja,
learning process.
wait, I'll only ask you a question. Don't read anything.
Yes, ma'am.
So tell me,
Yes.
what was your methodology?
Methodology. That is my purpose sampling. My sample size is 189 effective collected from 200 approach. That therefore I have to do the sampling, and after that I find the result. Result reveal the approach that is a Flender interaction analysis is used in only in sciences, but now therefore very less people using this in teaching environment. Therefore internship there where I am a teacher in a B.Ed college where we met day-to-day problems with interns that they are teaching in the environment where there is a different types of languages, regional languages, there are conflicts about their teaching learning. So this is the method, is a scientific approach developed by Ned Flender. So this is used in a particular that is only less frequently are used in this in teaching learning method. So therefore this compared to the increase the involvement of the learner in teaching. So therefore lastly my suggestions in effort to introduce indirect and therefore direct lecturing method is always used in our colleges, but indirect methods and involvement of teachers, the positive reinforcements and constant class monitoring and monitoring through Flender interaction analysis, because during internship teachers are teaching, they are going to in field, but they didn't know the proper feedback from their students, from the teacher mentor. This is the method where they got feedback from their own. They use tape recorders in a Flender interaction analysis. They can analyze their performances and after their improvement due to the Flender interaction analysis. Thank you.
So do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any question.
Archana ma'am, please proceed to the next one.
Okay, okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Next participant is Ritu Sarva. Please start your presentation. Ritu, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon,
Please
ma'am.
start your presentation. Try to wind it up in 5 minutes.
Ma'am, I'm unable to share my screen. Please allow me.
The permission is already been granted.
Okay, no problem, but you open your camera. So
Yeah.
we'll...
It's still not happening, ma'am.
Switch on your camera. Don't show to us.
No issue. No issues. Just open your camera and start your presentation.
Mail your PPT. Ritu, you mail your PPT and start the presentation.
I'll do. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ritu Sharma, and today I'll present my study titled Weaving Sustainability, Market Dynamics and Growth Prospects of Kosa Silk in Chhattisgarh. This presentation covers introduction, objectives, methodology, market trends, challenges, and sustainability government support, recommendations, and conclusion. Jai Johar sabke. Let us begin. So now this study is about Kosa silk, heritage fabric, often called Sohar Kapda in Chhattisgarh. There are some places in Chhattisgarh like Bilaspur, Chapa, which are the famous towns of Chhattisgarh. People still gift Kosa sarees as a symbol of respect. So it is not just cloth; it is a culture. Now let me give you some short introduction of Kosa silk. Kosa silk is mainly produced in Bilaspur, Janjgir Chapa, Korba, and Raigad, and more than 25,000 families depend on it. Many from ST and SC communities, especially Devangan communities. For them, Kosa is both roti or samman. That is like livelihood and dignity. Like for example, when I went to Janjgir Chapa, a village of Janjgir Chapa, there the women, they spend their day weaving on handlooms. So and the earnings from a single sari, they often support their children's school fees. So now let's come to the objectives part. My objectives are, as the slide is not visible, so let me just read out the objectives once. To study the demand, supply and pricing patterns, to identify the production and marketing challenges, to look at sustainability for both environment and economy, and to suggest strategies for improving market conditions, and to study the role of finance and microcredit. Like the weavers of the Kosa silk production, they are unable to get the high loan from the bank. Now let's come to the methodology part. That is, this study is going to be the analytical part, the exploratory, and we have collected some primary data from interviewing some weavers and cooperative members from Bilaspur, Janjgir Chapa, and Raigad. And we are also going to use secondary data from government reports like NAVA documents and External Ministry publications, etc. I have met one weaver in Raigad. Like he has shared that he earns only half of what a sari is sold for a city in city shops. So this highlights the importance of studying market dynamics. Now let us look at the let us go through the market trends.
Come to your findings. Ritu ma'am, please come to your findings and conclusions. We are running really short.
Sure. Can I just go give some recommendations if you
yeah, sure. You're so
sure, definitely.
Presentation, yeah.
Okay. So my recommendations are to promote the online platforms so weavers can sell directly to customers, and develop Kosa clusters with design studios and testing labs, and collaborate with fashion brands for modern yet traditional products, and train artisans in modern methods, but preserve traditional skills, like adopt some eco-friendly certifications to attract global buyers. There is an account in Instagram, Kosa Silk Cluster. It's a small group of Kosa Silk Craft. There's a small group of weavers in Champa. They recently started selling through Instagram, and their sales doubled compared to local fairs. Now the conclusion of this is Kosa silk is not just a fabric, it is the culture and economic backbone of Chhattisgarh. So to ensure growth, artisans, governments, NGOs and private sector must work together. If we combine tradition with innovation, Hamar Kosa, that is Hamar Kosa, can become a global sustainable textile brand. So thank you very much. Jai Johar, Jai Chhattisgarh.
Any questions?
No. We are just running short of time. We are very sorry for the researchers that, because of the time. But I think it's overall a good presentation. You were very involved.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you, Archana.
So the next speaker is Manoj Mishra. Are you there, Manoj? Mr. Manoj?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. I am there.
I'm
Please,
audible?
please start your presentation and try
Okay,
to
ma'am.
finish it quickly.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Please share your presentation.
My screen is visible, sir.
Yes, your screen is visible.
Yes.
Okay. So good afternoon to all the dignitaries, research scholars, and all faculty members. Myself, Manoj Mishra, and I'm a part-time faculty in Ladi Devi Ramdar Maheshwari Knight College of Commerce. Today's my topic is critical analysis of contemporary education with respect to employability skills. And my total study is based on the secondary data, means I have opted secondary methodology. What induced me to research on this topic is that in the last year, we have organized a placement activity for our students, and various companies have visited to our college, and they were having some 20 to 25 places, but they have appointed only 4 to 5 students and rest were gone unplaced. So that forced me that where we are lacking as an education institution, what we are providing to our students, and why they are unable to get that employment, or what the things that companies are asking from the students which we are unable to provide them. These are my objectives, that what skills they need, what extent of the curriculum or teaching methods we need to develop, and what governance ecosystem currently we are working, and we have to connect them with the industry. My methodology was secondary method, and the data sources from where I have collected is like peer-reviewed academic studies, reputed public policy briefs, and extensive employer surveys. Next is I have find out that my findings were that employers prioritize soft skill, communication, problem solving, and teamwork. One famous case which I remember, that 7 to 8 years earlier, Infosys had hired around top 10 CAs of India, and within the period of 6 to 7 months, they have fired out of them 6 out of them. From top 10, they have fired the 6, and they have wrote a letter to ICAI that you are just developing a robots, not a persons, or not skilled employees, because they don't ever know basic skill how to communicate with the clients or how to gain the contracts. So the first thing is that 60% of graduate feels that they are prepared, but employers perceive a significant readiness gap. Means the students are thinking that we are prepared, we can get the employment, but from the employer's perspective, they are lacking behind. 82% experiential learning strongly correlates and improved job readiness, and 90% equity in access of high education quality, and work integrated learning is a critical policy imperative. What are the recommendations? There are 3 levels of recommendation. The first is policy level. We have to establish a national framework for employability skills. Means currently the government is focusing on employability skills. The government had started the programs, government is financing, but to the some extent we can say that it is unable to reach to the student. Like somewhere students are not interested to get that skills or to gain that knowledge, because they have to sit extra beyond that their regular curriculum, and somewhere those who are providing them, they just need that fund by showing the education data, which the educators data which my study has found. Second, implementation outcome based accountability for higher education, and developing standardized recognition for micro credentials. Now, institute level recommendations are that integrate employability skills into all curriculum mapping process. Means now the government has brought OJT in NEP, but somewhere it needs more attention. We just can't say that taking an experience of 6 months or 3 months is enough for the student to be ready for the job. Reform assessment to evaluate applied and socio-economic emotional skills, and incentivize faculty engagement. There are also pedagogical level, embedded project based and experiential learning. These are the things that NEP has, but I think there is some short span, like they also have field project, and for the field project they are giving just 3 months to the students, and still there is not a clear cut guidance to the student that what they have to do and what will be the level to find them or to show it. So this is my study. For there is lot of needed for us, for institute, for the policy creators, and for students, to make our students to employability ready, and so that they can be secure economically, socially, and financially. Thank you.
Sir, any
Hello.
suggestions or query, ma'am?
There is a scope to discuss your topic, Dr. Manoj, but
Yes,
we do
sir.
not have more time to discuss the things. I just want to ask only one thing. You just inform this platform that what is the secondary data collection technique? You just inform this platform.
So the secondary data collection technique was I have visited to various websites and various research paper. I have studied them, and from there I have taken the data.
It means indirect data collection resources, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good. Archana ma'am, I request you, please go ahead.
Okay, sir. 5 of the presenters were not present, so we wind up this session with your permission.
Sure.
Okay,
Definitely.
sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So I take this platform and express my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Narendra Khatria sir and Shivani Ahluwalia ma'am for sparing their precious time and providing their thoughtful insights and suggestions to the participants. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
On
And
behalf
also a
of
big
my
thanks to Preeti Ojha ma'am for organizing such a big conference, international conference.
Yes.
Thank you for
On my-
such a full session, and chair, co-chair, and moderator. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Preeti Ojha ma'am. On my personal behalf and the team of Education Soft Power Technical Session, I really, from the bottom of my heart, say only a thank you to my team and entire platform, especially Preeti Ojha ma'am and Gurda Jappi. Thank you very much for
Totally perfect session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Shivani ma'am.
So now time to go for the expert panel session number 2. Yesterday we had a very wonderful international panel. Today having one more panel with us, and I request the moderators of this panel to please start, introduce, and just check all these panelists. On my personal behalf, I invite all my good friends, Dr. David Palmer joining us right now from France. Professor David, welcome to our
Hello, Preeti.
today's
How
international
nice to see
conference.
you.
Professor David, basically from Hong Kong, but right now in France, and it's a globetrotter, and always a kind of it's always my pleasure to connect with you, Sir David, on any and every capacity. I have another very dear friend, Professor Dr. Manjula Srinivas. Madam, always nice to see you online or offline, wherever we see. She is right now joining from, I don't know which part. She has been to the US and next door Pune, and I don't know. So I will wait for Manjula ma'am to just, open about her whereabouts. And another very dear friend and my colleague from the same set of management institutions, Professor Dr. Ami Vora ma'am. Always pleasure to have you with us, ma'am. And handing over the session to the moderators.
Thank you for having us, Preeti ma'am.
Preeti, thanks. I'm very much in Pune. So, hi, Ami ma'am, if you remember me.
Yes, I do, Manjula ma'am. How are you?
Very good, very good.
Good to see you.
Yes, same here, same here. Nice to see you also, Preeti.
Always pleasure.
Yes.
Moderators are requested to introduce and start, please.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, but you need to adjust your video a little bit.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to everyone present here. It gives me immense pleasure to once again welcome you all to Expert Panel 2 of the International Online Conference on Global Insights, Geopolitics, Commerce and Humanities. This prestigious conference is being jointly organized by the Grand Academic Portal, LRNC, Ladi Devi Ramdar Maheshwari Knight College of Commerce, University of Mumbai, Rabindranath Tagore University, Bhopal, C.V. Raman University, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh, BCJ Commerce
College, Kambad, Singard College of Commerce, Mumbai, and Srimati R.D. Shah Arts and Srimati V.D. Shah Commerce College, Dholka. With great anticipation, let us begin the session. Our first expert speaker for the day is Professor David A. Palmer, PhD, Practical School of Advanced Studies, Paris, who will be speaking on the thought-provoking topic, civilization in the singular or in the plural, rethinking civilization in a multipolar world. Professor Palmer is a distinguished professor of anthropology, jointly appointed at the Hong Kong Institute for the Humanities and Social Sciences and the Department of Sociology, University of Hong Kong. He is the author of several award-winning books, including Qigong Fever, Body, Science, and Utopia in China, and The Religious Question in Modern China with Vincent Gossart, and Dream Tippers, Global Taoism and the Predicament of Modern Spirituality with Elijah Sagler. His research spans the sociology and anthropology of religion and spirituality, community development, and transnational interactions between China and the global South. We are honored to have him with us today. Handing over the session to you, sir.
Okay, hello, Dr. Jacob and Professor Oza. So nice to see you, and thank you all for the opportunity to share some of my thoughts here at this conference. So let me share my PowerPoint here. Just one second. Okay, do you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, sir.
Yes, all right. Okay, so I'm going to I realize that this conference is running a little bit late, and also I have another call after this. So I'm going to try to keep within time and even a little faster. What I'm going to be sharing today is, in a sense, the outcome of a number of conversations and conferences and discourses that I've been involved in the past several years in Hong Kong and in other parts of China, and also in some international contexts, notably a conference that I was involved in organizing in Kathmandu almost a year ago, which involved some scholars from China, India, Nepal, Pakistan, and the United Arab Emirates, in which we had discussed the topic of what is civilization, envisioning the future of humanity. It's very interesting for me as a Canadian who has been living in Asia, notably in mainland China and Hong Kong for almost the past 30 years, how civilization is a very, very important theme for people's understanding of the world in Asian countries. And it's very nice to learn that nowadays, in the past few months, China and India are getting along a little bit better. I had a number of exchanges with India, and so met Dr. Preeti several years ago, and I had gone to several workshops and conferences. That was before the pandemic. And then at one point, I did go to a conference in Siliguri. No, I couldn't. Did I go? Yes, I did go the year right after the pandemic. But my students were Chinese citizens. Some of my doctoral students were actually unable to go because there were no visas being issued in either direction. So this is now being solved. But what's really interesting is that we are we're dealing with two very ancient and very proud civilizations. So last year in Kathmandu, we were talking with some scholars from both China and India and other countries about this. And so first, let me just talk about actually, it's actually very important to think about the significance and the meaning of what civilization is. Where now the whole world is undergoing profound transformations and increasing instability. And one can say that we're in the process of a transition between a world of multiple civilizations into a single united world in which there is a global civilization. But this is a process that is extremely difficult, in which there are many, many resistances. In the academic traditions that I'm a part of, in anthropology and critical sociology, to talk of civilization is actually something that is not considered to be a good thing. It's considered to be bad. Civilization is, or the notion or concept of civilization is associated with colonialism, and so with oppressing and destroying cultures that have been colonized, and so on. However, if we come to Asian countries, we do find that people are interested in the notion of civilization, and civilization is deeply associated with the narratives of the revival of and the coming back to the fore of national cultures and the civilizations of our national cultures, whether they be Chinese or Indian or Islamic or so on. And so the question that I and others of us have been reflecting on is, how can this increasing interest in civilization really help us to go to a more to transcend the greatnesses of our individual collective civilizations into something that we all share as human beings. So what I'm going to be talking about is three different aspects of the question. One is, I'm just going to go through an overview of all kinds of different competing discourses on civilization. Then I'll go to the topic, which is the center of the title of this talk, which is, what is the relationship between plural civilization and singular civilization? Or another way of putting it is civilizations with a small c and civilization with a capital C. And finally, thinking about what would be some elements of a future global civilizational consciousness. So right now, I'm just going to very briefly, and I won't spend very much time, going through 8 different frameworks, 8 different theoretical frameworks for looking at civilization. So in a sense, the very first one, and that's in a sense it's a dichotomy between the civilization and barbarism. That's a dichotomy that really is at the origin of the notion of civilization. The idea that we are civilized in opposition to the barbaric other. And this comes from the Greek notion, the Greek distinction between the polis, the civilized city-state, and the people who speak unintelligible languages in other countries. So this is the notion, the origin of the notion of barbarians. We have something similar in China with the concept of the Huai. On the one hand, the Chinese, the culturally refined central states of China, in ancient China, and who are seen as surrounded by all these barbarian tribes all around it. I'm sure that I haven't looked into it, but there must have been something similar in India. As everywhere in the world, there are similar types of dichotomies between the civilized and the barbarian. And so what we have here is undeniable consciousness of certain peoples who do have refined arts and culture, and who look at other cultures around them and see a difference. And so there's an undeniable difference there, but also at the same time, which masks power dynamics and ethnocentrism. So one of the core notions that underlies this notion of civilization is moral cultivation. So, for example, in Chinese, we have the notion of wen, which is the literary, the civilized, and it emphasizes cultural refinement, moral cultivation, and the transformative power of ritual as the foundation of civilization. I won't you know much more than me about the Indian equivalents, but we will have in many, many different cultures something very similar. The notion that what is the essential meaning of being civilized is to be morally cultivated. So civilization is a process of moral cultivation, and we also find that in the Greek tradition and in the Renaissance humanistic tradition. So this is the second framework for looking at civilization. A third frame for looking at civilization as social institutions. So when we see societies that have started to establish legal systems and political governance institutions, more sophisticated architectural achievements, which are related to the existence of social institutions that can build such monuments, economic complexity and division of labor, various forms of civic engagement and citizenship practices. So again, we can find some texts in ancient China that also look at civilization in this way. And this is, in a sense, the way that in the European Enlightenment, one of the first ways of defining civilization, when the word civilization started to become introduced into the English language as a conceptual frame. Then we have another understanding of civilization, which is civilization as technological development. So looking at, for example, all the history of technology. And so as Auguste de Comte, the father of modern sociology, said, the arts of industry guided by positive science are the true instruments of civilization, transforming human labor and uniting societies in a common purpose. So, of course, this is still a very, very influential conception of civilization as being associated with technological advancement. But then that technologically based understanding of civilization has historically, since the 19th century in Europe, and spreading to the rest of the world, been associated then with um, a kind of a binary or a division, a conceptual distinction between civilization and culture. And this starting with Romanticism in Germany. So the idea that, yes, we have on the one hand civilization, which is all these material and technical achievements, which is all very refined but very superficial. It's rational, but it's soulless and mechanistic. And so this is contrasted with Kultur, which is more spiritual, it's more artistic. There's some inner and authentic character, which is emotional, which is particular, which is rooted. And so it's seen as more deeper, more meaningful. So this distinction between civilization and culture was developed by the German thinker Johann Herder, in which we started to look at, in a sense, a distinction between a universal technologically scientific, rational civilization on the one hand, and particularistic, emotionally bounded groups that have their own culture. And this was further developed by Oswald Spengler, who said that actually there's a temporal progression between culture and civilization, where cultures start off as these organic groups of people with feelings, with soul, but then they might evolve into soulless civilizations. And so with that notion of Kultur, though we have the notion of the plurality of cultures arising, which then also then leads to the notion of the plurality of multiple different civilizations. So by the end of the 19th century, we started to move from the notion that there is one, i.e. Western, or one universal civilization that is characterized by highly developed social institutions in science and technology, to the recognition that there are multiple civilizations around the world, the Chinese, the Indian, the Arabic, the Islamic, and so on and so forth. So then this leads us to another conception of civilization, which makes a distinction between the material and spiritual civilization, and often posits kind of the notion that Western civilization is material and Eastern civilization is spiritual. And I think this is a notion that actually has been influential in India in particular, as well as some other parts of the world, including in the West. So I've just gone through a number of different frames through which people tend to understand the notion of civilization. So, and in these different conceptions of civilization, sorry, just 1 second, please. Okay. Whoops. Yeah. Okay, just one thing. Sorry, 1 second. 1 second. Can you still see my slides? Can you still see my slides? Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir.
So in all of these different conceptions of civilization, we will find both, we will find some which in a sense see civilization as being in the singular, and others that have the notion of there are multiple different civilizations or civilizations in the plural. And when we have conferences and academic discussions on civilization, we also end up moving back and forth between those two. Nowadays, the emphasis is primarily on the civilizations in the plural. It's actually not politically correct almost anywhere in the world to talk about civilization in the singular with a capital C, but I'm going to advocate that we actually should do that. So basically what we have is, on the one hand, we have a plurality of multiple distinct civilizations with a small c, we might say, so that exist, that this is true across geography and history in different parts of the world. There are different traditions with unique cultural expressions, institutional arrangements, and developmental trajectories. And these actually can't really be defined as, in a sense, in a uniquely geographic sense, but rather these are dynamic civilizing traditions. Traditions that are constantly evolving over time and that are spreading and interconnecting around different nodes, cities that receive traditions from different parts of the world and then that disseminate them outwards again. So we have all of these different civilizing traditions. And they're all very different, but there's something that all these different civilizing traditions they share. All of these civilizing traditions, they have an aspiration to transcend the base nature, our lower passions, our lower desires, and to transcend them. To find a way of establishing harmonious social relations, a social order in which everybody's dignity is protected and nurtured. To aspire to a system of thought and society in which humanity's place in the cosmos is well established. And there's always the notion that it's possible for human beings to improve themselves, that they can improve themselves, and that they should improve themselves. So this is something that we will find all over in all the different civilizing traditions that exist in the world. And so here's where we come to the notion of civilization with a capital C. So this is something that it's not any one of these empirically existing civilizations, but it's actually the aspiration that is at the core, at the soul of all these pluralistic civilizations with a small c. They're all aspiring to what it is to become a better human being, what it is to become an ideal human being. So this is, in a sense, the collective project of cultivation and improvement to which all traditions contribute. And what is really interesting is that we can find that all of these civilizations, in the plural, they can recognize each other through that mutual recognition of that aspiration to greatness or that aspiration to being better. So the Chinese can recognize that in the Indians when they look at Indian civilization. The Indians can recognize that in the Chinese. The Islamic civilization in its greatness can recognize that in other civilizations. So all of these civilizations have that aspiration to something more transcendental and greater, and that can recognize that in other civilizations. So what is being aspired to and what is being mutually recognized are, in a sense, glimpses of that civilization with a capital C, what I would call the normative singular civilization. So this is something that we can also consider in terms of a temporal progression in the history of humanity. The axial age theory is very interesting for thinking about that. It's all well known that we've had many theories and discussions on the axial age, and one way of putting it is the first axial age, which was put forward by Karl Jaspers. where there was this pivotal period when major philosophical and religious traditions emerged more or less simultaneously across Eurasia, including in India and China and Persia and Israel and in Greece. And in all of these traditions around this period of a few centuries BC, we started to have self-reflective thought, transcending localized tribal worldviews, building universal ethical frameworks, and aspiring to individual spiritual cultivation. Now, some scholars have mentioned, and I would agree with this, that we're entering or we're in the middle of a second axial age, which actually, like the first axial age, was characterized by profound social disorder and chaos. And it was especially during that chaos, whether it was chaos in India or chaos in China, chaos in the Mediterranean world, it's at that time that a deeper reflexivity emerges. But in this second axial age, the kind of reflexivity that emerges is not merely the reflexivity about the individual, but it's actually a collective reflexivity about the status of humanity as a whole, or the collective condition of our societies. So during this second axial age, we're also more aware of all the different cultures and civilizations that exist around, and we're reflexively trying to figure out how these can be integrated or how they can live together. So as we explore collectively the direction of our civilization, there are a number of pitfalls that need to be avoided. And so one is, of course, the superiority complex of one civilization that considers itself to be superior to others, but also the inferiority complex of a civilization or a collective that, having been dominated by others, considers its own civilization to be inferior to others. But then there's also the guilt complex, which looks at the past histories of horrors or injustices committed by one's own civilization, and then leading one to reject everything about one's civilization. So how can we avoid these three different civilizational pitfalls? So finally, I just want to end up with a few elements of what is civilization in this as we move forward in the current era, or what would be the direction of this civilization with a capital C. And there's a few points here, but I just want to mention two. The notion of, first of all, the universality of civilization. And here what I mean is that in past history, civilization wasn't universal. And here I'm not speaking of a geographic universality, but actually civilization was something that was being done by tiny elites in various different societies. And it was something that only elites thought about. Whereas nowadays, the civilization is something that is universal in the sense that all people are actually engaged in the process of civilization building. It is not something that is only about elites, and it is something that is a collective construction. In other words, that civilization is also not something that is only engaged in by scholars or religious clergy, but as we can go into the grassroots, into the countryside, and when people are building their communities through civil society, when they're learning how to consult to better develop their communities, they're consciously building civilization as a collective and at the grassroots. So that the process of civilization building today is something that is universal and it is collective, engaging all of humanity. Okay, thank you so much. I hope I haven't gotten too over time, and I look forward to any of your thoughts and reflections.
Thank you, sir, for the beautiful presentation. It's time now for discussion. If anyone has some question or query, they may ask our expert now.
I have a question, David. Am I audible?
Yes, I hear you.
Yeah. So I was listening to your presentation with a lot of interest. Not that I'm an expert in civilization, but there was an interview which I was doing with education leaders as in higher education leaders. And one very senior professor asked me a very pertinent question, and which I think I can ask you also, that with civilization, where and how is education going to be redefined in the years to come? Because we are in that situation where AI is just taking over everything, you know. The
Uh-huh.
originality of everything is to be questioned now. So, how do you look at educating the future generations, keeping in mind the civilizations, or the way we have come with certain values into this geographical space? How do you define education?
Right. And so you're speaking specifically in terms of AI, the role of AI
Uh,
in education?
yeah, I mean, when you say a universal civilization, the
Uh-huh.
civilization is going to be affected by a lot of things, and AI being a
Right.
very important factor, I feel.
Mm,
So, do you
mm.
think we will have some, like we had a Gurukul? You were using a few Sanskrit words earlier. So, Gurukul is like you send away your children to a place where they'll start living by themselves. They learn how to respect their gurus, right? And
Mm.
that learning is of a different kind. And some institutions still in India are using that, but not to that extent. So, do you think that education with all these, disruptions and eruptions may just go back to the older forms? Is there a possibility?
Okay, so that's actually a really, really good question. On the one hand, I mean, this is just my own personal view, and
Yeah.
uh, in terms of how I think things should be. On the one hand, I think actually there is a possibility that AI will actually require education to go back to a more actually ancient modality because
Yeah.
if we look into the ancient modalities of education, so I don't know this guru, the what you were just mentioning for India, but if we look at the when Confucius was the Analects of Confucius or the Platonic dialogues, this education took place in an oral context where people were actually, of course, there was writing, but most of the education took place through conversation and dialogue.
Yeah.
And AI is actually leading to a lot of our, in a sense, uh, um, mode of writing-based mode of thinking being outsourced
Yeah.
to AI. And if our civilization is entirely based on writing, then actually we have a problem there, right?
Yeah.
But actually, the human being is not only reading and writing. And
Yeah.
what we can see is that oral cultures actually can develop the human mind to a very,
Yeah.
very high level. But how do
Yeah.
they do it? They do it through dialectical conversations. And
Yes.
so there something that ancient modes of education, I think, will need to be resurrected because a lot of the reading and writing and summarizing, which we do now, we ask students to read and then to write summaries, but AI is doing that. So how can we actually train their minds? We have to do it in person through conversations. So
Very
this is
true.
one dimension of traditional or very classical forms of education. And the other one was the education of the body. Um, Again, AI can take over much of some of our cognitive functions, but that is only a small bandwidth of what it means to be a human being. We are embodied beings. And again,
Yeah.
if we look into some of these classical forms of education, whether in the Greeks or in China or in India, the training of the mind was always deeply intertwined with the training of the body. And the
Yeah.
training of the body had a significance which was much more than simple physical fitness. So I
Yeah.
was just reading Plato 2 weeks ago, and he was talking about how it's important to train the body in order to train the mind, and it's important to train the mind in order to train the body.
The
So
body.
he saw these as being completely intertwined. which actually undermines the whole mind-body dualism that we think is associated with Western civilization. So this is the dimension of the body. Then the other dimension that we will find in a lot of classical civilizations is the cultivation of the spirit, the spiritual dimension. So again, this is one that AI cannot, will never be able to be a substitute for our spiritual life. So as human beings, we are embodied, we are spiritual, and we do have a cognitive intellectual level that helps us to actualize and go back and forth between these. But in our modern civilization, we kind of fell into the trap of thinking that that intellectual cognition is really the core and the center of it all. And it is really important. There's no doubt about it. And I don't want to get into anti-intellectualism, but it's actually only one piece of who we are. So I think this is one thing that actually now it leads me to think much more about classical forms of education. On the other hand, one thing that perhaps, as I was talking about the universalization, the collectivization of civilization, there's a certain there's one aspect of classical forms of education that would need to be rethought, is the this kind of relationship with the master or the guru. So on the one hand, of course, it's part of especially the education of children and youth to learn how to respect those who have more knowledge. On the other hand, we also need to learn how to work together collectively in a more as equals. That's something that classical forms of education don't really prepare people well for, because they are highly hierarchical modes of
Very
sociality.
true. Very true.
Yeah.
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 Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think we could take it to another level sometime else. Sorry for
David,
putting
this is
that kind of.
wonderful. And I mean, this is just a narrow part of whatever you've been working on, as I have fairly enough idea about your work all these years. So maybe one very query, not a question, but how do we connect your talk on civilization and different types, and where do we stand today with reference to just one element of civilization, that is religion? And what is your take on how religion can impact or influence the whole, volatility of the geopolitics? Do you think religion is only volatile when it comes to intranational, like we have a lot of volatility in India with reference to religion, or not only intranational but at international level also religion plays an important role in the geopolitics and the supremacy of the civilization, or the way you have used it, inferior or maybe superior? So what is your take on that?
Right. So I guess I guess I would look at this in a dynamic sense. What I mean by that is that within different traditions, because all different traditions of course, they have multiple. They're always evolving and always reflecting, and they can't just be boiled down to one very static entity. And so within different traditions, I think it's important that there be a process in which, no matter what the tradition is, that it explores how it can become part of this greater whole of human civilization. And I think that, so that's one thing. Within the traditions, there needs to be this dynamic view of engagement or transcending into the global. But also we need to kind of get out of or avoid this secular religious struggle, which actually leads to a distortion of our understanding of the contributions that different traditions can bring to our society. So I think what's interesting, and this is one thing that I discovered when we had this conference on civilization in Kathmandu with members of different countries, is that every civilization has a religious dimension. There is no civilization that doesn't have a religious dimension. Now, in some civilizations, that religious dimension is kind of carved out as something completely independent. And then once it has been carved out as something completely independent, then some people want to carve it out completely, exclude it, or that carved out independent entity wants to take over the entire civilization. But this carving out of religion as something independent is also a process of modernity, colonial modernity, and so on. And so, for example, religion is a highly sensitive topic in China, and now you can hardly talk about religion anymore. But then when we are talking about civilization, then everybody's talking, all the Chinese scholars and intellectual, they're talking about the sacred dimensions, heaven, the Confucian and Taoist dimensions that are really at the core of Chinese civilization, but it's not using the word religion. So if we look at, if we consider, I think civilization is actually a very good frame for jumping out of some of the dichotomies between the religious and the secular, and considering the spiritual, religious, and sacred dimensions of civilizations in the plural and civilization with a big C in the singular. And so then how can, again, at the religious and spiritual level, how can we also move between the pluralistic form of civilization with a small c, the empirically existing traditions, and what we all aspire to?
Very interesting, because unfortunately, the very narrow version of what you have talked about is being discussed on a very large scale in India. For example, some connotations like Hindu civilization, Muslim civilization, Buddhist civilization. So religion and the concept of population or popular study is being mixed up nowadays, and that is why I asked this question, that when it comes to inferior or maybe superior or comparative, or the degrees of comparison, knowingly unknowingly it is attached to the religion. And as you have right in China also, I think you are facing the same thing. For us also, from this kind of an academic platform, it is highly inappropriate for all of us to talk about that with respect to maybe this thing. So I guess geopolitics also is being shaped by maybe singularity or plurality of the word civilization.
Right. So looking at the plurality of small c empirically existing civilizations, so one thing that I would emphasize is that we have traditions and we have civilizational nodes. So actually, for example, a place like Kathmandu, or a place like Taxila, and a place like Benares, these are civilizational centers. And if we look at their history, we could see that they absorbed ideas and practices coming from different sources. And then, as in a sense, cosmopolitan hubs, they mixed them and developed them and then spread them, sent them outwards. So rather than static territorial civilizations, what we actually have is nodes, civilizational nodes that are intercommunicating with each other, developing traditions that have their unique particular characteristics, but then sending them out to other places. And then in other places, they're receiving them, and then they're also mixing them and developing something new. So that's what we actually have, rather than entire populations that belong to one civilization which has a distinct territory. Rather, if we can look at another kind of mapping of the world where we have all of these centers that are exchanging ideas and practices, that are developing their own traditions, but these traditions are being developed by receiving ideas from outside, and they're shining because they're inspiring people, and people from other places are going there, learning, taking ideas, but then mixing them up. And again, so this is this whole process of mutual circulation and learning that leads to the formation of distinct civilizational traditions that are always intertwined with each other.
Amazing. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Professor David A. Palmer, for your insightful and thought-provoking.
Just a one small comment, Ms. Dr. Jeannie, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I think Dr. Manjula, this is a kind of a platform we can share with David that how Dr. Ganesh Devi has started Center for Civilization. David, sir, in Mumbai.
When I referred to the interview on civilization, it was Devi sir who gave me that input.
So
When
we both are alma maters of MS University of Baroda, and we have a very renowned professor, Dr. Ganesh Devi. He has started his very first Center for Civilization in a university context in Mumbai. And let us see how we can connect. And
Yeah.
Manjula ma'am, let us just work on it and have
Definitely.
that. Because this is
Please.
where this connects very well. The first of its kind of a Center for Civilization Studies in Mumbai and maybe in India across universities.
And he has a team working. I met that team also. He has a team which is seriously working on it. So, you know, and he is the one who brought this into my mind. How does education fit into the universal civilization? Thank
So
you so
Preeti,
much.
please put us in touch. I run an Institute for Global Civilization, so we can certainly have more dialogue.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the insightful and thought-provoking presentation. Deeply grateful for the time and wisdom you have shared with us today. Let's move to our next expert. To introduce our next expert, I hand over the session to Dr. Ashima Franklin Masih, our second moderator. Over to you.
A very fanatic good afternoon. I, Dr. Ashima Franklin Masih, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce and Management from Dr. C.V. Raman University. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, you are.
I extend a huge and warm welcome to the respected dignitaries, valued experts, and all the intellectuals present here in 2 days International Conference on Global Insights, Geopolitics, Commerce, and Humanities. And today we have expert Dr. Manjula Srinivas ma'am. It's my immense pleasure to welcome Dr. Manjula ma'am, a renowned professor of media and journalism. She is a distinguished professor and researcher in the media economics and communication. With over 30 years of experience, she had held various senior academic positions, including the dean and head of the department. She is currently professor of media and journalism at Plain University, Pune. Her key highlights are Fulbright Scholar in the residence at Tufts University, Pennsylvania, US. Over 30 years of experience in media education, published numerous research papers and edited several books, recipients of several awards, including Women's Super Achiever Award, Top 50 Women in Education Award, and the Best Professor in Advertising Award, convener of 9 international conferences, editor of Media and Research Communication Studies Research Journal, and 8 ISBN books. He has expertise in media economics, communication, advertising, journalism, film and sports entertainment management. Her recent activities are taught students at Plain University and received good feedbacks, engaged session on India, media at Tufts University, Pennsylvania, published several research papers and book chapters, interviewed by business magazines, and featured in a press for Fulbright scholarship. We have immense pleasure, ma'am, to be here with you. And she has a topic of business of single screen theater in India and US trends and challenges. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. That was a very generous introduction. Well, we are running short of time because I think we have just, a little over what we wanted to do. But yeah, I'll try to finish as short and sweet as possible. First of all, I need to thank Dr. Preeti Oza, who is also a student of MS University of Baroda, where I studied and she also studied. So we go a long way. That is like 1990. So please don't ask us our age. We are just in our early 40s right now. Okay. Anyway, so well, the background for this presentation rather is about a student who came to my class last year, and she said that I have to go home because my dad wants to shut his single screen theater in Mumbai. I said, but why he wants to shut? She said, ma'am, there is a problem. We are finding it very difficult to run the whole business, and we are wanting to use that land for some other purpose, but the government doesn't allow. So that brought me to a conclusion that let's work on something where how does the Indian viewers look at single screen theaters, and how do they look at multiplexes, like, the single screen versus multiplex? And what exactly is happening in US? I had the privilege of being there for 6 months as a Fulbright scholar. So I could look at the whole thing there, that the reasons for a single screen theater in US to the reasons for a single screen theater in India, the reasons are very, very different. And it was very surprising for me to know that why do certain theaters do so well and they have an elite crowd in India vis-a-vis certain theaters where the crowd is very bad, versus when you look at the theaters in US, where I traveled to a lot of places for my research, and I realized that the reasons there are very different from, as I'm repeating it, are very different. So let's see, we'll just have a quick look at the presentation. I will not take more than 10 minutes, I think, to present, because I would love to have a nice conversation. And the research is still in the pipeline, because we are doing also proper, assessment of the Indian theater. So I went to Hyderabad, I went to Mumbai, of course, Pune, and we intend going to Delhi. So it's a more US Indo project. So there are some researchers from US who are working with us, the dean and the faculty there. And here we have some from Delhi, and we have some from uh, my own university. Okay, so let's see if I can share. I am seeing another screen here.
Actually, as you have said, Miss Ashima is trying to share, but I guess Miss Ashima, Manjula may be sharing, so you let it be here.
Yeah, yeah, I'll try to share, because then I can
Yes.
move the slides
Yes, Manjula
faster.
ma'am, you
Yeah.
try. If it is not happening, then Miss Ashima will share.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you. I am finding it because I have a problem with the network.
Should I
That's what I
share,
was
ma'am?
telling.
Should I
Yeah,
try
I
to share?
think you should share it. Yeah, because
One second.
the net is in a bad condition here. Okay.
Is it visible? Is it? Is PPT?
Stop share. One sec. I'll just stop sharing. Yeah, please. I can't see the screen, by the way.
Is the screen visible now?
No, Ashima, I think. Yeah, now it has started. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Can you do a full screen to that, please?
With
Yeah, okay, thank you. We can do a slideshow. Can you share the slideshow option here? No?
Which third slide?
No, we start from the first, but I'm saying just make a slideshow of this. Or is it a slideshow? Because I'm seeing it very small. It's okay. I don't mind.
Okay.
Yeah. If
Just
people can see, I have no issue. So basically, what I did was I understood the single screens in US, which obviously we are not aware of. For our generation, theaters, watching movies was all about single screens. Okay. So when I went there, I was pretty, wanting to know how do the people see their films there. So it was very surprising that the films which are shown there are of a different kind. Okay. So let's see what exactly is a little bit background of the films that the theaters that US has. So can I have the next slide, please? I'll go quickly with this slide. I can't. Can you see the screen? Because I can't see.
is the screen visible?
Oh, Chini ma'am, you are in a poor network. I told you earlier also.
Yes.
Network, please.
It's same problem with me also. I'm not able to load it.
Oh, can
Preeti,
Shima,
can
ma'am?
you share? Can you share? Are you?
Yes.
I think it's better because we both are stuck now. I have a slide which is stuck there. It's okay. We can just take another 8 minutes to finish the presentation because I don't want the next speaker to kind of get delayed. So, yeah. That was the reason I had asked her also because it's pouring very heavily outside and we are in a very, very poor network right now. I'm not able to share my screen at all.
I'm not happening as yours is in I think this one not in regular Microsoft version.
Okay.
So we'll try.
Let me try again. Let me try again. Yeah.
And just give me a second, I'm trying now.
Okay. So, rather than wasting time on the PPT, let me just, I don't see that. No, it's not loading, I guess. Anyway, I think, Preeti, we can have a discussion so that let's not waste time on the PPT.
Yes.
I think there is somebody who's trying to share the screen. Let's see if we are. Oh, yes, we are lucky. Great. Can we quickly go to the next slide, please? Yeah. So very quickly, I want to tell you that the later part of 19th century is where the US screening started of films. And they use some techniques which are called as vitascope and kinetoscopes. So, the projection part of it. So kinetoscope was you should just see it from the peepholes. And then Vitascope was where you could just put a few people and show the films. Okay, the next slide also talks about it. We can move to the next slide. Yeah, so this is how the theater looked. Absolutely, black and white pictures, whatever I could find from the net. And I did try to go and visit a few theaters in New York, where some of the oldest of the old theaters are still up and running. Yeah, next slide, please. And there are some very important theaters worldwide which I wasn't aware of. It's only the research which helped me that there are some very important theaters which are still having a capacity of 25,000 audience. I mean, I cannot think of a multiplex today which has about 100 seater. That's what we are used to. So just imagine the preservation of that kind of, buildings is amazing. Next slide, please. So these are some of the theaters. We can skip this. Next. Some of them are in France, some of them are in US, some of them are still holding on to the essence of single screen theaters, which is not easy in today's times. So let's look at what is happening in India. Next slide. In India, if you see, the theaters have a very interesting history, and that we are multilingual. We have a lot of interest in our films. I happened to go to Hyderabad and I saw at 10 in the morning still people queuing to take tickets and watch the first show. So that's not something which we are used to in Mumbai or in Pune. Like, हमारे पास time नहीं है. We don't have the time. Okay. So this is one of the oldest theaters in Calcutta, which is in 1910 or something. Yeah, next please. And these are some of the other theaters of which I'm sure people who are in Mumbai know that, the theaters are like Regal or, Eros or, Chaplin in Calcutta. Some of the theaters I thought I'll just share the look of them. Like, it's not easy to continue with such, arrangements. Next. Yeah, so this is where my research comes, that how does the single screen in US survive? How does the single screen in India survive? And the biggest challenge which the countries are facing is the multiplexes. So let's say I go to a mall here and I go to the first 5 floors, and then I go to the food court, and then I go to the theater. Okay. Vis-a-vis forget multiplex in US, the mall culture is dying. So you can imagine that if a family of 4 does not want to go and hang around in a mall, which we still do in India, that means gradually that can move to our country also, where the newest of the new generation, the millennials or the whatever you call them, they may just stop looking at theaters as the best source of entertainment, because there are so many other ways in which they want to spend their weekends, right? They don't want to shop in the malls. And that means what? If you don't want to shop in the malls, what will the mall shops do? And how does the multiplex survive in these malls when footfall starts reducing? So you cannot have every film being a hit for a multiplex even to survive. So just imagine single screen has given up on that, what you call competition. What they do in US is they have re-releases of old films. They try to bring the community together. I mean, as David Palmer sir was talking about civilization, I think somewhere the preservation of our own community, our own people, our own language has become very important for people who are 45 plus, right? So the screening of these films goes with a director or with a filmmaker or with a owner who sits and talks to them over a cup of coffee or whatever you call it, correct? So the language of watching a film is changing in single screen, and multiplex, whether it is there or here, has a very cosmetic way of doing it. It's best that you just go spend money, have a nice ambience, and your experience is more important than the film. Correct? Is what the conclusion of that interviews were. Next slide, please. So, what exactly are the challenges that the single screen theaters in India? When I say India, please don't think of Mumbai and Delhi. I'm talking about up north where Mithun Chakravarti dances with a 18-year-old girl, and the theater has made money for a week. They're waiting for the next release, right? So the quality of films are not up to the quality of films which single screen theaters in US does, where they are more independent filmmakers. It's an arty thing. You are discussing a good film. It could be a re-release of a film. But here, a lot of theaters are having that business because the films are absolutely average with not a great story, and it's just for the front benchers. Hence, the theaters do not invest a lot of money in making those theaters very expensive, which means people like you and me may not go to those theaters because we think it's not meant for people like us. Hence, a lot of families in India have reduced watching films on single screen theaters. They prefer the multiplex. Next. Yeah, so this is the observation which I had, that finally by the end of this year, the theaters where the screening is happening has drastically come down. So just imagine about 10,000 people, about 1,500 single screen theaters, right? So this is a concern. It's a preservation of our ways of watching films, which we all have watched all these years. Yes, next. These are the examples of what competition multiplex gives. I've already spoken about it. Next. So this is the third arm, which is the OTT platforms, which is a huge, huge threat even to the multiplexes. So how do generation, which has seen radio, then it has seen television, it has seen all of this happening, digital platforms, but still theaters survived. Film screening post-COVID also survived. So do you think that even with an OTT into the households, theaters will still have that kind of footfall is a big question. Next. And this is a very interesting slide, that how do you have a behavioral pattern? So a US screening of a film, which is even in a single theater or a multiplex, is a very sober stuff done with very gentle ways of enjoying the film. Vis-a-vis in some of the Indian states, especially the South Indian states, it's like a celebration. People start throwing money, people start dancing in the aisle, and it's like a full audience participation. And if the film does not show properly, the music is not heard properly, they may even vandalize the property. That's something which is a concern. Yeah. Next. So what are the recommendations then? I think that would be my second last slide to talk about, that we need to preserve these theaters. I mean, there is something called as conglomerates, right? The ownership is of a lot of these multiplexes are with these businessmen who are running multiplex as also one of their business. So the approach towards the multiplex business is very aggressive, whereas in the single screen theater, the owner and his family is just trying to make the whole show being there together for 3 generations. Even the latest of the latest generation is still trying to survive those theaters because they don't want to, stop that kind of experience for some viewers. So I had the privilege of meeting a lot of people who came to watch films, and they say this is a different experience. Multiplex is not the same. Second, the tickets are cheaper. The food inside the theater is much, much cheaper than what we pay for the multiplex, right? So, well, I think the support has to come from very generous, people who could make these community processes survive in the era of multiplex and OTT. Yeah, next. I think that's what the recommendations are. The last slide. Well, so though I have done a proper research and there are a lot of findings and all, I will not conclude this, but the whole idea is sometimes reasons for watching films in multiplex to watching films in a single screen theaters are very, very different. So if you go to Churchgate and you see a Eros or you see a Regal or you see a Maratha Mandir, the films, the latest films are still being released there. So there are audiences. It's not that people are not there to watch those films. Yeah. And the last three slides are a few pictures of mine with some of the owners of independent film screening theaters there who kind of gave me a better input of why this will survive and it will not go away. Yeah. This is a single screen theater where the gentleman was trying to make it more community centric, culturally bringing people closer to the theater. And he sends WhatsApp, he sends emails, he sends a lot of social media content for people to come and watch films. So it's efforts. It's not easy for any of them. Neither it is easy for multiplex nor it is for the single screen theater. So this is one of the theaters, and she's a lawyer. So don't think that she's just gone to the theater just like that. She's a lawyer. I mean, she consciously went to the theater to see the film because she thinks this is the ambience she wants and not the multiplex. Yeah. I think that's all, I guess. The last slide. Can you just scroll on the 21st slide, Ashima?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay.
So now this is the time if anybody has query regarding beautiful,
Yeah.
wonderful presentation given by Dr. Manjula Srinivas ma'am.
I'm very sorry about the technical glitch because I could foresee that I was not able to connect earlier. So I'm sorry about that.
I also apologize, ma'am, for the technical glitch.
No problem. You take care. Yes.
If anybody has the query, please.
Different kind of a talk. And I think our audience cross section is maybe the age group is 20 and 30.
Oh,
So may or
so
may
they
not,
are all multiplex people.
not even multiplex, ma'am. I guess they are now OTT and
OTT, yes,
30 inch,
yes.
40 inch, 60 inch, 80 inch TV. That is, I guess,
Yeah.
switch happening.
But I think I'm very optimistic, because it will work. I mean, when television came to our households, we thought we won't go to theaters. Then why did we go? After COVID, why did we go to theaters? Maybe if not single screen, at least we went to multiplex. So let's hope. But yeah, the wave is coming to us also, and you never know when what will shut.
Correct.
I have one thing to say. Can I,
Yeah.
ma'am? Preeti, ma'am? Yeah.
Yes.
Please.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Manjula, ma'am, and Preeti, ma'am. Listening to this presentation, I felt like home. Like I was talking to my mother, and she was explaining her what are the era that she went through for watching a
Yes.
movie. I saw my Masi and my mommy making a plan, escaping from their houses, telling that they're going to meet their college professors, and they would escape us with the theaters. So it
Yes.
was such a good presentation. It was all nostalgic for me. And even
Okay.
being in the age group that Preeti ma'am mentioned, this is a very overwhelming topic that we could connect to the our mother's age, or we could connect to the 45 plus that you
Yes.
mentioned. So it's a very what should we say? I could not get the word, but it's a very good topic that we could connect to.
All
Thank you,
right.
Manjula.
Thank you. Thank you, Sandhya. Thank you so much. Thank you,
Very
Preeti, for this opportunity.
Manjula, ma'am, very interestingly, our next speaker is a theater personality of a very, very
Wow.
highest repute. So when we
Okay.
are talking about the cinema hall and the single screen, I think we can still connect well with the kind of a personality what we are going to get as the next speaker in the panel.
Excellent.
Yes.
Excellent. Yeah.
So
Thank
this
you
is
so
just a
much.
little audiences, maybe they can try and connect somewhere, something. Let's.
Yes.
Thank you so very much, Manjula ma'am. And then on my personal behalf, first I would like to thank you. And of
Thank you
course,
so
Rini
much.
ma'am will say a big thank you to you. Yes.
No, I don't think we need all those thanks now. I've already taken away a lot of time. I think we can move to the next speaker, Ginny. Please, over to you. I also thank you all for giving me this opportunity. I would have been very happy to have a nice discussion, but I think we are a little having a constraint with time. But definitely, when we meet in person, we will definitely talk about it. Yeah, thank you.
Ma'am, you are on mute. Ashima, ma'am? Ashima, ma'am, you are on mute.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Manjula ma'am for this outstanding presentation. It's very interactive and informative, and sharing your experience, a real life experience with the pictures, and making this presentation more effective and more interactive with us, ma'am. And we feel privileged to have had the opportunity to learn from you again, ma'am. And thank you so much, ma'am, for taking time out from your busy schedule and making this international conference very effective with your precious and gracious presence, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Pleasure is mine also, Ashima. Thank you so much. I have a class at 2, so I may just abruptly step out. I'm sorry about it. Yeah.
And after that beautiful session, let's proceed to our next expert. Our next expert is Dr. Amy Vora, speaking on the theme Media and Society under Changing Geopolitics. Dr. Amy is the principal of Devi Prasad Management College of Media Studies, Mumbai, where she has successfully led the institution accreditation and achieved autonomous status from the University of Mumbai. With over 3 decades of academic experience, including her long tenure at Narsi Munji College, she is
Ginny ma'am, you're not in a good network, I guess. Your voice is not there. Ginny ma'am, your network is poor, I guess. Ami ma'am, we can start with your talk, and I will introduce you after your talk, with your kind permission.
No. Thank you. So, very good afternoon. It's a very heavy rainy day here in Mumbai. But for all the participants and who have joined from all over the country and even outside India, we welcome you to this wonderful international conference that has been planned by the Global Academic Portal and the other universities and colleges which have aligned and collaborated for this conference on geopolitics and changing dimensions. I also thank my colleague in Dr. Preeti Oza for giving me an opportunity to present my views on media and society and geopolitics. Well, we had 2 very interesting speakers, one talking about civilization and the other talking about theaters. And theaters ahead and theaters of tomorrow. And now I come back and bring you all back to what geopolitics is and how media and society are interacting. On the very first day of the conference, I remember a very nice introduction given to the word geopolitics, where it was akin to a game of chess, where we all are players or either pawns, and everyone either wants to be the king or the queen. Now, a very bookish definition of geopolitics is about power, alliances, and rivalries. And I would first like to state that let us consider the entire globe to be a stage And all countries, international organizations, societies, including civilizations, we all are actors on this world stage. And when we talk about media, media is like a megaphone, which is communicating everything that is happening. And we as actors are using media to communicate. And lastly, the influence that we have on society and on different nations and different countries is what our topic today is going to revolve on, and how this has evolved and changed and is going to change in times to come. So I would like to start with my presentation. Please let me know if you can see my presentation. Can everyone see my presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Visible, ma'am.
Thank you. I just want to start the slideshow. Yeah. So is it visible to all of us?
Yes, ma'am. Visible.
So before I begin, I would just like to say I'll have to rush through this entire presentation because there's a lot that we can speak on media and society. But given the time constraints that we have, we will be running through this, but I hope that I can do justice. So first, let us understand geopolitics with power relations, alliances, rivalries between nations. So when we talk about power, there are different kinds of power. There is hard power when we talk about military strength, nuclear weapons, defense alliances. And then there is something called soft power, where we have cultural influences, diplomacy, technology, and even ideologies for that matter. And the last and the most important power is that of the economic power, where we are talking trade dominance, trade routes, control over resources that could be oil, natural gas, minerals, rare earth metals, etc. Now, this is very evident recently with the kind of powers and the power shifts that we are seeing in the globe, where we are talking about the US and the China in their power struggles. We are talking about Russia with their supremacy over energy exports and military presence. And when we talk about alliances now, I'm sure we all have heard about NATO, where you had the military alliances which was formed during the Cold War against the Soviet Union. Then we also had BRICS, and we still have BRICS, which is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and the South Africa, which is an economic alliances challenging Western dominance. And we cannot forget Quad, which is again an alliance between Japan, Australia, US, and India, focused on countries where we want to counter China's influence in the Indo-Pacific. We should also remember that these all alliances keep on changing depending on the interests of a particular nation, and they rarely remain permanent. When we talk about rivalries among nations, let us not forget there is an ongoing trade rivalry that is going on, which we all read in the newspapers today between the US and India. We have rivalry on territorial disputes, and we also have rivalry that talks about Russia's dispute with the NATO, with the Middle East having unrest within themselves and amongst their nations, and also always US wanting to be a supremacy and contesting China, because China is rising technologically and even in terms of economy and military areas. Now, why does all this matter? It matters because when geopolitical rivalries they determine war or peace, they determine trade routes, and they determine global economy. Alliances can shift the balance of power, And small countries often choose that which side they should be on, from where they can get maximum benefits. Coming on to the historical context, or if I want to talk about media and traditional medias, we had, the television and the newspapers playing a vital role. And the news or information really used to take time from it used to come to the desk, it used to be vetted before it could be made public. But with the advent of the digital platforms and social medias, okay, the entire stage of media has gone into a 360 degrees change in the way media is now communicating, or even nations and presidents are using media to communicate their ideologies. Every government wants to have an agenda that they want to set. Media outlets consciously or unconsciously play a role in determining which issues are considered important by giving prominence to certain stories and downplaying the others. They can shape the world's or the globe's agenda. If international media consistently highlights a specific nation's human rights record, then, for example, it can elevate that issue in a global diplomatic discussion. Diplomatic messaging. Official statements, interviews are televised, speeches influence international perceptions. I'm sure we have all seen how the US presidents use primetime speeches to justify wars or even to justify what their ideologies are. The new social media, of course, are talking about information warfare, where platforms like Twitter, X now, of course, it's now called as X, Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube spread political propaganda, disinformation, or even cyber activism. For example, during the Arab Spring in 2011, social media mobilized protests bypassing state censorships. You can even see real-time narratives now with hashtags that trend globally within minutes, shaping perceptions before facts are verified. Examples are the Israel-Hamas war of 2023, which saw TikTok and X flooded with unverified videos influencing global sympathy. Cyber influence. Digital platforms amplify soft power, whereas, where China's use of TikTok as a cultural export and US using Hollywood plus Netflix to project values worldwide. So these were all soft powers that media uses, and they have their own influences on society. Today, the battleground isn't just on land, sea, or air, dear friends. It's all on your phone screens. Disinformation campaigns. That's how Russia accused of meddling in US elections in 2016 via social media bots. Digital nationalism, where countries banning apps, including India when it banned TikTok post the Galvin clashes with China. And then narrative wars, where competing versions of reality spread online. Ukraine war, Russian aggression versus Western provocation. I'm sure we all are exposed to this day in and day out. Coming to our my next slide is about the historical concept of context about Cold War, about propaganda, and how this was used at that time. Whereas in 1991, in the olden days, during the Cold War period, you had the Voice of America, which was broadcasted pro-democracy, anti-communist strategies and messages across all of Eastern Europe and behind. Radio Moscow, when it was USSR, okay, we didn't have the Soviet Union, it was not Russia, it was still the USSR, countered narratives highlighting Western imperialism and promoting socialist ideals. These stations weren't just news, they were ideological battlegrounds, trying to save or trying to sway the populations and elites alike. From there, we come to an era where CNN became a household name. CNN actually broadcasted the live images of bombings, troop movements, and official briefings. This had two major effects. Public opinion became more directly tied to war coverage. Policymakers had to respond quickly because their decisions were instantly visible to global audiences. The CNN effect describes the feedback loop where media shapes policy as much as it reports on it. Coming to the early 2000s, we had the Al Jazeera effect disrupting Western dominance. A satellite TV expanded Al Jazeera's, which is a Qatar-based channel, disrupted the Western media monopoly, offered alternative perspectives, especially on Middle East conflicts. It gave voice to the narratives marginalized by the Western outlets, forced major networks like the CNN and BBC to adapt, broadening their coverage to stay credible globally. So media is during the Cold War was like an ideological control. During the Gulf War, it helped shape policy decisions. And Al Jazeera era was pluralism, disrupting Western dominance and amplifying alternative voices. From there, we came to a digital shift, and that was what social media did. From controlled information to open platforms. In the late 20th and 21st centuries, media landscape shifted dramatically. Where once governments or major broadcasters largely controlled information flows, the rise of social media platforms such as Facebook, Twitter or X, Insta, and YouTube opened up new decentralized channels of communication. So then the risk, the benefits of decentralized information, it gave voice to the marginalized, empowering them, and it also gave or enhanced global connectivity. What was the risk involved in it? The risk involved was misinformation and disinformation. There was a lot of slacktivism. Online activism sometimes replaced deeper forms of engagement, reducing complex struggles to hashtags and likes. There were echo chambers. Algorithm-driven feeds often reinforced existing beliefs, creating polarized communities and limiting exposure to diverse viewpoints. Examples that we can cite of this is the hashtag Arab Spring in 2010-11, where protesters in Tunisia, Egypt, and beyond used Twitter and Facebook to organize demonstrations, share real-time updates, and bypass state censorship. Global audiences witnessed campaigns and uprisings through citizen journalism rather than state-controlled narratives. Hashtag Black Lives Matter. Now, this is also something that is going on from 2013, sparkled by racial injustice in the US. The movement grew into a global call for justice and equality. Social media amplified local incidents into worldwide conversations, mobilizing millions and pressurizing institutions to respond. This even transcended into schools, into colleges, into education spaces, where everyone started talking about suddenly equality, where we all in our hearts always spoke about and felt about equality. But this became a global call just because of these kind of hashtag movements and echo chambers. Geopolitics in the age of disinformation. Now, if you look at misinformation, you have Russia, which is known for disinformation campaigns targeting elections abroad. China focuses on shaping narratives favorable to its own foreign policy and goals. And Iran uses fake news networks and unauthentic social media accounts to influence narratives in the entire Middle East and undermine rivals like Saudi Arabia and the US. AI-generated fake news and deep fakes. Now, this is something that we all are very worried about. and we all are also very deeply concerned about, because deep fakes is also going forward till deep nude fakes, where you have AI generated, which can generate convincing text articles at scale, blending truth with falsehood to confuse all the readers. GPT-like models are increasingly leveraged to spread propaganda. Hyper-realistic videos or audio recordings that fabricate statements or actions. For example, fake videos of politicians making inflammatory remarks can sway public opinion or spark unrest. What is the impact that is having on, negotiations, on elections, and on conflict? False narratives can suppress voter turnout, deepen polarization, or discredit democratic processes. Negotiations, deepfake leaks of secret talks, or doctored diplomatic statements can derail peace processes or trade agreements. Even AI tools have accelerated the production of fake battlefield reports and propaganda videos. The effects of disinformation on society cannot be undermined, where there is a lot of mistrust, polarization, manipulation, radicalization, unrest, uncertainty, violence, ignorance, alienation, and instability. A simple thing like, I can just talk about, the floods and water clogging that is happening in Mumbai. And I'm sure AI would have generated so many videos, and it would be just gone viral on the Insta and on the, on social media platforms, that everybody would be very worried that this is the condition of the floods, where in reality, it may not be as flooded or as waterlogged as the social media platforms or narratives are showing. So this leads to a lot of miscommunication that really happens in society, which and then there's a lot of talk and there's a lot of grapevine that just goes on, and people make up their own stories, and it is all blown out of proportion. And we really are at a crossroad to find out what is right, how much of it is true, how much of it is, believable, and how much we take it with a pinch of salt. Media is also a very powerful soft power tool. Now, when we talk about soft power, we refer to ability of a nation to shape the preferences, perceptions, and behaviors of others through culture, values, and ideas, rather than coercion or force. Unlike military or economic power, which is called as hard power, soft power subtly influences societies from within by appealing to what they admire, aspire, or want to consume. Media, if you look at Hollywood, K-pop, and Turkish dramas, modern media, both traditional outlets and digital platforms, serve as the primary channel through which soft power travels. It enables not just the circulation of domestic narratives, but also the projection of influence beyond national borders, allowing states to cultivate favorable images abroad. Whereas Hollywood movies have long promoted American ideals of freedom, democracy, consumerism, shaping perceptions of the American dream worldwide. K-pop, that is the South Korean platforms, rise of the BTS, Blackpink, and other K-pop groups, illustrates how cultural exports translate into economic benefits, tourism growth, and geopolitical goodwill. Turkish dramas, TV series have gained massive popularity across the Middle East, South Asia, and Latin America, reinforcing Turkey's cultural and historical ties. In the era of digital diplomacy, you have there are no longer closed door negotiations. It all unfolds to us real time on global platforms. We have our own Honorable Prime Minister addressing the Indian audience and Indian population through Man Ki Baat. He talks to students when they are appearing in their exams. He gives them their blessings. He connects with everybody on the social media. He is very active. I think he's the most techno-savvy Indian minister that we have who uses social media to communicate and connect with his own lovely citizens. Mr. Trump uses it as a megaphone for foreign policy. He talks about it day in and day out, which we read about in the newspapers. Even Mr. Zelensky of Ukraine leveraged social media during Russia-Ukraine war to rally international support, mobilize aid, and appeal directly to global citizens and governments. This digital diplomacy humanizes leaders, enhances transparency, but also risks oversimplifying complex issues into sound bites. Cultural exports are also shaping global alliances. Cultural influences shapes international alignments in subtle but powerful ways. Countries that successfully export their films, music, sport, food, and digital content often build long-term goodwill. Soft power can create shared cultural spaces that outlast formal treaties. For instance, the US-Japan relationship deepened post the World War II, partly due to cultural exchanges. In multipolar geopolitics, soft power rivalry is becoming as important as military and trade competition. Nations compete for hearts and minds through Netflix series, YouTube content, or TikTok trends as much as they do through weapons and tariffs. So, what is the impact of geopolitical shifts on media narratives? Trade wars and sanctions are not just economic measures. They are also battles over narrative and perceptions. Media outlets amplify and interpret these policies, shaping public opinion at home and abroad. Coverage often frames sanctions either as necessary tools of justice or as weapons of coercion that harm ordinary people. Regional conflicts and the demand for political analysis. When regional conflicts escalate, the demand for instant analysis and expert commentary rise sharply. News agencies, think tanks, and digital platforms compete to provide real-time explanations of shifting alliances, ceasefires, and military escalations. Competing, the competing frames of US-China tensions are framed very differently. Western media projects it very differently, emphasizes security threats of Huawei, South China Sea militarization, and human rights concerns. Frames tensions as the US trying to contain China peaceful development and interfering in its domestic affairs. That is what the Chinese media contend with. The clash of narratives illustrates how media outlets become instruments of national strategy, reinforcing official positions for both the domestic audiences as well as global consumers. Media interpretations of trade wars and conflicts is rarely neutral. It reflects and amplifies polarization, ideological alignment, echo chambers, etc. Media just does not report geopolitics. It becomes a part of the battlefield. And what is the technology's role in all of this? AI that we all are talking about today. I think every person around, whether it's a student or an academician or a business person, or whether they are into politics or they are running governments, you're having technology and AI, which is really transforming the way in which we are going to communicate in future. AI in creation, AI in verification, AI in targeting. Okay. Creation, AI tools like automated writing systems, they speed up coverage of routine news. Generative AI can also produce multimedia content, articles, graphics, and even synthetic videos for that matter, just within minutes. Fact-checking, organizations deploy AI to scan vast volumes of online content, flagging misinformation,
manipulated images, or deepfakes. While not foolproof, these tools provide all the journalists or content creators with a first line of defense against fake news. Algorithms personalize content delivery, ensuring news reaches the right audiences that they want to target and engage with, and it boosts efficiency while it also risks reinforcing echo chambers. Behind the scenes, data analytics and algorithms increasingly shape what people read, what people watch, and what people believe. The challenges that fragmentation is declining trust and fragmented audiences. People increasingly consume news from niche sources aligned with ideology or identity, reducing the role of a shared national narrative. It is a declining of trust. Audiences struggle to distinguish between professional reporting, opinion, and misinformation. Surveys have shown that trust in media institutions is at a historic low level in many democracies. Ethical concerns, over-reliance on AI risks depersonalizing journalism, eroding accountability, and prioritizing speed over truth. What is the future outlook? Future. In the 21st century, media is just not a channel for reporting geopolitics. Media has become a battleground in itself. Propaganda no longer looks like a blunt instrument of the Cold War. It is now algorithm-driven, AI-optimized, and hyper-targeted. Deepfake videos of leaders, fabricated audio leaks, or AI-generated news sites represent a new form of deepfake diplomacy, where perception can be weaponized as much as tanks or missiles. What is needed, or how is AI used as a very important tool of influence? AI amplifies both opportunities and risk in a media's ecosystem. On one hand, where it allows rapid fact-checking, personalized deliveries of accurate news, and innovative storytelling. On the other hand, the same technology can generate misinformation. Strengthening media literacy. There is a strong need that as media ecosystem becomes more and more complex, citizens themselves are always on the front lines. Media literacy, critical thinking, fact-checking skills, awareness of digital manipulations must become a civic priority. Countries that successfully train their populations to spot disinformation will be more resilient against external influence. Finally, the responsibility is on content creators, on journalists, and on tech firms. They must uphold professional integrity, even in hyper-competitive environment, resisting the temptation to sacrifice accuracy over speed. The technological companies, platforms should act de facto as news distributors, must acknowledge the role in shaping global narratives. They can just not be news distributors anymore. They should ensure transparency in algorithms and be accountable for the content that they are forecasting and broadcasting. As I conclude, I would say that in an era where wars are fought on timelines as much as on battlefields, media is central to power, legitimacy, and global influence. The future of geopolitics will not only be decided by armies and economies, but also by who controls the narrative and whether that narrative can be trusted. Geopolitics, media, and society are now inseparable. Where once battles were fought over land, sea and air. Today, they are waged across television screens, smartphones, and social feeds. Media has become both a weapon and a shield, spreading culture and values through soft power, shaping narratives of trade, wars, and sanctions, amplifying misinformation and propaganda, and redefining journalism itself through AI. The competition is not just about territory or resources anymore, but it is about controlling perceptions and briefs. Leaders, corporations, and even ordinary citizens are part of this struggle. Each tweet, post, or video capable of influencing political decisions and shifting global algorithms and alignments. As the lines blur between truth and fabrication, the greatest challenge ahead is not merely technological, but ethical and civic, ensuring that societies can tell facts from fiction and that media remains a force for understanding rather than manipulation. The next World War, dear friends, may not be fought with missiles, but with messages. Thank you.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Pardon me for the technical glitches that prevented me from properly introducing our expert earlier.
Absolutely fine.
With taking your permission, let me do that again.
We need to do.
Shall I do that, ma'am, again?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. The graceful expert we heard just now is Dr. Amy Vora, who wonderfully spoke on the theme Media and Society under Changing Geopolitics. Dr. Amy is the principal of Devi Prasad Goenka Management College of Media Studies, Mumbai, where she has successfully led the institution through NAC accreditation and achieved autonomous status from the University of Mumbai. With over 3 decades of academic experience, including her long tenure at Narsi Munji College, she is a distinguished and many beyond her academic experience. Dr. Vora is also a celebrated Gujarati theatre actress, producer, and dancer, with multiple awards to her name and performances in India and abroad. Truly a blend of scholarship, creativity, and leadership. She continues to inspire students and society alike. Thank you so much, ma'am, for the insightful session of yours. It is now open for discussion. If anyone has some query or question, they may ask our expert.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
No question, ma'am.
So, ma'am, not a question, but I guess just one extension of what you have already, shared as a future. See, the media is an inseparable, as you have said, but again in media, geopolitics plays again a very strong role because at times what Donald Trump is talking, I am not ready to believe my own Indian news channel, but I wait for maybe something coming from CNN or maybe, BBC. So this kind of hierarchy in media and interpretation or maybe the verification. So just wanted to have your idea about it, that how and why we still do that, because what gives them that credibility, what and from where that credibility comes.
I don't know. I could be wrong in my belief in that, but the CNN effect, if we want to see and talk about, how were news reported in the historical era or during Cold War was, you got the images, you wrote about it, and then you would publish it in a newspaper, which would be like, 1 or maybe 2 or maybe 3 days later, CNN brought news directly and stories directly into our households when the war broke out. So they were the leaders, and we saw it firsthand, and that itself lended a lot of credibility because we could see live of what the troops were doing and what were the struggles and what was the war like, and all this itself gave CNN and its reporting a kind of a faith, a trust. After that, you have in 2000, like I mentioned, Al Jazeera, which had a different narrative, which broke the Western dominance. Now, when it comes to the Indian channels, I yet have to find, or I think we really have to still identify which is that channel which will go directly and report to us first. Because if I see an Indian channel and parallelly also start a CNN would be much ahead, a BBC would be much ahead, और उसके बाद हमारे टीवी पर वही पिक्चर्स आएंगे, वही इमेजेस आएंगी, तो the belief factor automatically leans as a viewer to them, because we feel that they reach the sites faster, their accessibility is much faster. Though I must say that India is really improving on these grounds, but I think we still have a mile to go.
So CNN factor stays.
Yes, I think the CNN factor still stays in every household across the globe.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your valuable insights.
I should thank you for having me on this wonderful 2-day event, and thank you, Preeti ma'am, for considering me.
Always a pleasure. So, Ginny ma'am, we can announce the closure of the expert panel.
Okay. For the vote of thanks, I hand over the session to Dr. Rashima.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your splendid presentation and interactive presentation. And I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude for sharing your valuable insights on media and society under changing geopolitics, ma'am, and your expertise and knowledge in the field have provided us with a deeper understanding of complex global landscape. And we feel privileged to have had the opportunity to learn from you, ma'am, to hear from you, ma'am. It's a wonderful experience we had today here through this international conference, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, from taking time out from your busy schedule, ma'am, and making this international conference gracious with your precious presence, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
So I guess with this, our expert panel comes to an end with stalwarts like Dr. David Park, Dr. Srinivas, and Dr. Ami. Thank you so very much. Moderator of session 7, please take over.
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready.
Chair and co-chair, and we can start now.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the technical 7. I invite Dr. Anita Patel, ma'am, as a chairperson, and co-chair Professor Jitendra Gupta. I heartily welcome to all the participants and presenter of this session of technical. Now, as you know that there is a time constraint. So in this session, we have a total 17 presenters, and each presenter have a time to present all the paper. We allow to 4 to 5 minutes only. 4 minutes for the presentation and 1 minute for the question and answer. So without wasting time, I invite Chairperson Dr. Anita Patel, madam, to introduce herself.
Very good afternoon, all. Myself, Dr. Anita Patel. Gap Life member and Associate Professor at Arts, Commerce and Science College, Khambat. I welcome all the presenters over here today in the technical session 7. And the title of the session is Geopolitics and Changes Through the Lens of Regional Analysis. I also request all the participants to maintain the time limit, 4 minutes of presentation and 1 minute for discussion. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. I request to all the participants, please on your video so I can take a screenshot. And I invite to Professor Jitendra Gupta, sir, to introduce themselves.
Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Very good afternoon to all of you. This is Jitendra Dharamdas Gupta. So I am a commerce teacher from LRMC College. Okay. So welcome to all the presentations. They can start their presentation. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so our first participant is ready. So now, without wasting time, Manish, Dr. Manish, you can present your topic.
Hello, sir. My name is Dr. Manish Gohil, and मैं श्रीमती आर.डी. शाह आर्ट्स एंड श्रीमती विदिशा कॉमर्स कॉलेज धोलका से प्रस्तुत हूँ। मेरा विषय जो है वो मीडिया युद्ध प्रतिस्पर्धात्मक परिवेश को लेकर है। इस प्रेजेंटेशन में मैंने जो बातें कही है वो ज्यादातर न्यूज़ को लेकर है, जिसमें डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म और प्रिंट मीडिया एंड इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स मीडिया को लेकर है। क्योंकि कहा जाता है कि हमारा जो मीडिया बाग है वो
Dr.
समाज का
Manish,
जो स्तंभ। जी,
open your video. On your video, sir.
शेयर कर दिया है मैंने सर।
वीडियो क्लोज है आपका सर।
सर सरफराज सर, कभी कभी स्क्रीन शेयरिंग और वीडियो में ना बैंडविड्थ कम हो जाता है, सो समटाइम्स वी अलाउ पार्टिसिपेंट्स टू आइदर शेयर द स्क्रीन और द वीडियो, क्योंकि सर फिर वो टेक्निकल इश्यू में ना ग्लिचेस आते हैं।
ओके, नॉट एन इश्यू मैम, थैंक यू।
यूजुअली वी हैव सीन सर, सो थोड़ा सा अलाउ कर दीजिए प्लीज।
श्योर मैम। या गो अहेड मनीष सर।
ओके, थैंक यू सर। तो मैंने यहाँ पर सर जो जियोपॉलिटिक्स है उसको लेकर, उसके इतिहास को लेकर थोड़ी सी बातें रखी है और उसके अर्थ को लेकर भी बताया, क्योंकि हम जानते हैं कि आज डिजिटल युग में मीडिया मात्र सूचना का माध्यम नहीं है बल्कि एक शक्तिशाली उद्योग भी बन चुका है और पूरा आज का समय संघर्षमय है और विश्व में कई जगह पर जो युद्धग्रस्त क्षेत्र है उसको लेकर मैंने अपने इस प्रेजेंटेशन में बात रखी है। खास करके अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संबंधों में भू राजनीति का जो प्रभाव होता है उसको लेकर भी मैंने पूरी तरह से जानकारी रखी है कि आज मीडिया जो एक प्रकार से भूचाल लाकर बैठा है। विश्व एक समय की तरह की समाचार क्रांति से गुजर रहा है। न्यूज चैनलों की बाढ़ हम देख रहे हैं, हर तरफ कैमरे नजर आ रहे हैं और पत्रकार जगत खबरों का पीछा करते दिख रहा है। और उसी में ये बात मुझे आपको आगे बतानी कि हमारा मीडिया जो है, तो हम पौराणिक कथाओं का आधार ले तो वहां से लेकर मैं मात्र संकेत कर रहा हूं समय के अभाव में कि नारद मुनि से लेकर आज आधुनिक संदर्भ को ले तो जब हम परतंत्र थे तब ब्रिटिश मीडिया के साथ हमारा भारतीय मीडिया भी जुड़ा था और उस समय हमारे सामने जो मुख्य बात आ रही थी तो एक तो केसरी और मराठा जैसे राष्ट्रवादी पत्र की बात आ रही थी जिसे बाल गंगाधर तिलक जी ने शुरुआत में लिया था। तो उसके सामने ब्रिटिश सरकार ने विद्रोहात्मक खबरों को मार मचोड़कर गलत तरीके से दुनिया को बताने का काम किया था, लेकिन तब जाकर हमारे भारतीय मीडिया ने उसका एक बहुत ही संघर्ष रूप में उसका यहाँ पर आंदोलन किया था। और आज न्यूज चैनलों की बाढ़ में खास करके टीआरपी की होड़ लगी है और टीआरपी की होड़ में सारे न्यूज चैनल सही गलत जो बात रखनी चाहिए उसका भी अंदाजा नहीं रख रहे। परिणाम स्वरूप प्रजा के सामने, देश के सामने, विश्व के सामने कई न्यूज गलत तरीके से भी प्रस्तुत हो रहे हैं और कई जगह कई न्यूज चैनल समाचारों का नाटकीय प्रस्तुतिकरण भी कर रहा है। इस सारी बातें जो है आधुनिक मीडिया के साथ, खास करके जियो पॉलिटिकल जो है भू राजनीतिक बात को लेकर, तो इसको भी यहाँ पर लेकर खास करके मैंने जो डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म है, टेलीविजन, रेडियो और साथ ही साथ जोड़ा है सोशल मीडिया के उदय को भी, जिसमें खास करके मैं आपको बात करूंगा फेसबुक, ट्विटर, इंस्टाग्राम और यूट्यूब को लेकर, कि जिसमें बहुत सारी ऐसी गलत तरीके के न्यूज हम देखते रहते हैं, जिसकी वजह से एक व्यक्ति जो समाचार को नैतिकता के रूप में देखना चाहता है कई बार कंफ्यूज होता है कि यह सही है या गलत है। तो उसका जो सही गलत का जो मापदंड है वो कौन तय कर सकता है, तो उसको लेकर भी कई बातें प्रस्तुत हो रही है। क्योंकि आज हम देखते हैं टीआरपी में नंबर 1 रहने के लिए कई लोग गलत तरीके की बातों को लेकर भी आ रहे हैं और साथ ही साथ प्रचार और विरोधी आख्यान खास करके राजनीति में है। राजनीतिक दृष्टि से देखा जाए तो हमारे यहाँ थोड़े समय पहले एक नारा भी लगा था कि चौकीदार चोरे, तो सामने भी लगा था मैं भी चौकीदार हूँ। इस तरह के वाक्य ज्यादातर हम देखते हैं कि राजनीतिक पक्षों के द्वारा। और इसी बात को लेकर जब विश्व फलक पर हम जाते हैं तो अमेरिका में भी फेक न्यूज भी बहुत चला है और डीप स्टेट का जो 2016 से एक भाग चल रहा था उसको लेकर भी वहां का जो चुनाव प्रक्रिया है उसे भी भारी असर हुई थी। और खास करके अर्ध सत्य और खास जो मीडिया की विश्वसनीयता है उस पर बहुत सारे प्रश्न उठते हैं, क्योंकि दुष्प्रचार और झूठी खबरें इतनी फैली हुई है। मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन एंड डिस इन्फॉर्मेशन में हम देखते हैं कि आम व्यक्ति हो, देश हो, प्रजा हो, जनता हो, कोई भी विश्वसनीय तरीके से किस पर आधार रखे वो प्राप्त नहीं कर पाता है और एक प्रश्न, सवाल या निशान बनता है मीडिया की विश्वसनीयता पर। और साथ ही साथ एक कभी आया था एआर डिफेक्ट्स को लेकर कुछ बातें हुई थी, तो लेटेस्ट एक न्यूज था कि एक बॉलीवुड की हीरोइन रश्मिका मंदाना का एक फेक वीडियो चला था बहुत समय पहले और उसमें वो गलत तरीके से प्रस्तुत हो गया था। तो ये पूरे भारत में चला। रूबरू रश्मिका मंदाना जी को सोशल मीडिया पर आकर कहना पड़ा कि ये मैं नहीं हूं। ये सारी बातें आई थी एआई के द्वारा। और सच्चा और झूठ की जो धुंधली रेखा है उससे किस तरह से हम अलग कर सकते हैं, एक सबसे बड़ी हमारे सामने समस्या है। मैं चाहता हूं कि सरकार की भूमिका भी इसमें होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि आजकल आप मैं सभी लोग देख रहे हैं कि कुछ जगह पर एआई के द्वारा कई हमारे महान नेताओं के भी ऐसे चित्र वीडियोस प्रस्तुत हो रहे हैं जो अरुचिकर है और सरकार ये देख रहे। तो मैं तो चाहता हूं कि सरकार को भी इस पर लाल आंख दिखानी चाहिए, कुछ रोक होनी चाहिए और इसलिए सरकार की भी भूमिका होनी चाहिए। आपको एक उदाहरण देता हूं, थोड़े समय पहले अहमदाबाद में बोइंग हादसा हुआ था। एक न्यूज चैनल ने ऐसा न्यूज चलाया कि जिस दिन बोइंग हादसा हुआ था उसी शाम हमारे भारत के प्राइम मिनिस्टर अहमदाबाद में आने वाले हैं। ये समाचार लगातार शाम तक चलता रहा। उस न्यूज चैनल ने इतना भी विवेक नहीं रखा कि वो ऑथेंटिक सरकार के अधिकारियों के पोर्टल से जानकारी लेके सही में प्राइम मिनिस्टर अहमदाबाद में पधार रहे। लेकिन ऐसा कोई न्यूज सरकारी एजेंसियों के द्वारा नहीं हुआ था, पर मात्र अपने चैनल के व्यूअर्स को बढ़ाने के लिए उन्होंने गलत तरीके से सूचना बहुत समय तक फैलाई हुई थी। ये सूचना बिना पुष्टि की थी। तो कहने का अर्थ है कि सूचना का विवेकपूर्ण उपभोग भी होना चाहिए ताकि प्रजा गलत दिशा में न चली जाए। और इसी तरह से अंतरराष्ट्रीय प्लेटफॉर्म पर भी हम देखें तो आज रूस है या यूक्रेन, इजराइल है, गाजा है, ये तमाम जो खबरें हमारे सामने आ रही है, खास करके मैं भारतीय मीडिया को लेकर कुछ बात करूं तो मुझे कई जगह बहुत आश्चर्य होता है कि भले विदेशों में युद्ध चलता है लेकिन उनका खुद का मीडिया रूम एक युद्धग्रस्त बना हो ऐसा लगता है कई बार। तो हम जानते हैं कि यूक्रेन रूस जो चल रही है वो कई गलत खबरें हमारे सामने भी आती है। चीन का बेल्ट एंड रोड इनिशिएट बहुत चला है, वो मीडिया में आजकल बहुत चला है। तो मीडिया का वैश्विक युद्ध इस आधार पर भी चल रहा है। और खास करके मुझे एक प्रश्न ये भी है कि सिविल सोसाइटी और बुद्धिजीवियों की भूमिका इसमें क्या रहेगी, क्योंकि हम लोग चारों से गिरफ्त हैं गलत तरीके के न्यूज के साथ। तो स्वतंत्र पत्रकारिता और फैक्ट चेकिंग होनी ही चाहिए, क्योंकि बुद्धिजीवी जो लोग हैं जो आज के जियोपॉलिटिकल मंच पर मीडिया को आईना दिखाने का काम कर सकते हैं। और अपना दायित्व अगर मीडिया भूलता है तो उसको सही रास्ता दिखाने का काम भी कर सकते हैं। ऐसे बुद्धिजीवी हो, पत्रकार हो, शिक्षक हो, प्रोफेसर हो, समाज सेवी हो, सभी लोगों को अपना ये दायित्व निभाना भी चाहिए, क्योंकि मीडिया युद्ध में मध्यस्थ की भूमिका निभा सकता है। और इसीलिए हम जानते हैं कि आज कुछ ऐसी संस्थाएं भी है जो सही न्यूज भी प्रस्तुत करती है। जैसे मैं दो तीन नाम आपके सामने रख रहा हूँ, ऑल्ट न्यूज है, द वायर है, बूम है,
Sir,
न्यूज़लैंड है
sir,
आदि।
sorry to interrupt you. Can you
बिल्कुल।
please directly come to the conclusion point because the time is already up 4 minutes.
ओके, थैंक यू
Sorry
मैम।
for that.
तो मैं यही कहना चाहूंगा अंत में कि अगर जियोपॉलिटिकल में मीडिया को तटस्थ रूप में अगर रहना है तो मीडिया की साक्षरता का भी आवश्यकता होनी चाहिए। कई जगह मीडिया को लेकर बहुत सारे कोर्सेस है जहाँ ये प्रामाणिकता से और प्रामाणिक ईमानदारी से वो बात भी होनी चाहिए। हम लोगों को सजग नागरिक बन के जिम्मेदार मीडिया बनाने की कोशिश भी करनी चाहिए। विवेक संपूर्ण होना चाहिए समाज की दिशा में। और इसीलिए मैं अंत में यही कहूंगा कि आज का युग जो मीडिया युद्ध का युग बन चुका है, जहाँ सत्य और असत्य, सूचना और भ्रम, विचार और प्रचार के बीच युद्ध चल रहा है। और इसीलिए हमें एक सजग नागरिक, जिम्मेदार मीडिया और सशक्त सिविल सोसाइटी ही इस संकट का समाधान प्रस्तुत कर सकती है। थैंक यू वेरी मच। आप सभी लोगों का, समय के अभाव में मैं बहुत कुछ बातें नहीं बता सकता हूँ।
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sorry for that. Thank you so much. And participants, if you have any questions, we have 1 minute for the question. If any questions, okay, then we can forward to next participant.
Second participant, Dr. Sonal is there? Okay. The next is Dr. Poonam Prajapati. Okay, okay, sorry.
Yes,
Dr.
sir,
Sonal.
present.
Okay, continue.
Ma'am, you can start your presentation.
Ma'am, your voice is not there. Dr. Sonal, can unmute your mic.
Hello.
Yes, now audible.
Okay. Sir, I am Sonal Japadia, Faculty of Economics, Srimati Ardisha Arts and Srimati Vidisha Commerce College. Today's my research topics is tariff policy and trade war effect on global trade and economic relation. I will present in Gujarati language because I am comfortable in Gujarati language. તો જે વિષય ઉપર આજે હું વાત કરવાની છું તે છે ટેરિફ. ટેરિફ આવ્યો ક્યાંથી? તો કે આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય વ્યાપાર થઈ રહ્યો છે જેમાં વિશ્વના વિશ્વના જુદા જુદા દેશો આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય વ્યાપારથી જોડાયેલા છે જેમાં વસ્તી, સંસાધન, ટેકનોલોજી ઘણા બધા એવા જવાબદાર પરિબળો છે કે જેના લીધે આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય વ્યાપાર છે તે થઈ રહ્યો છે. તો ટેરિફ એટલે શું? તો કે કોઈ પણ દેશની સરકાર છે એ બીજા દેશથી જે વસ્તુઓ આયાત થાય છે તેના ઉપર જે વધારાની આયાત જકાત નાખે છે તેને ટેરિફ કહેવામાં આવે છે. અને ટેરિફ છે એ જે તે દેશની સરકાર છે તેના કસ્ટમ અધિકારીઓ દ્વારા કલેક્ટ કરવામાં આવે છે અને એ પણ વસ્તુનો પ્રકાર, વસ્તુનું મૂલ્ય અને જે તે દેશની જે નીતિ છે એને અનુરૂપ ટેરિફ છે તે વસૂલ કરવામાં આવે છે. તો આ ટેરિફની આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય વ્યાપાર અને આર્થિક સંબંધો ઉપર કેવી અસરો થઈ રહી છે તેના માટેના કેટલાક હિસ્ટોરિકલ અને લેટેસ્ટ એક્ઝામ્પલ આપી અને હું એની અસરોને સમજાવવાનો પ્રયાસ કરીશ. તો સૌથી પહેલા આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય વ્યાપાર ની શરૂઆત અને 1930માં જે અમેરિકામાં મહામંદી આવી એ વખતે સ્મૂથ હોલી ટેરિફ એક્ટ પસાર થયો હતો અને એ સમયે અમેરિકામાં 40% જે ટેરિફ હતો એ વધારીને 47% અને 1932 સુધીમાં જે ટેરિફનું પ્રમાણ 40% હતું એ 60% સુધી થઈ ગયું હતું. તેના કારણે અમેરિકાની જે આંતરિક ઇકોનોમી હતી એના ઉપર બહુ મોટી અસર થઈ હતી અને એના કારણે ત્યાંની જીડીપી છે એમાં 25%નો ઘટાડો થયો હતો અને બેરોજગારીમાં 20%નો વધારો થયો હતો અને એના કારણે વિશ્વના જુદા જુદા દેશો આર્થિક મંદીમાં પણ સપડાયા હતા. તો ઘણા બધા અર્થશાસ્ત્રીઓ એવું કહે છે કે 1929માં જે અમેરિકામાં મહામંદી આવી અને એ મહામંદી વિશ્વમાં પ્રસરી એના માટે જવાબદાર છે જે હોલી નો ટેરિફ પ્રસ્તાવ છે તે છે. પરંતુ ઘણા બધા અર્થશાસ્ત્રીઓ તેને સ્વીકારતા નથી. એમાંના એક છે પોલ ક્રુગમેન કે જેઓ કહે છે કે જો ટેરિફ નાખવામાં આવશે તો આયાતો ઊંચી કિંમતે પ્રાપ્ત થશે, આયાત થતી વસ્તુઓ. તો દેશના લોકો છે આયાત થતી વસ્તુઓ ઊંચી કિંમતે પ્રાપ્ત થશે એના કારણે વિદેશી વસ્તુ નહીં ખરીદે અને દેશની વસ્તુનો વપરાશ થશે. તો દેશની વસ્તુનો વપરાશ થશે એના કારણે નિકાસો ઘટી જશે. તો જે આયાતમાં ઘટાડો થાય છે એ નિકાસોના ઘટાડા દ્વારા સરભર થઈ જશે. એના કારણે જે સ્મૂથ હોલી ટેરિફ એક્ટ હતો એ આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય લેવલે જે આર્થિક મંદી આવે છે તેના માટે એને આભારી ગણતા નથી અને એના કારણે ઘણી બધી વિશ્વના જુદા જુદા દેશના અર્થતંત્રો ઉપર પણ અસર થઈ હતી. ઘણા બધા એવા લેટેસ્ટ એક્ઝામ્પલ છે જેમાં સ્વિટ્ઝરલેન્ડ. તો સ્વિટ્ઝરલેન્ડ છે એ એક એવો દેશ છે કે જે વર્તમાન સમયમાં આર્થિક વિકાસમાં અગ્રેસર પોતાનું સ્થાન ધરાવે છે અને વિશ્વના જે જુદા જુદા દેશો છે એમાંની સ્પર્ધાઓમાં સાથે રહીને સ્પર્ધામાં ઉતરેલો પણ એક દેશ છે જેને 1 જાન્યુઆરી 2024ના રોજ કૃષિ ઉત્પાદનો, ખોરાક અને પાણી સિવાયના જે પીણા છે તેના ઉપર આયાત ટેરિફ છે તે નાબૂદ કર્યો અને એના બદલામાં ત્યાંની સરકાર કહે છે કે જે સ્થાનિક ઉત્પાદકો છે એની હરીફાઈમાં વધારો થશે કારણ કે વિદેશી વસ્તુઓ દેશના બજારમાં આવશે એટલે સ્થાનિક ઉત્પાદકોને વિદેશી ઉત્પાદકો સાથે હરીફાઈમાં ઉતરવું પડશે. આ ઉપરાંત ત્યાંના જે કસ્ટમર છે એને બેનિફિટ થશે કેમ કે કસ્ટમરને હાઈ ક્વોલિટી વાળી વસ્તુ ઓછી કિંમતે છે તે પ્રાપ્ત થશે. એટલે સ્વિટ્ઝરલેન્ડની જે સરકાર છે એ આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય વ્યાપારમાં જે એને આયાત મુક્ત કર્યો છે જે વસ્તુની બાબતમાં એના કારણે આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય વ્યાપારમાં વધારો થશે અને વિશ્વના જે સંબંધો છે એ મજબૂત બનશે. આ ઉપરાંત સૌથી વધુ ચર્ચામાં રહેલો જે અત્યારે મુદ્દો છે યુએસ જે અમેરિકાએ ત્યાંની સરકારે જે આયાત થતી વસ્તુઓ ઉપર 10% વધારાની જે આયાત જકાત નાખી છે તે અને જેને આપણે યુનિવર્સલ ટેરિફ તરીકે પણ ઓળખીએ છીએ અને અમુક દેશો જેમાં ચીન, વિયેતનામ છે, યુરોપિયન યુનિયન છે એવા દેશો ઉપર 50% જેટલી પણ ટેરિફ નાખવામાં આવી છે. તો અમેરિકાનો જે વર્તમાનમાં જે ટેરિફ નાખવામાં આવ્યો છે એનો સરેરાશ દર 22.5% છે. તો એ 1909 પછીનો સૌથી વધુ કહેવાય ને કે સૌથી વધારે આયાત જકાત નાખવામાં આવી છે તેવું માનવામાં આવે છે. આ ઉપરાંત અમેરિકામાં જે ટેરિફ જકાત નાખવામાં આવી છે એના કારણે ત્યાંના અર્થતંત્ર ઉપર અને વિશ્વના અર્થતંત્ર ઉપર લાંબા ગાળાની અને ટૂંકા ગાળાની ઘણી બધી અસરો જોવા મળશે. ટૂંકા ગાળે પુરવઠામાં ફેરફાર થશે, ત્યાંના લોકોને ઊંચી કિંમતે વસ્તુઓ પ્રાપ્ત થશે. આ ઉપરાંત ઊંચી કિંમતે વસ્તુઓ તો પ્રાપ્ત થશે, તેની સાથે સાથે બજારની અનિશ્ચિતતાઓ પણ ઊભી થશે અને લાંબા ગાળે પણ પુરવઠામાં પરિવર્તન આવશે, આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય સહયોગમાં ઘટાડો થશે અને દેશના અર્થતંત્રમાં અને વિશ્વની આર્થિક વૃદ્ધિમાં પણ ક્યાંક ને ક્યાંક એની અસર થવાની સંભાવના રહેલી છે. આ ઉપરાંત ચીને માંગ વધારવા માટે, ખર્ચને ઘટાડવા માટે અને ઇનોવેશનને પ્રોત્સાહન આપવા માટે જે ચીન છે એને 935 વસ્તુઓ ઉપર ટેરિફમાં ઘટાડો કર્યો છે અને 34 એવા દેશો છે કે જેને પ્રેફરન્શિયલ રેટ છે એ ઓફર કર્યો છે. આ ઉપરાંત 43 જે અલ્પ વિકસિત દેશો છે તેના ઉપર શૂન્ય ટેરિફ નાખ્યો છે કે જેના કારણે વિશ્વના દેશો વચ્ચેના જે આર્થિક સંબંધો છે તે મજબૂત બનશે. આ ઉપરાંત 24 જુલાઈ 2025 ના રોજ ભારતે પણ યુકે સાથે એક વ્યાપક આર્થિક વ્યાપાર કરાર કર્યો છે કે જે સૌથી મહત્વપૂર્ણ માનવામાં આવે છે અને જેમાં 26 જેટલી બાબતોનો સમાવેશ થાય છે. આ ઉપરાંત વૈશ્વિક વ્યાપાર ઉપર એની જે અસરો છે એમાં સૌથી વધુ અસર કે જો ટેરિફમાં વધારો કરવામાં આવશે તો જે દેશમાં વસ્તુની આયાત થાય છે તે આયાતી માલના ખર્ચમાં વધારો થશે. ખાસ કરીને જે દેશમાં વસ્તુઓ અવેલેબલ નથી અને અમુક દેશો એવા હશે કે જ્યાં વસ્તીના પ્રમાણમાં પુરવઠો ઓછો હશે, તો આવા દેશોમાં આયાત ઉપર જો ટેરિફ નાખવામાં આવશે તો તે દેશના લોકોને એના માટે ઊંચી કિંમતો છે તે ચૂકવવી પડશે. આ ઉપરાંત અમુક વસ્તુઓ એવી હશે કે એના માટેનો જે કાચો માલ છે એ વિદેશથી આયાત થતો હશે, તો કાચા માલ ઉપર પણ જો ટેરિફ નાખવામાં આવશે તો એ કાચો માલ દેશના બજારમાં આવશે અને દેશમાં તે વસ્તુનું ઉત્પાદન થશે અને એના કારણે તે વસ્તુનું ઉત્પાદન ખર્ચ છે તે વધારે આવશે અને ઉત્પાદન ખર્ચ ઊંચો આવશે તેના કારણે તે વસ્તુની કિંમતો પણ ઊંચી નક્કી થશે.
Madam, please come directly to conclusion.
ઓકે મેમ, તો ટેરિફ છે એ આયાત ખર્ચમાં વધારો કરે છે. આની સાથે સાથે ઘણી વખત ટેરિફ છે એ ક્યારેક વ્યાપાર યુદ્ધમાં પણ પરિણમે છે. એટલે ક્યાંક છે ટેરિફ કોઈ દેશની સરકાર છે એ પોતાના દેશના ઉદ્યોગોને રક્ષણ આપવા માટે, સ્થાનિક ઉત્પાદનને પ્રોત્સાહન આપવા માટે અને દેશના વિકાસ માટે આ ટેરિફ છે એનો ઉપયોગ કરે છે. તો ક્યાંક બદલાની ભાવનાથી પણ આ ટેરિફનો છે તે ઉપયોગ થતો હોય છે. આ ઉપરાંત ટેરિફની આર્થિક સંબંધ પર જે અસર છે એમાં નવા વેપાર કરારનું નિર્માણ થશે અને વ્યાપાર ભાગીદારીનું વૈવિધ્યકરણ થશે. જેમ કે આજે કોઈ દેશ ટેરિફમાં વધારો કરે છે અને કોઈ દેશ એવો છે કે એ દેશમાં નિકાસ કરે છે તો એને એ દેશમાં નિકાસ કરવાની તક નથી મળતી, માટે બીજા દેશમાં નવું બજાર શોધે છે અને નવા દેશ સાથે નવા વેપાર કરાર કરે છે. એટલે કે જે આયાતોના કારણે જે દેશ બીજા દેશ ઉપર નિર્ભર હતો એ નિર્ભરતા ઘટાડવાના પ્રયાસો કરે છે અને ક્યાંક ને ક્યાંક જે બીજા દેશ ઉપરની નિર્ભરતાના કારણે નુકસાન જવાની સંભાવના છે, તો જે જોખમને ઘટાડવાનો પ્રયાસ પણ આ ટેરિફના કારણે ઘણા બધા દેશો કરી રહ્યા છે. ઓકે, થેન્ક યુ મેમ.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. No question. Now, next presentation, Dr. Poonam Prajapati.
Yes.
Yeah, ma'am, please stick with time. You have 4 minutes. So go with the title, methodology, findings, and conclusion.
Okay, sir. पीपीटी दिख रहा है?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
You
Am I audible?
Yes, yes. You
ओके
can.
ओके सर। मैं डॉक्टर पूनम प्रजापति, अध्यापक सहायक हिंदी विभाग, श्रीमती आरडी आर्ट्स एंड श्रीमती विदिशा कॉमर्स कॉलेज धौलका से। मेरा विषय है आदिवासी समुदायों के संघर्ष एवं शोषण का वृत्तांत, ग्लोबल गांव के देवता। ग्लोबल गांव के देवता एक उपन्यास है जो रणेंद्र द्वारा रचित है। रणेंद्र जी जो है वो हिंदी साहित्य के लेखक एवं आलोचक है। वे झारखंड इंसाइक्लोपीडिया के संपादक है, जिसके 4 भाग प्रकाशित हो चुके हैं। उन्हें श्रीलाल शुक्ल स्मृति इफ्को साहित्य सम्मान 2020 में मिला है, और यह सम्मान उनको यह ग्लोबल गांव के देवता और गायब होता देश जैसे आदिवासी जीवन केंद्रित उपन्यास के लिए दिया है। अब मेरा जो विषय है उसका मूल आधार ग्लोबल गांव के देवता उपन्यास है। ग्लोबल गांव के देवता भूमंडलीकरण के कारण उत्पन्न होने वाली समस्याओं और आदिवासी समुदायों के संघर्षों को उजागर करता उपन्यास है, जिसमें झारखंड के असुर जनजाति के संघर्ष व शोषण का चित्रण है। झारखंड को 15 नवंबर 2000 को बिहार से अलग राज्य के रूप में स्थापित किया गया। आज भी देश के 10 पिछड़े जिलों में से 6 जिले झारखंड में बसते हैं। मेरे लेख का सारांश है कि समसामयिक भूमंडलीकरण और औद्योगिकरण की आधुनिक संकल्पना के चलते विकास तो कर रहे हैं हम लोग, पर मानव जीवन पर उसकी आड़ असर भी हम देख सकते हैं। झारखंड के असुर जो समुदाय है वो आज भी संघर्षरत है और भूमंडलीकरण जैसे गंभीर मुद्दों पर उनकी आलोचना हो रही है। प्रस्तावना है, भारतीय परिप्रेक्ष्य में कहे तो यह विविधता से भरा देश है, जहां अनेक धर्म, भाषा, जाति और समुदाय के लोग मिलजुल कर रहते हैं। इन्हीं में से एक आदिवासी समुदाय है। उसका अर्थ होता है आदिवासी अस्मिता के नाम पर देश के मूल निवासी माने जाने वाले आदिम समुदाय। ये ऐसी समुदाय है जो जल, जंगल और जमीन से गहरा जुड़ाव रखते हैं। उनके प्राकृतिक संसाधन उनकी सामूहिक संरचना व जीवन यापन का अभिन्न अंग है। विशिष्ट प्रकृति, भाषा, चित्रलिपि, धर्म एवं जीवन शैली के कारण ये मुख्य धारा से थोड़े अलगाव होते हुए नजर आते हैं। मेरे लेख का मुख्य प्रयोजन है आदिवासी समुदायों की संस्कृति और सभ्यता का संक्षिप्त विवरण करना, ग्लोबल गांव के देवता उपन्यास के आधार पर असुर आदिवासी समुदाय के संघर्ष और शोषण के विभिन्न पहलुओं का विश्लेषण करना, आदिवासी समुदायों द्वारा अपनी अस्मिता के रक्षण हेतु किए गए विभिन्न आंदोलनों को जानना, आदिवासी समाज द्वारा किए गए आंदोलनों में सतत मिलती असफलता पर उनकी विभिन्न परिस्थितियों का ब्यौरा लगाना। बात करते हैं ग्लोबल गांव के देवता उपन्यास की। तो ग्लोबल गांव के देवता उपन्यास में व्यक्त आदिवासी जीवन के विभिन्न पहलुओं को इस लेख में उजागर करने का प्रयास किया गया है। इसके लिए आधार के रूप में यह उपन्यास लिया गया है, जिसके प्रमुख पात्रों के कुछ कोटेशन को लेकर उनकी विभिन्न परिस्थितियों को समझने का प्रयास किया है, जैसे बेदखली और विस्थापन, आर्थिक संकट, उनके अस्मिता पर संकट, महिला शोषण, स्वास्थ्य पर असर, शिक्षा की स्थिति, इन सब पर विस्तृत चर्चा की गई है। जिसमें बात करें तो आदिवासी जनजातियां प्रकृति पूजक होती है, इसलिए प्रकृति उसका परिवेश भी है और उद्दीपन भी है। जल, जंगल, जमीन से जुड़े यह लोग प्रकृति को सर्वप्रथम देते हैं। समझ आए जंगल, पहाड़ों में रहते हैं और उनके नृत्य, संगीत, गृह, शिक्षा, त्योहार, मनोरंजन सब आम जनता से अलग होते हैं। ये सब जो है वो भूमंडलीकरण और उदारीकरण के इस दौर में विकास के नाम पर आदिवासियों को उनकी ही जन्मभूमि को मुफ्त के दाम में बेचने को मजबूर किया जाता है। उसके अस्तित्व के रक्षकों को ही जंगल, जमीन और जल से बेदखल किया जा रहा है। पर्यावरण संरक्षण के नाम पर पर्यावरण के सबसे बड़े रक्षक को ही विस्थापित करने की साजिश रची जा रही है। अशिक्षित एवं संवेदनशील आदिवासियों से जमीन रहन पर रखवाना, पट्टे के नाम पर बेनामी हस्ताक्षर एवं झूठे अधिकार पत्र बनाना, आदिवासियों के हक की कई एकड़ जमीन पूंजीपतियों के हाथ में होना, उनके अधिकार की जमीन पर बड़े एमएनसी मॉल या शॉपिंग कॉम्प्लेक्स खड़े कर दिए जाना और फिर उन्हें ही कम वेतन देकर मजदूर बना दिया जाता है। इन्हीं सब पहलुओं के आधार पर इनमें आर्थिक, सामाजिक और सांस्कृतिक संकट आन पड़े हैं और इनको मुख्य धारा से जोड़ने के नाम पर उन्हें उनकी ही जड़ों से काट दिया जा रहा है। उनको उनके ही घरों से बेघर करके उचित मुआवजा भी नहीं दिया जाता। उनकी ही जमीन में कोयला खनिज निकालकर उन्हें गड्ढे दिए जाते हैं। उनसे उत्पन्न अनेक बीमारियों ने उनके स्वास्थ्य को तहस नहस कर दिया है। विकास के नाम पर बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां मुनाफा कमाने की दौड़ में आदिवासी गांवों के शीघ्र गति से खनन कार्य में लगी है। गरीबी और अशिक्षा के कारण आदिवासी महिलाएं उस क्षेत्र की स्थानीय कंपनियों के अधिकारियों के घरों पर काम करने के लिए विवश होते हैं। इसके चलते आदिवासी द्वारा समय समय पर अनेक विद्रोह और आंदोलन भी किए गए हैं, जिसकी स्लाइड है। इस लेख का अवलोकन मैंने किया है तो इस प्रकार है कि स्वतंत्रता के बाद भी आदिवासी समुदाय द्वारा जल, जमीन और जंगल के अपने अधिकारों की रक्षा के लिए और स्वायत्तता की मांग के लिए झारखंड आंदोलन, नक्सलवादी आंदोलन, पत्थलगड़ी आंदोलन आदि महत्वपूर्ण विद्रोह हुए और अपने अस्तित्व और अस्मिता के लिए ये संघर्ष लगातार जारी है। उनकी आर्थिक, सामाजिक और पारिवारिक परिस्थितियां छिन्न भिन्न हो रही है। उनका मानसिक तनाव बढ़ता जा रहा है। साथ ही उनमें रोगों तथा भावनात्मक विकृतियों की प्रवृत्तियां बढ़ती जा रही है। इसी के चलते आजकल आदिवासी समाज मद्यपान, आत्महत्या, अपराध, व्यभिचार, अवसाद, वेश्यावृत्ति और सामाजिक विकृतियों के सूचक दिखने लगे हैं। जब प्रभावशाली वर्ग उनकी संस्कृति के प्रति नकारात्मक रवैया दिखाता है, तब उनकी भावनाएं और तीव्र हो उठती है। निष्कर्ष मेरा इस लेख का ये है कि विकास
मैम प्लीज कंक्लूड।
यस मैम, बस यही है कंक्लूजन। विकासोन्मुख राष्ट्रों के लिए भूमंडलीकरण और तकनीकी विकास प्रगति की ओर सफल और सार्थक कदम अवश्य है, लेकिन भारत में बाहरी तत्वों की घुसपैठ आसान हो जाने से आदिवासी समाज वैश्विक स्तर पर पूंजीवादी और नव साम्राज्य शक्तियों के खिलाफ सीधी लड़ाई लड़ रहा है। रणेंद्र द्वारा रचित ग्लोबल गांव के देवता में आदिवासी जीवन को भूमंडलीकरण के चलते जो संघर्ष और उत्पीड़न को झेलना पड़ रहा है, उनके शोषण और मुक्ति के संघर्ष की मार्मिक अभिव्यक्ति इस उपन्यास में देखने को मिलती है। आदिवासी समाज न केवल अपने अधिकारों के लिए बल्कि संपूर्ण सृष्टि और मनुष्यता के लिए संघर्षरत है आज भी। थैंक यू।
ओके, थैंक यू।
नेक्स्ट डॉक्टर संगीता सोलंकी।
संगीता सोलंकी।
Yes.
Ma'am, please stick to the time. You have only 4 minutes.
Okay. पीपीटी सर 2 मिनट पीपीटी शेयर कर रही हूँ।
And then next, Dr. Naresh Kumar will ready.
Ma'am, you can start presenting. Please leave if it is not working.
Yes. 2 minutes, 1 second. Okay. पीपीटी दिख रहा है मेरा?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Continue. Please continue.
ओके, गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन। मैं संगीता। मेरा आज का जो विषय है मॉरिशस का हिंदी कहानी प्रवासी साहित्य, अस्मिता, संस्कृति और संघर्ष की अभिव्यक्ति।
1 second. Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Audible.
ओके। जो मेरा आज विषय है मॉरिशस का प्रवासी साहित्य, कि भारत के बाहर जो रहते हैं, जिनके मूल जो है या उनका जन्म जो भारत में हुआ था या उनके दादा परदादा भी भारत थे, पर जो बाहर जाकर बसे, वैसे प्रवासी भारतीयों की बात है। और इसमें मैंने मेरा जो क्षेत्र, संघर्ष क्षेत्र जो है मॉरिशस रहा है, कि मॉरिशस में 47% आबादी जो है वो भारतीय है, और वहां जाकर उन्होंने अपनी भारतीय संस्कृति की जड़ी जमाए रखी है। और वो एक छोटा सा द्वीप है, और इस द्वीप में मानवीय संघर्षों के साथ उनका जुड़ा रहना एक बहुत बड़ी बात है। और इन्होंने ये साहित्य के माध्यम से भारतीय और मॉरिशस की संस्कृति के बीच एक सेतु बांधने का कार्य किया है। अब आप देखिए कि भारत से गिरमिटिया प्रथा के रूप में 1834 से लेकर 1920 तक लाखों मजदूर जो है वहां ब्रिटिश उपनिवेश के तहत लिए जाए गए। हालांकि वो मजदूर नहीं थे, पर एक ब्रिटिश उपनिवेश के तहत गिरमिटिया, जिसे ये नाम हम सबने सुना है, कि वहां गिरमिटिया प्रथा के तहत लिए जाए गए। और उन्हें एक बात बताई गई कि वहां पत्थर उलटने से सोना मिलेगा आप सबको। पर वहां पत्थर उलटने से सोना मिलने की एक चाह लेकर जो भारतीय मजदूर वहां गए, वहां उनके जो सपने थे वो चूर चूर हो गए, और साथ में उनके साथ कई सारे ऐसे संघर्ष का सामना करना पड़ा, और उनका जीवन जो है नर्क से बदतर, उनकी जो भी जीवन था, उस जीवन को साहित्य के माध्यम से दर्शाने का कार्य किया है मॉरिशस साहित्य में। और ये साहित्य जो है बहुत अमूल्य रहा है। और इसमें जो है, अगर आप देखिए कि वहां जाकर सबसे बड़ी बात होती है कि भारतीयों की अस्मिता का प्रश्न उठता है कि मैं कौन हूँ। ये सवाल भारतीय लोगों के लिए सबसे बड़ा रहा, क्योंकि वहां जाकर न वो पूरे भारतीय रहे, न पूरे मॉरिशस बन पाए, और इसी द्वैत के बीच वो झूलते रहे। और अपनी संस्कृति को बचाने के लिए, अपने स्वाभिमान को बचाने के लिए, अपनी अस्मिता को बचाए रखने के लिए बहुत कुछ उन्हें झेलना पड़ा। और उनकी पहचान को बनाने के साथ साथ कि वो वापस भी नहीं आ सकते थे, क्योंकि उन्होंने गिरमिटिया प्रथा के तहत वहां गए थे, तो वहां जाकर वो वापस नहीं आ सकते थे। और जो है अभिमन्यु अनंत जो है वहां के बहुत अच्छे लेखक है, उन्होंने पूरा जो है दस्तावेज बनाया है इन मजदूरों का, जिनकी रचना है लाल पसीना, और गांधी जी बोलते थे, और नदी बहती रही। इन सारे जो है ये तीनों उपन्यास जो है वहां के भारतीय लोगों की एक दस्तावेज है कि उनका जीवन कहाँ कैसा रहा, कि यहाँ से उन्हें वहां ले जाया गया समुद्र के मार्ग से, और समुद्र के 1 महीने के सफर में उनको कितने सड़े हुए चावल देने पड़े, कितने लोग वहां उस सफर में मारे गए, कितने लोग बीमारी का भोग बने, और अंत में जाकर वो एक सहनशीलता के साथ मॉरिशस की धरती पर पहुंचे। और वहां भी पहुंचने के बाद उनके न रहने की स्थिति थी, न खाने की स्थिति कोई थी, मतलब एक मनुष्य जैसा व्यवहार ही नहीं होता था उनके लिए। और ये सारी जो घटनाएं हैं, और उनको वहां जाने के बाद भी अपनी अस्मिता को बचाए रखने के लिए उन्होंने कई सारे संघर्ष किए। और उन संघर्षों का वर्णन जो है, और एक थोड़ी कहानी के बारे में बता दूं कि उनके साथ कैसा व्यवहार होता था। अभिमन्यु अनंत की एक कहानी है रंग कहानी। तो रंग कहानी में जो उसका नायक जो है स्वतंत्रता दिन की तैयारी करने के लिए जाता है घर, तो किसी फ्रांसिस के खेत में से होकर वो जाता है, तो वही उस फ्रांसिस के खेत का जो रक्षक था उसे पकड़ लेता है, और पकड़कर उसको चोर घोषित कर देता है। और चोर घोषित करने का एक ही कारण था कि उसका रंग जो है काला था, वो फ्रांसिस नहीं था, और उसी के आधार पर उसे चोर घोषित कर दिया जाता है। तो ये उसकी एक अस्मिता पर कई सारे प्रश्न उठते थे कि एक रंग के कारण यहाँ तक भी कई सारे बच्चों के साथ रंग भेद के कारण उनके साथ ये फ्रांसिस बच्चे जो है उनके साथ खेलते थे कि हाँ ये खिलौना है एक प्रकार से, तो इस प्रकार से उन्हें
मैडम
ओके
कंक्लूजन
ओके
पर आइए मिस करते हो।
हाँ हाँ चलिए। फिर वहां जाकर संस्कृति और संस्कृति की परंपराओं को बनाए रखने के लिए भारतीय जो प्रवासी थे उन्होंने बैठक अपने लिए कई सारे उन्होंने आंदोलन किए और आंदोलनों के साथ साथ अपनी जड़ी बनाए रखने के लिए उन्होंने बहुत सारे संघर्ष किए, आजाद उनको वोट के लिए संघर्ष किए उन्होंने। बहुत सारी चीजें जो है कि अपना अस्तित्व टकाए रखने के लिए बहुत सारी चीजों के साथ संघर्ष किया। वहां श्रमिकों का संघर्ष रहा, स्त्रियों को भी संघर्षरत रहना पड़ा और इन सारे संघर्षों में वो कहीं ना कहीं आज भी लड़ रहे हैं। केवल एक जगह के कारण, एक भारतीय होने के कारण वो अपने आप को इस स्थिति को रूप में पाए रहे हैं और आज कहीं ना कहीं उन्हें वोट देने का अधिकार वहां मिला है और कहीं ना कहीं वो भारत की उन्नति में भी अपना योगदान दे रहे हैं। और साथ साथ में जो वहाँ भारतीय जो है वो भारतीय प्रवासी साहित्य जो है आज पूरे प्रवासी साहित्य के माध्यम से ये केवल साहित्य न होकर वहाँ की संस्कृति, अस्मिता और संघर्ष को अभिव्यक्त करता है और वहाँ अपने देश, स्वदेश प्रेम और समाज और आत्मसम्मान को एक साहित्य के माध्यम से बताया गया है। और जो है ये केवल एक प्रवासी साहित्य न रहकर विश्व साहित्य के रूप में हमारे सामने आता है और विश्व में भारतीयों के साथ जो भी हो रहे अत्याचार है केवल एक जगह के माध्यम से, क्योंकि वहाँ ब्रिटिश सरकार का राज था और उसी के आधार पर उनके साथ जो भेदभाव हो रहे थे तो उन भेदभावों के सामने जो वो स्थिति बनाए रखी और भारतीयों ने जो भारत के विकास में भी उनका हिस्सा रहा उस बारे में पूरे साहित्य में बताया गया है कि किस प्रकार साहित्य में उन्होंने जो जो योगदान दिए हैं वो दिया गया है। बस यही है।
थैंक यू मैम।
थैंक यू।
नाउ नेक्स्ट डॉक्टर नरेश कुमार। Okay, next
Excuse me,
Dr.
ma'am.
Gita.
Hello.
Yes.
Maybe Dr. Naresh Kumar Ratnotar is not available, so
Okay.
I request you to go forward.
Okay, next is Dr. Geeta Ukawa.
Yes, ma'am.
You may present.
यस मैम, मैं पीपीटी शेयर कर रही हूँ। हेलो
Yes.
મેડમ, મારી પીપીટી દેખાય છે?
No.
ઓકે મેમ. પ્રેઝન્ટેશન બાય કુકાવા ગીતા. મારો રિસર્ચનો ટોપિક છે આર્થિક વિકાસમાં આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય નાણાં ભંડોળની.
It's not visible. You're directly present.
મેમ, મારી પીપીટી શેર નહીં થતી.
Okay, you can present.
ગીતાબેન, તમારો વિડિયો ઓપન કરી દો અને પ્રેઝન્ટ કરો.
એરર આવે છે.
You can on your video, ma'am, only.
ઓકે મેમ.
વિડિયો ઓપન કરી દો.
પ્રેઝન્ટેશન બાય કુકાવા ગીતા. મારો રિસર્ચનો ટોપિક છે આર્થિક વિકાસમાં આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય નાણાં ભંડોળની ભૂમિકા ભારતના સંદર્ભમાં. તો આ પેપરમાં આપણે આઈએમએફ શું છે, આઈએમએફ શું કામ કરે છે તેનું વર્ણન કરવામાં આવ્યું છે. આઈએમએફ એ આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય આર્થિક મંચ કે નીતિઓ આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય નાણાકીય સિસ્ટમમાં જેવા સક્રિય સંવાદોનું
સમાવેશ થાય છે. આમ જ્યારે કોઈ દેશ ગંભીર નાણાકીય સમસ્યા અને દેશ પાસે પૈસા ઉધાર લે છે અને ગરીબ દેશ માટે IMF નાદાન થઈ જાય છે, ત્યારે IMF એક વહીવટી એકમ છે, આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય છે અને પ્રકૃતિમાં અને નિયમન કરવામાં આવે છે. વિકાસ માટે વિશ્વની નાણાકીય વ્યવસ્થામાં સંચાલન કરવાની મહત્વની ફરજો પાડે છે. આથી IMF તેના સભ્ય દેશો માટે ટકાઉ વૃદ્ધિ અને સમૃદ્ધિ પ્રાપ્ત કરવા માટે કામ કરે છે. આર્થિક સ્થિરતા અને નાણાકીય સહકારને પ્રોત્સાહન આપી ઉત્પાદકતા અને રોજગારીનું સર્જન અને આર્થિક સુખાકારી માટે જરૂરી નીતિઓનો આધાર પૂરો પાડે છે. આમ આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય નાણાકીય સ્થિરતાનો હેતુ નીતિ સલાહ અને નાણાકીય સહાય અને ક્ષમતા વિકાસ પર કાર્ય કરે છે. આ અભ્યાસના હેતુ કે IMF થી આર્થિક વિકાસની ક્ષમતા જાળવવી, આર્થિક વિકાસ દ્વારા મજબૂત વપરાશ GDP ને વેગ મળશે. ચલણી ફેરફારના આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય નાણાં ભંડોળની ભૂમિકા જાળવવી, આર્થિક વિકાસને પ્રોત્સાહન આપવા માટે IMF ની ભૂમિકા. આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય નાણાં ભંડોળના જે હેતુઓ છે, તો એમાં પહેલો હેતુ કે આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય નાણાકીય સહયોગમાં વધારો કરશે, આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય વેપાર માટે સુવિધાઓ ઊભી કરશે, સતત આર્થિક વૃદ્ધિમાં વધારો કરશે, લેણદેણની સમતુલાને સંકટ સામનો કરી રહેલા સભ્ય દેશને સંકટની બહાર લાવવાના સ્ત્રોતો ઉપલબ્ધ કરવામાં આવશે. એક કાયમી સંસ્થા ઊભી કરી આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય સહકાર સ્થાપના કરવી, સમય અનુસાર બદલાયેલા સંજોગો અનુસાર નીતિ ઘડી શકાય તે માટે કાયમી સંસ્થાની સ્થાપના તે ફરજિયાત બનાવી. આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય વેપારમાં સમતોલ વિકાસની પ્રક્રિયા સરળ બનાવી, વિદેશી વેચાણ પર ખરીદી તથા વેચાણ પર અંકુશો નાબૂદ કરવા, લાંબા ગાળે સભ્ય રાષ્ટ્રો વચ્ચે નિયમન અને અંકુશો નાબૂદ કરી બહુમુખી વેપારની સગવડો ઊભી કરવી, સભ્ય દેશની લેણદેણ તુલા ખાધ તેના આર્થિક વિકાસને ભોગ આપ્યા સિવાય દૂર થાય છે તે માટેની મદદ કરવી અને આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય પ્રશ્નો હલ કરવા યોગ્ય માર્ગદર્શન આપવું. હવે આર્થિક વિકાસને પ્રોત્સાહન આપવા માટે IMF ની શું ભૂમિકા રહેલી છે, તો એમાં વિકાસ પ્રોત્સાહન માટે નાણાકીય સહાય પૂરી પાડવી અને વિશ્વ બેંક માળખાગત સુવિધા, શિક્ષણ, આરોગ્ય, કૃષિ, પર્યાવરણીય સંરક્ષણ જેવા ક્ષેત્રોમાં વિકાસ પ્રોત્સાહનની વિશાળ શ્રેણીનો ટેકો આપવા માટે ગ્રાન્ટ અને અન્ય નાણાકીય પ્રદાન કરે છે. આર્થિક અને માનવ વિકાસની જરૂરી ભૌતિક, સામાજિક, માળખાકીય સુવિધાનો નિર્ણય માટે આ રોકાણો મહત્વપૂર્ણ છે. ટેકનિકલ સહાય અંગે સહકારી સેવાઓ અને પ્રદાન કરવામાં આવે છે. IMF બે દેશો તેમની નીતિ, સંસ્થાઓ અને વિકાસ કાર્યક્રમને અસરકારક રીતે અમલમાં મૂકવાની ક્ષમતા મજબૂત બનાવે છે. મદદ કરવા માટે નિષ્ણાત સલાહ અને
give your conclusion.
Yes, ma'am.
What you find from this paper?
Yes, ma'am. આ અભ્યાસમાં ભારત દેશોમાં આર્થિક સ્થિરતાને પ્રોત્સાહન આપવામાં IMF ની ભૂમિકાની તપાસ કરવામાં આવી છે. આથી નાણાકીય સહાય પૂરી પાડવા ઉપરાંત IMF તેના દેખરેખ અને સલાહકારી કાર્યો દ્વારા વિકાસશીલ અર્થતંત્રમાં આર્થિક સ્થિરતા અને વૃદ્ધિને પ્રોત્સાહન આપવા મહત્વપૂર્ણ ભૂમિકા ભજવે છે અને આ સંસ્થા વૈશ્વિક આર્થિક વલણો અને વ્યક્તિગત દેશોને પ્રદર્શન અને નિયમિત મૂલ્યાંકન કરે છે. તેના તારણોના આધારે નીતિની ભલામણોનું પ્રદાન કરે છે. આ ઉપરાંત આથી ટકાઉ આર્થિક વિકાસને પ્રોત્સાહન આપવા અને દેશોને વધુ જટિલ અને વૈશ્વિક વાતાવરણમાં તેમનું અર્થતંત્રનું અસરકારક રીતે સંચાલન કરી શકે છે અને આથી IMF નો વિકાસ આર્થિક વિકાસની ક્ષમતા, મજબૂત અર્થતંત્ર, GDP ને વેગ આપવો, ચલણી ફેરફારોમાં IMF ની ભૂમિકા વગેરે આ પેપરમાં ભારતના સંદર્ભમાં ચર્ચા કરવામાં આવી છે. થેન્ક યુ.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now next, Professor Gupta, you want to ask something?
No, sir. No, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Now next is Patel Narendra Kumar Ambalal.
Yes.
Yeah, you can present.
અરે જો પડે છે શેર કરવામાં ડોક્યુમેન્ટ 1 મિનિટ મેં એરર બતાવે છે પીડીએફ માં સાહેબ અવાજ તો સંભળાય છે ને મારો
Yes, you are audible, sir. आपकी आवाज आ रही है, sir.
हाँ मैं पीपीटी खोल रहा हूँ वरना आती नहीं है 1 मिनट सर સ્ક્રીન આવે છે સાહેબ
No, sir, you are not present.
No.
સ્ક્રીન શેર નથી થતી સાહેબ મારે લાઇટ પ્રોબ્લેમ છે એટલે મોબાઈલ માંથી શરૂ કર્યું છે પણ 1 મિનિટ છેલ્લો ટ્રાય કરું છું એરર બતાવે છે તો
Okay,
સાહેબ
no problem. Share directly present. Open your video.
ઓકે હા હું નરેન્દ્ર પટેલ આર્ટ્સ એન્ડ કોમર્સ કોલેજ ધોળકા આજનો મારો વિષય છે ભૂ રાજનીતિ અને વિસ્થાપિતોની સમસ્યા ભૂ રાજનીતિ એટલે ખાસ કરીને સીમાઓ કે નકશા નહીં પણ દેશમાં ઉર્જા ખાદ્ય પાણી સુરક્ષા વેપાર અને વૈશ્વિક ઉભરતા વિષયો પર ભૂગોળ આધારિત નાટકીય નિર્ણય લેવો વિસ્થાપિતો એટલે કે જેઓને તેમના મૂળ નિવાસસ્થાન પરથી બહાર કાઢવામાં આવ્યા છે અને અન્ય જગ્યાએ વસવાટ કરવા માટે મજબૂર કરવામાં આવ્યા છે એ વિષયને અનુસંધાને જે દેશ વિદેશમાં જીઓપોલિટિક્સ અને વિસ્થાપિતોનો ગાઢ સંબંધ છે અને વિવાદો સંઘર્ષો યુદ્ધ ને કારણે ઘણી બધા લોકોને પોતાનું ઘર છોડવા માટે મજબૂર કરવામાં આવ્યા છે અને એ મજબૂરીમાં ઘણી બધી સમસ્યાઓ જે ઊભી થઈ છે એ તરફ મારો થોડો દ્રષ્ટિકોણ છે થોડા જુદા જુદા મુદ્દાઓથી આપણે જોઈશું સૌપ્રથમ ઓક્ટોબર 2023 ગાઝા યુદ્ધ અત્યારે સૌથી વધારે જો કોઈ હાઈલાઇટમાં કોઈ ચર્ચા હોય તો બે યુદ્ધ છે એક રશિયા યુક્રેન અને બીજું છે ગાઝા 7 ઓક્ટોબર 2023 રોજ હમાસ અને પેલેસ્ટીન આતંકવાદીઓએ જે લગભગ 1195 નાગરિકોને મારી નાખ્યા અને 251 લોકોને બંધક બનાવ્યા એને છોડાવવા માટે એ એક સશસ્ત્ર સંઘર્ષ ઇઝરાયલ કરી રહ્યું છે અને એના કારણે ગાઝાની અત્યારની હાલત બહુ ખંડેર જેવી થઈ ગઈ છે અને આ પરિસ્થિતિમાં અમેરિકન રાષ્ટ્રપતિ ડોનાલ્ડ ટ્રમ્પે આ લોકોને બીજા દેશમાં વિસ્થાપિત કરવાની યોજના બનાવી સુદાન જોર્ડન એવા દેશમાં અને સિરિયા પણ એ દેશના રાજકારણ આ પેલેસ્ટીન લોકોને પોતાને ત્યાં રાખવા માટે તૈયાર નથી એટલે એમની પરિસ્થિતિ બહુ ખરાબ છે આ પ્રજાનું ભવિષ્ય બીજાના દેશોના હાથમાં ટકી રહ્યું છે અને ખાસ કરીને ખોરાક અને પાણી ને મેડિકલની બહુ સમસ્યા છે જે અવારનવાર આપણે ન્યૂઝમાં પણ છે અને લગભગ એવું કહેવામાં છે કે જો આમને આમ ચાલ્યું તો લગભગ 5 લાખ લોકોનું મૃત્યુ પણ થઈ શકે છે અને આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય સંગઠને પણ જણાવ્યું છે કે ઇઝરાયલ સહાયતા વિતરણની સિસ્ટમમાં અરાજકતા ભૂખફરો અને મૃત્યુ થઈ રહ્યા છે બહુ ઓછી મદદ મળી રહી છે એના કારણે છેલ્લે જુલાઈ માસનો એક આંકડો છે ખાલી 46 લોકો એ ભૂખમરાને કારણે મૃત્યુ પામ્યા હતા બીજો મુદ્દો છે 1947 ભારત પાકિસ્તાન વિભાજન આપણે ખ્યાલ છે કે 1947 ઓગસ્ટનો મહિનો આપણે આઝાદીની ઉજવણી કરતા હતા અને એ જ વખતે બે શરત ખેંચાઈ એક હિસ્સો રિપબ્લિક ઓફ ઇન્ડિયા અને બીજો હિસ્સો ઇસ્લામિક રિપબ્લિક ઓફ પાકિસ્તાન 20મી સદીનો સૌથી મોટી વિસ્થાપનની આ ઘટના છે લગભગ 1.5 કરોડ લોકો એ ભારત પાકિસ્તાનની સીમા પાર કરી છે એમાં ભારતમાં આવેલા પાકિસ્તાનીઓમાં પંજાબ અને બંગાળમાં સૌથી વધારે વિસ્થાપિતો છે. મુસલમાનો ભારતમાંથી પાકિસ્તાન ગયા છે. બંને ત્યાં એ સમયમાં રોટી કપડા મકાન, કારણ કે પોતાની કોઈ ઓળખ હતી નહીં, એના કારણે બહુ એમને સંઘર્ષ કરવો પડ્યો છે. સરકાર પ્રયત્નો કરી રહી છે પણ ધાર્યું પરિણામ મળતું નથી. આજે એવી પરિસ્થિતિ છે કે અલગ દેશ આપવા છતાં ભારત અને પાકિસ્તાન વચ્ચે શાંતિ અને સુમેળ સ્થપાયા નથી. બીજું છે 1990 કાશ્મીર મુદ્દો. લગભગ આંતર હિન્દુ મુસ્લિમ સંઘર્ષને કારણે 90,000 કાશ્મીરી પંડિતો ને જુદા જુદા રાજ્યમાં વિસ્થાપિત થવું પડ્યું હતું. શરૂઆતમાં તો જમ્મુના અમુક વિભાગમાં એ ગયા, ત્યાં શિબિરાર્થીઓમાં પણ એમને સગવડ કરવામાં આવી, પણ એટલી બધી અરાજકતા હતી કે ત્યાં સ્થિર થઈ શક્યા નહીં. જે બહુ ઉચ્ચ વર્ગના હતા એ બીજા રાજ્યમાં જઈ અને નોકરી મેળવી શક્યા, પણ જે મધ્યમ વર્ગ અને ગરીબ છે એમને ખાસ કરીને આત્મસન્માન, આત્મરક્ષણ કરવું મુશ્કેલ બન્યું. ભાવનાત્મક હતાશા, લાચારી, અસલામતી જેવી સમસ્યાઓ ઉદ્ભવી અને એના વિરોધમાં કે ભાઈ હક મળે એટલા માટે આપણું પોતાનું કાશ્મીર એવું સંગઠન પણ બનાવ્યું, પણ રાજકીય ઈચ્છા શક્તિના અભાવના કારણે આજ સુધી એનું કોઈ પરિણામ મળી શક્યું નથી. એ ઉપરાંત ભારતમાં નક્સલવાદ આપણે જાણીએ છીએ 1980 થી 1990 દાયકામાં લગભગ છત્તીસગઢ, ઓડિશા, ઝારખંડ, મધ્યપ્રદેશ, મહારાષ્ટ્રમાં નક્સલવાદ એ માથું ઉચક્યું હતું અને 2004માં અત્યારે સીપીઆઈ એવું મોટું ગ્રુપ બન્યું છે જે મોટું નક્સલી ગ્રુપ માનવામાં આવે છે. નક્સલની વ્યાખ્યા બધા બુદ્ધિમતી પ્રમાણે જુદી જુદી કરે છે, પણ જનરલી ખાસ કરીને જે માનવતાવાદી એવું કહે છે કે ભારતના વિકાસમાં, દેશના વિકાસમાં આદિવાસીઓને સાથે લેવામાં આવ્યા નથી અને એમને પૂરતો હક મળ્યો નથી, એટલે એઓ શસ્ત્ર ઉગમવા તૈયાર થયા છે.
Sir, sorry to interrupt. Sir, sorry to interrupt. Can you please conclude your final conclusion?
ઓકે. એ પછી બેન મ્યાનમારના મુસલમાનોની પણ સમસ્યા છે. સરદાર સરોવરના ડેમના કારણે વિસ્થાપિતોની પણ મોટી સમસ્યા છે. એટલે આ બધા મુદ્દામાં સમસ્યાઓ એવી છે કે સરકાર સહાય કરવા ઉદાસીન છે, સાંસ્કૃતિક ઓળખ ગુમાવી દીધી છે, નવા વાતાવરણમાં સમાયોજનના પ્રશ્નો ઊભા થયા છે, યોગ્ય દસ્તાવેજથી વિસ્થાપિત થયેલા લોકો વંચિત છે, પરિવાર વિખરાઈ જાય છે, જમીન જતી રહે છે, સામાજિક આર્થિક બાબતોની સમસ્યા ગહન બનતી જાય છે અને ત્યાંની લોકલ પ્રજા બહારથી આવેલી પ્રજાને સ્વીકારવા તૈયાર નથી. આનો ઉપાય છે કે ખાસ કરીને ઘણી એવી સમસ્યાઓ છે એનું સમાધાન નીકળી શકે છે. ખાસ કરીને એવા કાયદા ઘડવા જોઈએ કે વિસ્થાપન ઓછું થાય, જમીન સંપાદન બિલનું પુનઃસ્થાપન થાય, એ બિલોનું ચુસ્તપણે પાલન થવું જોઈએ. જે હેતુ માટે જમીન લેવામાં આવી છે એ હેતુ માટે જ ઉપયોગ થાય, ન થયેલી જમીન પાછી આપવામાં આવે. સમુદાયના કુટુંબના સંવાદમાં સંવાદિતા, સામૂહિક સુરક્ષા, ગામની વિવિધ જ્ઞાતિઓ જાતિઓના સંબંધોમાં સુમેળતા વધારવી જોઈએ, એમની સાંસ્કૃતિક ધરોહરની સાચવણી કરવી જોઈએ. પ્રજા સામાન્ય પ્રવાહમાં ભળી જાય એ માટે દરેક સામાજિક સંસ્થાઓ, સરકાર કે લોકલ માણસોએ પૂરતો સાથ સહકાર આપે તો જ આ સમસ્યાનું સમાધાન થઈ શકે એમ છે. છેલ્લે જો વસુધૈવ કુટુંબકમની ભાવના દરેકમાં ઉદ્ભવે તો આ સમસ્યાનું કાયમી સમાધાન શક્ય છે, અન્યથા નહીં. આભાર.
Thank you, sir. Now next is Aradhna Kushawa.
यस सर.
Okay, present
सर.
here.
जी सर. सर बिना पीपीटी के कर सकती हूँ?
Do you have presentation? Then you can present.
जी सर. मेरा नाम आराधना कुशवाहा, यूनिवर्सिटी भोपाल. मेरा टॉपिक है मनरेगा से श्रमिकों को रोजगार एवं विकास पर प्रभाव का अध्ययन. भारत गांवों का देश है. भारत की 70% जनसंख्या में रहती है. ग्रामीण क्षेत्र का सर्वांगीण पंचवर्षीय योजनाओं में ग्रामीण विकास को प्राथमिकता दी गई. वर्ष 2011 की जनगणना के अनुसार भारत की जनसंख्या 122 करोड़ में 83.4 करोड़ गांव विकास निवास करती है.
मनरेगा ग्रामीण परिवारों को रोजगार प्रदान करने एवं उन्हें अतिरिक्त आय प्रदान करने, उन्हें सामाजिक आर्थिक सशक्तिकरण के साथ साथ स्वास्थ्य शिक्षा में मजबूती प्रदान किया है। यह ग्रामीण परिवारों को 100 दिन का निश्चित रोजगार का अधिकार देता है। मनरेगा महात्मा गांधी राष्ट्रीय रोजगार गारंटी योजना मनरेगा केंद्र सरकार की महत्वपूर्ण योजना है। मनरेगा पहला राष्ट्र कानून है जिसके तहत रोजगार की अभूतपूर्व व्यवस्था है। मनरेगा का मुख्य उद्देश्य रोजगार के लिए पूरक अवसर उपलब्ध कराना है। ग्रामीण श्रमिकों की कुशल तथा अकुशल को उनके स्थान से 1 किलोमीटर के अंदर ही रोजगार उपलब्ध कराया जाता है। 2 फरवरी 2006 में यूपीए सरकार द्वारा देश के प्रधानमंत्री डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह द्वारा आंध्र प्रदेश के बंदोपल्ली से
Hello, ma'am. Don't read, please. You just what you have done. What is your
Yes,
methodology? What is your analysis and what is your conclusion? And can you please pardon your title? What is the exact title? It's a Manrega or Marega?
मनरेगा
Manrega.
की
Okay.
के उद्देश्य मनरेगा रोजगार पर प्रभाव का अध्ययन, मनरेगा का सामाजिक सांस्कृतिक सशक्तिकरण पर प्रभाव का अध्ययन, मनरेगा का गांवों में स्थायी परिसंपत्तियों के निर्माण पर प्रभाव का अध्ययन। निष्कर्ष है
Yes, you can go.
कोरोना काल में लॉकडाउन के दौरान जब उद्योग धंधे, बाजार, दुकानें और काम सब बंद हो गए थे, करोड़ों कामगार मजदूर परिवार मायूस होकर अपने गांव और घरों की ओर लौटे, शहरों में कमाई कर
मैम आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही।
हेलो, आवाज आ रही सर?
हाँ मैम अभी आ रही। नाउ यू आर ऑडिबल।
कोरोना काल के संकट के कठिन समय महात्मा गांधी नरेगा न उनके व उनके परिवार के लिए रोजगार और कमाई का जरिया बना। मनरेगा देश के कमजोर और गरीब परिवारों की आय और उपभोग को बेहतर बनाया है। थैंक यू सर।
Okay, next presenter.
Chitra Sonale.
Yes, ma'am.
You present?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Hello.
Yes ma'am, you are audible.
जी सर मैं पीपीटी के बिना अपना प्रेजेंटेशन दूंगी। सर मैं चित्रा सोनारे रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर यूनिवर्सिटी भोपाल से सोशियोलॉजी में पीएचडी स्कॉलर हूँ। सर मेरा टॉपिक है यूनानी चिकित्सा पद्धति के प्रति लोगों के बढ़ते हुए रुझान एवं उनके सामाजिक आर्थिक स्थिति का अध्ययन करना। इसी के अंतर्गत आज मैं यूनानी मेडिसिन इन इंडियन कल्चर पर अपना प्रेजेंटेशन दूंगी। सर मेरा उद्देश्य हमारे देश में प्रचलित पारंपरिक चिकित्सा पद्धतियों में से एक यूनानी चिकित्सा पद्धति के विस्तार और उसके प्रभाव का प्रश्नावली के माध्यम से अध्ययन करना है। सर यूनानी चिकित्सा, जिसे तिब्बे यूनानी एक पारंपरिक चिकित्सा प्रणाली है, प्राचीन यूनानी, फारसी और अरब चिकित्सा ज्ञान में से एक है। 11वीं और 12वीं शताब्दी में प्रचलित होने के बाद यह भारतीय संस्कृति में गहराई से समा गई। सर दिल्ली सल्तनत और मुगल साम्राज्य के दौरान फलती फूलती यह चिकित्सा पद्धति समग्र स्वास्थ्य, प्राकृतिक उपचार और जीवन शैली, आहार संबंधी आदतों के अनुरूप निवारक देखभाल पर मतलब प्रिवेंटिव केयर पर जोर देती है। आयुष मंत्रालय द्वारा आधिकारिक रूप से मान्यता प्राप्त भारत में 250 से ज्यादा यूनानी अस्पताल, 50 से ज्यादा मेडिकल कॉलेजेस और 40,000 से ज्यादा पंजीकृत चिकित्सक हैं। NIUM और अजमत खान तिब्बिया कॉलेज जैसे संस्थान शिक्षा और अनुसंधान का नेतृत्व करते हैं, जबकि CCRUM वैज्ञानिक सत्यापन और सूत्रीकरण मानकीकरण को आगे बढ़ाते हैं। सर 2021 में यूनानी सुविधाओं में लगभग 82 लाख से ज्यादा मरीजों का इलाज किया गया। सर इस पैथी में 300 से ज्यादा पौधों और खनिज स्रोतों से 500 से ज्यादा जो इसके फॉर्मुलेशंस हैं ये शामिल हैं। इसकी लोकप्रियता इसके समग्र दृष्टिकोण, प्राकृतिक उपचार पर जोर और स्थानीय आहार एवं जीवन शैली की आदतों के साथ तालमेल के कारण बढ़ी। इन पद्धतियों का उद्देश्य न केवल बीमारी का इलाज करना है बल्कि स्वास्थ्य को बनाए रखना और बीमारियों की रोकथाम करना भी है, जो कि निवारक चिकित्सा की आधुनिक अवधारणाओं के साथ निकटता से जुड़ा हुआ है। भारत में यूनानी चिकित्सा पद्धति की संस्थागत उपस्थिति लंबे समय से रही। सरकार आयुष मंत्रालय, जिसमें कि सर आयुर्वेद, योग एवं प्राकृतिक चिकित्सा, यूनानी सिद्धा और होम्योपैथी, इसके अंतर्गत यूनानी चिकित्सा पद्धति को आधिकारिक मान्यता देती है। 2023 तक भारत में 250 से ज्यादा यूनानी अस्पताल, 50 से ज्यादा मान्यता प्राप्त यूनानी चिकित्सा महाविद्यालय हैं। बेंगलुरु स्थित राष्ट्रीय यूनानी चिकित्सा संस्थान NIUN और अलीगढ़ मुस्लिम विश्वविद्यालय स्थित अजमत खान तिब्बिया कॉलेज यूनानी चिकित्सा पद्धति में शिक्षा और अनुसंधान प्रदान करने वाले प्रमुख संस्थानों में से एक है। सर जो यूनानी चिकित्सा पद्धति है इसमें गठिया, पाचन विकार, दमा, यकृत रोग, मधुमेह और त्वचा संबंधी समस्याओं जैसी दीर्घकालिक बीमारियां, इनके प्रबंधन में आशाजनक परिणाम दिखाए हैं। इसकी कुछ मेडिसिन के नाम मैं ले रही हूँ सर। जवारी शामला, कुर्स तबाशीर और हब्बे बुखार जैसे विभिन्न जो शास्त्रीय योग हैं इनके एंटीऑक्सीडेंट जो लीवर से संबंधित या डायबिटिक की जो मतलब पेशेंट्स हैं उनकी प्रतिरक्षा संचालन गुणों के लिए अध्ययन किया गया है। ये निष्कर्ष यूनानी सिद्धांतों को वैज्ञानिक समर्थन प्रदान करते हैं और एकीकृत चिकित्सा पद्धतियों में इसकी स्वीकार्यता को बढ़ाते हैं। अपनी खूबियों के बावजूद यूनानी चिकित्सा कई चुनौतियों का सामना कर रही है। इसमें पारंपरिक उपचारों के अधिक वैज्ञानिक सत्यापन, फॉर्मुलेशन के मानकीकरण, पाठ्यक्रम के आधुनिकीकरण और आधुनिक स्वास्थ्य सेवा प्रणालियों के साथ एकीकरण की आवश्यकता शामिल है। सर ये जो हमारी यूनानी चिकित्सा पद्धति है ये एक पारंपरिक चिकित्सा पद्धति है जिसमें कि लॉन्ग टर्म जो डिजीजेस होती हैं उन पर मतलब उनका इलाज किया जाता है, उपचार किया जाता है। तो सर लास्ट में मैं कंक्लूजन पे आऊंगी। यूनानी चिकित्सा भारत के सांस्कृतिक और स्वास्थ्य सेवा परिदृश्य का अभिन्न अंग बनी हुई है। ये पारंपरिक ज्ञान और वैज्ञानिक तर्क का एक अनूठा मिश्रण प्रस्तुत करती है जिसमें निवारक और एकीकृत स्वास्थ्य सेवा की अपार संभावनाएं हैं। इसका समृद्ध औषध कोश दार्शनिक गहराई और सांस्कृतिक रूप से संवेदनशील है। निरंतर अनुसंधान, नीतिगत सहयोग और जन जागरूकता के साथ यूनानी चिकित्सा स्वास्थ्य स्थिरता और व्यक्तिगत देखभाल पर केंद्रित वैश्विक स्वास्थ्य सेवा प्रणालियों में महत्वपूर्ण योगदान दे सकती है। थैंक यू सर।
Nice presentation.
Thank you sir.
Next is Pooja. Pooja Tayal.
नमस्कार सर।
पूजा तयाल
गुड आफ्टरनून सर। यस सर, गुड आफ्टरनून सर। आप सुन पा रहे हैं?
ओके, यू कैन प्रेजेंट।
यस सर, यस सर। मैं अभी मेरी स्क्रीन शेयर कर देती हूँ सर। मैं
ओके व्हाट्स योर प्रोनाउंसिएशन? पूजा।
यस सर।
नेम
पूजा, POOJA। इट्स अ POOJA।
ओके
जी सर।
या यू कैन स्टार्ट।
यस सर, बस आई एम शेयरिंग माय स्क्रीन सर।
यू हैव 4 मिनट मैम। हाँ प्लीज।
यस सर। सर मैं वो स्क्रीन शेयर नहीं कर पा रही तो मैं प्रेजेंट कर सकती हूँ अपना ऐसे ही।
श्योर।
यस सर, धन्यवाद सर। सर मेरा टॉपिक है भारतीय बैंकों में एसेट्स लायबिलिटी मैनेजमेंट पर एक सजेशन कि हम एसेट्स लायबिलिटी मैनेजमेंट में हम क्या सजेशंस दे सकते हैं। इंट्रोडक्शन, परिचय। एसेट्स लायबिलिटी मैनेजमेंट बैंकों के लिए केंद्रीय वित्त प्रबंधन तकनीक है जिसका उद्देश्य बैंक अपने ऋण, निवेश, जमा, उधार के बीच इष्टतम संतुलन स्थापित करता है। एसेट्स लायबिलिटी मैनेजमेंट का मुख्य लक्ष्य बैंक की लाभप्रदता को बनाए रखते हुए जोखिमों को न्यूनतम करना है। भारतीय बैंकिंग प्रणाली में एसेट्स लायबिलिटी मैनेजमेंट का महत्व 1990 के दशक में आर्थिक सुधारों के बाद बढ़ा। आरबीआई ने बैंकों के यस सर,
Can you repeat your title?
यस सर, भारतीय बैंकों में एसेट्स लायबिलिटी मैनेजमेंट सुझावों पर एक अध्ययन।
Okay.
Yes,
Go
sir.
ahead.
Yeah, thank you, sir. आरबीआई ने बैंकों के लिए एएलएम एसेट्स लायबिलिटी मैनेजमेंट फ्रेमवर्क को अनिवार्य किया। आज प्राइवेट बैंक और पब्लिक बैंक और फॉरेन बैंक सभी में एसेट्स लायबिलिटी मैनेजमेंट प्रक्रियाओं का पालन किया जाता है जिसमें हम विभिन्न चुनौतियों का सामना कर रहे हैं। रिसर्च ऑब्जेक्टिव, भारतीय बैंकों में एएलएम की वर्तमान स्थिति का विश्लेषण करना, एएलएम से जुड़े प्रमुख ब्याज दर जोखिम, तरलता जोखिम, क्रेडिट जोखिम की पहचान करना, एएलएम प्रक्रियाओं में सुधारों के लिए प्रस्तुत करना। रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजी, डेटा स्रोतों में आरबीआई की वार्षिक रिपोर्ट, बैंकों की वित्तीय विवरणियां और विभिन्न शोध पत्र शामिल है। एएलएम कॉन्सेप्ट एंड इंपॉर्टेंस, डेफिनेशन ऑफ एएलएम। एएलएम एक व्यवस्थित दृष्टिकोण है जिसके माध्यम से बैंक अपनी एसेट्स और लायबिलिटी का मैनेजमेंट करते हैं ताकि नकदी प्रवाह, लाभ और जोखिम के बीच संतुलन बना रहे। रिकमेंडेशंस फॉर इंप्रूवमेंट, एसेट्स लायबिलिटी मैनेजमेंट एक महत्वपूर्ण प्रक्रिया है जो बैंकों को उनकी वित्तीय स्थिरता बनाए रखने में मदद करती है। डिजिटलाइजेशन ने एएलएम को अधिक सटीक, पारदर्शी और कुशल बनाया है। डेटा एनालिसिस, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, ब्लॉकचेन, क्लाउड कंप्यूटिंग जैसी तकनीकों ने बैंकों को उनकी एसेट्स और लायबिलिटीज का बेहतर प्रबंधन करने में सक्षम बनाया है। रोल ऑफ डिजिटलाइजेशन इन एएलएम, रियल टाइम डेटा एनालिसिस, ऑटोमेटिक रिस्क असेसमेंट, इंप्रूव्ड डिसीजन मेकिंग। डिजिटलाइजेशन कैसे एएलएम में मदद करता है? रियल टाइम डेटा मैनेजमेंट एंड विश्लेषण, पारंपरिक एएलएम प्रणालियों में डाटा मैनुअल रूप से एकत्रित किया जाता था जिसमें समय अत्यधिक लगता था और त्रुटियां होने की ज्यादा संभावना रहती थी। डिजिटल तकनीकों के माध्यम से बैंक वास्तविक समय में डाटा प्राप्त कर सकते हैं जिनसे हमें निम्नलिखित लाभ प्राप्त है। लिक्विडिटी मैनेजमेंट इंप्रूव होगी, रिस्क टेकिंग कैपेसिटी इंप्रूव होगी और फ्रॉड डिटेक्शन का हमें पता लगेगा। एआई और एमएल का उपयोग, एमएल स्टैंड फॉर मशीन लर्निंग। एआई और एमएल एल्गोरिदम बैंक के भविष्य के जोखिमों का पूर्वानुमान लगाने में मदद करते हैं। क्रेडिट रिस्क मैनेजमेंट, जिसमें हम एनपीए, नॉन परफॉर्मिंग एसेट्स के बारे में पता लगाएंगे, और मार्केट रिस्क एमएल एल्गोरिदम ब्याज की दरों और विदेशी मुद्रा जोखिम का विश्लेषण करते हैं। ब्लॉकचेन तकनीकी का प्रभाव, ब्लॉकचेन एएलएम में पारदर्शिता और सुरक्षा बढ़ाता है। स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स के माध्यम से स्वचालित लेन देन करता है। धोखाधड़ी को कम करने में डाटा हैक नहीं किया जा सकता है। क्लाउड कंप्यूटिंग और बिग डाटा, क्लाउड स्टोरेज से बैंक की बड़ी मात्रा में डाटा सुरक्षित रख सकते हैं। बिग डाटा एनालिटिक्स बाजार रुझानों का प्रभाव संबंध है। स्टी को सुरक्षित बना दिया है। भारतीय बैंक के अपने एएलएम प्रक्रियाओं को मजबूत जैसी चुनौतियां अभी भी मौजूद हैं जिन्हें सरकार और आरबीआई की नीतियों के माध्यम से हल किया जा सकता है। भविष्य में डिजिटल एएलएम और अधिक उन्नत होगा जिससे बैंकिंग क्षेत्र में अधिक स्थिरता और विस्तार मिलेगा। भारतीय बैंकों में एएलएम एक महत्वपूर्ण प्रक्रिया है लेकिन इसे और अधिक मजबूत बनाने की आवश्यकता है। तकनीकी बेहतर नियामक, अनुपालन, जोखिम प्रबंधन
Ma'am, please come to the conclusion.
नीतियों के माध्यम से बैंक एएलएम प्रक्रियाओं में धन्यवाद। एसेट्स लायबिलिटी मैनेजमेंट को इम्प्रूव करेंगे जिससे हमारी एसेट्स मैनेजमेंट की आपकी लिक्विडिटी क्रेडिट रिस्क टेकिंग कैपेसिटी को हेल्प मिलेगा, फ्रॉड्स डिडक्ट होंगे, एनपीएज कम हो जाएंगे, नॉन परफॉर्मिंग एसेट्स।
Thank you. Now next,
थैंक यू सर, धन्यवाद सर।
Anjana
I
Pawar.
think Anjana Pawar is not there, sir.
Okay.
I think.
Then news Shiv Barache.
Same, sir. I think he is also not there. Sarfraz sir, he is not there.
Okay. Then Durgesh Dubey.
Yes, sir.
Next.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you
I am
can-
audible.
Yes, yes.
Yes. Thank you. टुडे इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में मैं आप सभी गेस्ट का, जितने बाहर से जो फर्स्ट डे 18 अगस्त को ज्वाइन किए थे, उन सभी का वेलकम करता हूं और थैंक्स भी करता हूं कि इतने अच्छे टॉपिक में उन्होंने इस वेबिनार को आयोजन किया है। तो इसके लिए मेरा नाम दुर्गेश दुबे है। मैं रिसर्च स्कॉलर हूँ डॉक्टर सीवी रमन यूनिवर्सिटी कोटा बिलासपुर छत्तीसगढ़ का। मेरी गाइड डॉक्टर रेणु शरण, सहायक प्राध्यापक राजनीति विज्ञान डॉक्टर सीवी रमन यूनिवर्सिटी करकी कोटा। मेरा विषय है कबीरधाम जिले में नक्सलवाद, वैश्विक भू राजनीतिक, वाणिज्य और मानवीय दृष्टिकोण में अध्ययन। सर, आई एम ऑडिबल?
यस
सर प्लीज, मेरी पीपीटी नहीं है सर, मैं कैन यू कंटिन्यू प्रेजेंटेशन?
Yes, yes, yes.
जी जी प्लीज, थैंक यू सर। जैसा कि विदित है, नक्सलवाद एक व्यापक समस्या है। हम देख रहे हैं आज पूरे भारत में नक्सलवाद की शुरुआत हम अगर कहें तो भारत में 1967 में पश्चिम बंगाल के नक्सलवाड़ी गांव से प्रारंभ हुआ था। यह एक आंदोलन पूंजीपति वर्गों के विरोध में प्रारंभ हुआ था, जिसे नक्सलवाद का नाम दिया गया। आज यह नक्सलवाद छत्तीसगढ़, झारखंड, ओडिशा, आंध्र प्रदेश होते हुए अन्य क्षेत्रों में विद्यमान है। आगे हिस्सों में देखा जाए, मूलतः नक्सलवाद का उद्देश्य सामाजिक, आर्थिक और राजनीतिक असमानताओं को उग्रवादी आंदोलन के रूप में इसे समाया गया है। आज हम यह कह सकते हैं कि कबीरधाम जिले के अंतर्गत कैसे नक्सलवाद प्रवेश किया गया है, जिसका भौगोलिक क्षेत्र से अगर देखा जाए तो छत्तीसगढ़ में बस्तर के अंतर्गत बस्तर, सरगुजा संभाग, अंबिकापुर और कवर्धा, इन क्षेत्रों में नक्सलवाद को देखा जाता है। हम इस विषय पे कबीरधाम के अंतर्गत नक्सलवाद की ऐतिहासिक पृष्ठभूमि में अगर दिया जाए तो माओवादों का वर्ग था कि शासन में कैसे वर्तमान कार्यकारी शासन को उखाड़ फेंकने का 1967 के नक्सलवाड़ी आंदोलन में भूमि सुधार आंदोलन के तहत किसानों की मांगों को लेकर इस प्रस्ताव को रखा गया। साथ ही लोग इन क्षेत्र में जुड़ते गए। कबीरधाम जिले के अंतर्गत अगर नक्सलवाद की स्थिति आज देखा जाए तो कबीरधाम जिला घने पहाड़ी के क्षेत्रों से प्रसिद्ध है। साथ में यहाँ प्रशासनिक पहुंच वाला क्षेत्र है। यहाँ प्रमुख समस्याएं गरीबी, अशिक्षा, बेरोजगारी, बुनियादी सुविधाओं की कमी के कारण यहाँ के लोग सरकार द्वारा चलाए गए योजनाओं से वंचित हैं, जिसमें एक मुख्य कारण अगर हम देखें तो नक्सलवाद का कारण हो सकता है। इस समस्या को समाधान करने में समस्याएं जो सामने आती है, जिसमें भौगोलिक कारण होता है, यहाँ तक पहुंच पाना संभव नहीं, दुर्गम क्षेत्र, सीमावर्ती, आर्थिक कारण, वन संपदा का शोषण करना, रोजगार के अवसर कमी होना, सामाजिक कारण होता है शिक्षा का अभाव, स्वास्थ्य की सुविधाएं। चौथा पॉइंट पे अगर हम देखेंगे वैश्विक भू राजनीतिक दृष्टिकोण से नक्सलवाद जैसी आंतरिक विद्रोह गतिविधियां केवल स्थानीय समस्या नहीं रहकर बल्कि अंतरराष्ट्रीय आतंकवाद की, हथियारों की तस्करी है। विदेशी विचारधाराओं के प्रभाव से जुड़ी हुई यह समस्या वैश्विक स्तर पर देखा गया है। असमान विकास, प्रकृति संसाधनों का दोहन, असमानता ऐसे आंदोलनों को जन्म देता है। अफ्रीका और अमेरिका में भी कई देशों पे ऐसी नक्सलवाद जैसी विद्रोह के समूह पाए जाते हैं। हम लिट्टे की आक्रमण अगर देखा जाए जो हुआ, यह भी एक उदाहरण होता है। वाणिज्य के दृष्टिकोण से अगर हम देखा जाए तो नक्सलवाद की एक संभावनाएं बनती है, जिसमें नक्सलवाद ने कबीरधाम के क्षेत्र पे व्यापार और पर्यटन पर काफी प्रभाव डाला है। कबीरधाम जिले को संस्कार और धार्मिक नगरी कहा जाता है। कबीरधाम में 11वीं शताब्दी में फड़िक नागवंश के द्वारा भोरम देव मंदिर की स्थापना किया गया था। आज उसकी वर्चस्वता पर नक्सलवाद के कारण कहीं ना कहीं प्रश्न चिन्ह इसकी बाधा बनती है। मानवीय क्षेत्र से अगर हम देखें तो इन संसाधनों का उपाय होता है। प्रमुख चुनौतियां हम देखें तो कठिन क्षेत्र पे कार्य करना, जनताओं का शोषण होना, भोले भाले आदिवासियों को अपने बातों पे पहला फुसलाकर उनकी शोषण का काम करना। अंत में मैं निष्कर्ष यही कहूंगा कि कबीरधाम जिले में नक्सलवाद को समाप्त करने हेतु कानून व्यवस्था की समस्याओं को बहुत अच्छे तरीके से साधन करना चाहिए। सामाजिक न्याय से जुड़े हुए मुद्दों को उठाने चाहिए। स्थानीय जनता को विकास की मुख्य धारा में शामिल नहीं किया जाना चाहिए ताकि इस समस्या का जल्द से जल्द समाधान हो और वैश्विक भू राजनीतिक और आर्थिक दृष्टि से नक्सलवाद जैसी की आंतरिक चुनौतियों का समाधान हो सके और इस स्थिरता से हमें इन ग्रुपों का प्राप्त कर सके। थैंक यू। इस इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के जो कन्वीनर है प्रीति मैडम, मैं उनका भी बहुत बहुत थैंक यू करना चाहता हूँ जिन्होंने मुझे इस 2 दिवसीय अंतरराष्ट्रीय कॉन्फ्रेंस में अपना पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन करने का मौका दिया। थैंक यू, थैंक्स लॉट।
थैंक यू, नाइस
थैंक यू
प्रेजेंटेशन।
दुर्गेश जी, हमें आपके जैसे यंग स्कॉलर्स की बहुत जरूरत है बिकॉज जो भी डिस्कशंस हो रहे हैं इस प्लेटफॉर्म पर, young
जी
scholars
मैम,
like you only are going to carry it forward and this is the future of our nation in the world. So thank you for being with us, sir.
थैंक यू मैम, माय प्लेजर। थैंक यू मैम।
Now next is Salini Soni.
She is not there. Salini Soni is not.
Okay, then Vivek Ram.
Yes, sir. I am Vivek Ram.
Yeah, you
Yes,
can
audible,
present.
audible.
हेलो सर, क्या मेरी आवाज आ रही है? मेरा नाम विवेक
Hello.
राम।
Yes, audible.
Yes,
हाँ।
who?
Sir,
सर मेरा
Salini
नाम
Soni.
विवेक।
शालिनी सोनी
Sir,
सर।
Okay, Miss Salini Soni, you can present. Sorry, sir,
Okay.
Vivek sir, after this.
Yes, yeah, you can audible, please continue.
हेलो,
विवेक
मेरी
सर,
आवाज आ रही है सर?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
one
Yes.
minute, sir, please.
Okay.
Salini madam is also
Yes, sir.
audible.
Yes,
जी,
Salini Soni is audible, sir.
please, madam, please continue. Okay.
हाँ, ओके ओके, थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू। आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। मेरा शीर्षक है सूचना का अधिकार अधिनियम के तहत प्रशासनिक अभिलेखों का डिजिटल संरक्षण, संकटग्रस्त क्षेत्रों में पारदर्शिता एवं उत्तरदायित्व की संभावनाएं। जी मैं आप लोग को बताना चाहूंगी कि सूचना का अधिकार अधिनियम 2005 नागरिकों को सरकारी संस्थाओं से सूचना प्राप्त करने का कानूनी अधिकार देता है, जिससे प्रशासनिक पारदर्शिता, जवाबदेही और लोकतांत्रिक सहभागिता को प्रोत्साहन मिलता है। संकटग्रस्त और दूरस्थ क्षेत्रों में सूचना तक पहुंच की कमी, कागजी अभिलेखों का नष्ट होने का खतरा, भ्रष्टाचार की संभावनाएं अधिक रहती है। इस संदर्भ में डिजिटलीकरण बहुत अधिक महत्व रखता है। मेरे इस शोध पत्र का विश्लेषण यह कहता है कि डिजिटलीकरण अभिलेखन को आरटीआई से जोड़ना महत्वपूर्ण है, क्योंकि प्रशासन की पारदर्शिता और जवाबदेही इसमें अत्यधिक हो जाती है, जिससे लोगों को इससे सुविधा प्राप्त होती है। सूचना का अधिकार अधिनियम 2005 प्रशासनिक पारदर्शिता और उत्तरदायित्व का महत्वपूर्ण उपकरण है। सूचना का अधिकार नागरिकों को सरकारी संस्थाओं में सूचना उपलब्ध कराना है। 30 दिन के भीतर अगर जवाबदेही नहीं होती है तो हम प्रथम अपीलीय अधिकारी से संपर्क कर सकते हैं। अगर उनसे भी संतुष्ट नहीं होते हैं तो द्वितीय अपीलीय अधिकारी, जो केंद्रीय सूचना आयोग होता है, उनसे हम संपर्क कर सकते हैं। संकटग्रस्त क्षेत्रों में सूचना की पहुंच की चुनौतियां भी है। दस्तावेजों का प्राकृतिक आपदाओं या संघर्ष में नष्ट होना, सूचना का केंद्रीकरण और कागजी स्वरूप, अधिकारियों की जवाबदेही की कमी, इंटरनेट और तकनीकी अवसंरचना का अभाव होता है। इसका महत्व यह है कि सूचना तक त्वरित पहुंच, रिकॉर्ड का दीर्घकालीन संरक्षण, सूचना के अधिकार के तहत उत्तरदायित्व को मजबूत करना, संकटग्रस्त क्षेत्रों में डेटा का बैकअप और पुनः प्राप्ति के लिए हमें डिजिटलीकरण की आवश्यकता अत्यधिक होती है। केस स्टडी में हमने देखा है कि केरल में जो 2018 में बाढ़ आया था उसमें सभी दस्तावेज नष्ट हो गए थे। अगर डिजिटलीकरण के अगर उसका डिजिटलीकरण किया गया होता तो यह नहीं होता और हम पुनः सूचनाओं को प्राप्त कर सकते थे। छत्तीसगढ़ के बस्तर क्षेत्रों में जहां नक्सली क्षेत्र होता है वहां भी क्या बोलते हैं नक्सलियों के द्वारा जो है सभी दस्तावेजों को नष्ट कर दिया जाता है। यदि डिजिटलीकरण के माध्यम से उसको संरक्षित किया जा सकता है तो हम उसे पुनः प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। इसके लाभ भी हैं। आरटीआई आवेदनों के उत्तर की गति, गुणवत्ता में सुधार, भ्रष्टाचार में इससे कमी आती है। यदि दस्तावेज नष्ट हो जाते हैं तो नागरिकों को उसकी जानकारी नहीं दी जा सकती, तो ये भ्रष्टाचार का प्रमुख कारण हो सकता है। नागरिकों में विश्वास को बढ़ाना है। प्रमुख चुनौतियां भी है। यदि डिजिटलीकरण भी करते हैं तो इसमें भी हमें बहुत सी चुनौतियां देखने को मिलती है। साइबर सुरक्षा और डेटा उपयोगिता का खतरा होता है। डिजिटल साक्षरता की कमी है। लोगों को डिजिटल के प्रति साक्षर करना, जागरूक करना अत्यधिक आवश्यक है। अवसंरचना और लागत संबंधी बाधाएं भी है। इसके समाधान के लिए आरटीआई नियमों में डिजिटलीकरण, अभिलेखीकरण को अनिवार्य बनाना, ग्राम और ब्लॉक पर डिजिटल सेंटर की स्थापना करना, साइबर सुरक्षा के लिए मजबूत प्रोटोकॉल लागू करना, डिजिटल साक्षरता कार्यक्रमों का संचालन करना जिससे ज्यादा से ज्यादा नागरिक जो है जागरूक हो सके और अपने इस अधिकार का उपयोग कर सके। अंत में मैं यही कहूंगी कि सूचना का अधिकार अधिनियम तभी प्रभावी हो सकता है जब सूचना सुलभ, सुरक्षित और संरक्षित हो। लोगों को इसके बारे में जानकारी हो ताकि ज्यादा से ज्यादा इस अधिनियम का उपयोग कर सके और उनको डिजिटलीकरण के बारे में जागरूक करना भी आवश्यक है। विशेषकर संकटग्रस्त क्षेत्रों में हमारे भारत देश में प्राकृतिक आपदाएं और मानवीय आपदाएं भी, मानवीय संकट भी उत्पन्न होता है जिससे हम आरटीआई का। जी सर।
मैम प्लीज कंक्लूड।
हाँ, कंक्लूड में आ रही हूँ सर। सूचना का अधिकार अधिनियम तभी प्रभावी हो सकता है जब सूचना सुलभ, सुरक्षित और संरक्षित हो। विशेषकर संकटग्रस्त क्षेत्रों के लिए यह न केवल सूचना तक पहुंच आसान बनाता है बल्कि शासन को अधिक पारदर्शी, उत्तरदायी बनाता है। आरटीआई के लिए इसका एकीकरण लोकतंत्र की जड़ों को मजबूत करने में सहायक सिद्ध होगा। धन्यवाद सर।
नाउ विवेक राम।
यस सर। यस सर। सर मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
यस यस।
धन्यवाद सर, धन्यवाद। सर मेरा नाम विवेक राम है। मैं डॉक्टर सीवी रमन विश्वविद्यालय करगी रोड, कोटा, बिलासपुर, छत्तीसगढ़ में राजनीति विज्ञान से शोधार्थी हूँ। मेरी निर्देशक डॉक्टर रेणुकरण है। सर मेरा टॉपिक शीर्षक जो है वो है मनरेगा के तहत ग्रामीण आजीविका पद्धतियों का डिजिटल संकटग्रस्त क्षेत्रों में पारंपरिक ज्ञान का संरक्षण।
शालिनी मैडम म्यूट कर लीजिए आप अपने माइक को।
हाँ हाँ सर कर रही।
जी ओके, कंटिन्यू सर।
सर भारत का ग्रामीण जीवन केवल आर्थिक क्रियाकलापों का समुच्चय नहीं है बल्कि यह सांस्कृतिक धरोहर, पारंपरिक ज्ञान और सामुदायिक पहचान का भी केंद्र है। कृषि पद्धतियां, जल तकनीक, हस्तशिल्प और ग्रामीण सामुदायिक श्रम पीढ़ियां विकसित होकर आज तक चली आ रही हैं, किंतु जैसे प्राकृतिक आपदाएं हैं, जलवायु परिवर्तन है, विस्थापन है, तेजी से बढ़ता शहरीकरण है और सामाजिक आर्थिक असमानताओं के कारण ये जो पारंपरिक ज्ञान और पद्धतियां हैं ये तेजी से समाप्त होती जा रही हैं। महात्मा गांधी राष्ट्रीय ग्रामीण रोजगार गारंटी अधिनियम मनरेगा का सर मूल उद्देश्य ग्रामीण परिवारों को 100 दिनों का न्यूनतम रोजगार उपलब्ध कराना है, लेकिन इसके साथ साथ यह ग्रामीण जीवन के सांस्कृतिक और आजीविका स्वरूप को पुनर्जीवित करने और संरक्षित करने की दिशा में भी महत्वपूर्ण योगदान देता है। सर डिजिटल अभिलेखीकरण की अवधारणा यहाँ अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है क्योंकि इसके माध्यम से ग्रामीण आजीविका से जुड़े कार्यों, पारंपरिक तकनीकों, लोक गाथाओं और स्थानीय संसाधन प्रबंधन प्रणालियों का डिजिटल दस्ताकरण जो है वो किया जा सकता है। यह शोध जो है सर वो संकटग्रस्त क्षेत्रों जहां प्राकृतिक आपदा, सूखा, बाढ़ या संघर्ष या विस्थापन है में मनरेगा के माध्यम से डिजिटल अभिलेखीकरण की संभावनाओं और आवश्यकताओं का विश्लेषण करता है। अध्ययन में पाया गया है कि मनरेगा परियोजनाओं में डिजिटल रिकॉर्डिंग, वीडियो डॉक्यूमेंटेशन, वर्चुअली प्रदर्शनी और ई डेटाबेस निर्माण को शामिल करने से न केवल रोजगार का सृजन होगा बल्कि ग्रामीण सांस्कृतिक विरासत भी संरक्षित रहेगी। सर, मनरेगा और ग्रामीण आजीविका के अवलोकन में अगर हम ध्यान दें तो इसका प्रमुख उद्देश्य हर ग्रामीण परिवार को 100 दिनों का मजदूरी आधारित रोजगार देना है। छत्तीसगढ़ में हमारे जो न्यूनतम मजदूरी है सर, वो वर्तमान में 261 रुपए है, 261 रुपीज है। इसका ग्रामीण विकास में जो योगदान है वो जल संरक्षण है, सिंचाई सुविधा है, सड़क निर्माण है, वानिकीकरण है, भूमि सुधार है, अन्य तरीके हैं सर। पारंपरिक ज्ञान और संस्कृति के महत्व पे अगर हम देखें तो जल प्रबंधन की पारंपरिक जो विधियां हैं उसमें कुएं हैं, तालाब हैं, नहरें हैं। कृषि पद्धतियों में मिश्रित खेती है, जैविक खाद है, बीज संरक्षण है। हस्तशिल्प और शिल्प कला की बात करें तो बुनाई है, मिट्टी के बर्तन हैं, लोक आभूषण हैं। संकटग्रस्त क्षेत्रों में आजीविका की जो चुनौतियां हैं सर, वहां प्राकृतिक आपदाओं में बुनियादी ढांचे का नष्ट हो जाना है, विस्थापन के कारण परंपरागत जो पेशों का टूटना है, नई पीढ़ी का शहरी पलायन करना है, तकनीकी दस्तावेज की कमी से ज्ञान का लुप्त होना है। इसकी प्रासंगिकता की अगर हम बात करें सर, तो भविष्य के लिए सुरक्षित संग्रह हो सकता है, शोध एवं शिक्षा में इसका उपयोग हो सकता है, वैश्विक स्तर पर हम पहुंच बना सकते हैं। और संभावना की बात करें तो मनरेगा परियोजनाओं के दौरान जो कारीगर हैं, किसान हैं, श्रमिक हैं के कार्यों का फोटो वीडियो दस्तीकरण किया जा सकता है। पारंपरिक कृषि और जल प्रबंधन वीडियो का डिजिटल डेटाबेस बनाया जा सकता है। वर्चुअल संग्रहालय और डिजिटल प्रदर्शनी का निर्माण किया जा सकता है। मोबाइल ऐप या पोर्टल के माध्यम से गांव-गांव की आजीविका कहानियों को सहेजा रखा जा सकता है। सर, जैसे इसमें केस स्टडी जब हमने किया तो इसमें पाया कि मध्य प्रदेश के झाबुआ जिले में मनरेगा के तहत जल संरक्षण कार्य के दौरान जो पारंपरिक झील है, वहां पर झीरी तालाब के निर्माण की तकनीक को रिकॉर्ड कर डिजिटल संग्रह में जब जोड़ा गया तो इससे रोजगार भी मिला और स्थानीय तकनीक भी संरक्षित हुई। दूसरा जो उदाहरण था सर, वो ओडिशा का कालाहांडी जिला था, जहां मनरेगा के दौरान आदिवासी हस्तशिल्प और बांस शिल्प कला को वीडियो डॉक्यूमेंट्री के रूप में सहेजा गया, जो आज ऑनलाइन प्रदर्शनी का हिस्सा है। कुछ चुनौतियां और सीमाएं भी हैं सर, जैसे डिजिटल तकनीक और इंटरनेट की कमी है, प्रशिक्षित कर्मियों का भी अभाव है, वित्तीय संसाधनों की कमी है, डिजिटल डेटा का दीर्घकालिक संरक्षण नहीं हो रहा है। लेकिन हम अगर समाधान और नीतिगत सुझाव की बात करें तो मनरेगा गाइडलाइनों में डिजिटल अभिकरण को अनिवार्य और प्रावधान किया जाना चाहिए। हर जिला स्तर पर डिजिटल आर्काइव सेल का गठन किया जाना चाहिए। स्थानीय युवाओं को प्रशिक्षण देकर अभिलेखीकरण कार्य में उनको संलिप्त किया जाना चाहिए।
Sir, sorry to interrupt. Can you please conclude?
यस मैम प्लीज, यस मैम। निष्कर्ष में अगर बात करें सर, मैम तो मनरेगा केवल रोजगार गारंटी का ही साधन नहीं है, बल्कि ग्रामीण संस्कृति और पारंपरिक ज्ञान का प्रभावी मंच भी बन सकता है। डिजिटल अभिकरण के माध्यम से हम इन धरोहरों को आने वाली पीढ़ियों तक पहुंचा सकते हैं। यदि राज्य और केंद्र सरकार इस दिशा में ठोस नीति बनाए तो यह पहल ग्रामीण विकास और सांस्कृतिक संरक्षण दोनों में मील का पत्थर साबित हो सकती है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सभी का, विशेषकर डॉक्टर प्रीति ओझा मैम का, जिन्होंने इस 2 दिवसीय कॉन्फ्रेंस सम्मेलन में हम लोगों को जुड़ने का मौका दिया। आप सभी को मेरा ओर से आभार, धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू।
थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
हरिराम पटेल। Are you there?
Hariram Patel, sir. Are you there?
I think not, ma'am. I just checked.
Not there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So
He's
now I
not there.
request Anita ma'am, give your concluding remark.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everybody.
Good
I
evening,
must
ma'am.
say that all the presenters, they have indeed worked very hard for their respective presentations, making it more fruitful and informative. Papers were from diverse backgrounds, which made the session more interesting. And I extend my heartiest thanks to all the presenters, moderator sir, co-chair, Professor Jitendra Gupta sir, for your cooperation, and GAP and the whole team, Preeti ma'am, as well as the whole team of GAP. I thank you for giving me the opportunity as a chairperson. So,
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now, Gupta sir, please give your concluding remark.
Hello. Hello, Anita ma'am. Hello.
Yes, sir. Surprise. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Anita ma'am, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Preeti Srivastava from Rabindranath Tagore University. In this session, the Dr. Neeta Gangrekar wants to present her research paper. She left. So can you take it?
No, but now the session is over. We
Ma'am?
will accommodate in the last session.
Yeah. Fine. Thank you. Thank you, Preeti ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you. लास्ट सेशन में लास्ट सेशन में हो जाएगा मतलब इसके बाद वाला है उसमें
Sarfaraz sir, Anita ma'am,
Thank you very much.
and Jitendra sir, please conclude the session.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. First of all, thanks to Preeti ma'am, who give the opportunity as a co-chair. Thank you once again, ma'am. And thank you to Sarfaraz sir and Anita ma'am for the cooperation. And once again, thanks to all the presenters who present here. Okay, from the diverse topics and the interesting topics from the every fields. So I have learned various things as a co-chair present. And all the best for the future. Thank you, ma'am. Over to Sarfaraz.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now the technical session is it. I hand over the floor to the chairperson of Professor Ankita and Professor Jackson.
Moderator of this session 8, have you joined in?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, one and all present here. I, Dr. Harsh Tripathi, moderator of technical session 8. Let me just take one attendance to all participants, whether they are
So
present
let the chair and co-chair
or
join.
we can wait 2 minutes or 2 to 5 minutes. Yes,
The
yes.
chairperson and co-chairperson, once they join, then we can take. And I think in this session, 1 or 2 extra papers we had to add because they could not join in the previous day.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Let's wait for chairperson and co-chairperson, Professor Ankit Bandal and Professor Jackson Jordan. Then after, we will start the technical session 8.
Jackson sir, have you joined in? Jackson sir, are you there?
Earlier they joined it, but now this is not doing. Earlier he joined it,
Yes.
but now he's not there.
Jackson sir, Anita ma'am, any idea? Ankit Bandal sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Jackson sir was
Jackson
there.
sir. Okay, he was there in the group.
He was, yes, he joined.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah. Okay. Maybe there might be some technical glitch.
yes,
He will be
yes,
joining soon. I will message
yes.
him. Thank you.
Ankit Bandal sir?
He's not there, ma'am. I check out the list, ma'am. He's not there.
Okay. Can you please check with him, Jitendra sir?
Can I contact him?
Yes, please.
Okay, ma'am. Just wait, ma'am. He joined it, ma'am, just now.
He's joining in? Yes.
Yes, ma'am. He joined it just now. I called, but he disconnected. I think he
Okay.
joined it.
I will wait for Jackson sir now.
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Professor Ankit. Jackson sir has joined in. We'll wait. We have to wait.
Oh, okay, okay.
Harsh Tripathi sir and Ankit sir, you please manage till the time Jackson sir joins in. He has some site work happening right now.
Oh, okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Can we start the session, ma'am?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Good afternoon, one and all. Firstly, I invite and I welcome Chairperson Professor Ankit Badal sir. We are heartily welcome you, sir, as a chairperson, and welcome to all participants for technical session 8. Let's take quick attendance of participants who present their paper in technical session 8. First is Naresh sir, Dr. Naresh Bandaru.
Yeah, I am there,
Is he
sir.
present?
Yes, I
Yes.
am there.
Okay. Dr. Preeti Makheja.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Professor Jitendra Gupta.
Yes, I'm there, sir. I'm there.
Okay. Matekar Arpana ma'am and Bimrao Somaji Gaikwad.
Yes, sir. I'm present, sir.
Okay. Professor Priyanka Jain.
Yes, I'm present.
Okay. Mr. Chandraban Prajapati. Professor Dr. Baishakhi Datta. Is she present? Okay. Dr. Deepna Ravi Rao. Dr. Harshida. Miss Tanvi Gurjar. Miss Prajakta Gaikwad. Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. Very clear.
Okay. Miss Prajakta Gaikwad. Is she present? Okay. Dr. Jyoti Bhatia. V. Samyukta and Miss M. Rekha. Miss Minu Paul. Miss Vinita Nair. Dr. Neeta. Okay, no problem. With
Sir,
kind
Dr.
permission.
Neeta is present. Dr. Neeta is present.
Okay.
Sir, one more
ma'am.
name. There is Mr. Rajiv Dagar. He'll be there.
Rajiv
Please.
Dagar.
Yes.
Okay.
Somesh Kumar and Rajiv Dagar.
Okay, done, ma'am. Okay.
Yes.
Uh,
Thank you.
some instruction from our side. That is, please, the whole all researcher and presenter, please focus on your core topic and core study, specifically your analysis and conclusion and your remarks. Okay, please please make it presentation very precisely. And if you want to present with the PPT or not, please convey your message. Okay, sir, can we start, Ankit sir?
Hello,
With
sir.
your permission, sir.
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Please,
Yes, ma'am.
kindly
Yes,
add one
yes, we can
name.
start.
Maharshi Rehavar.
Hello. Hello.
Maharshi
Maharshi,
Rahiva.
he is present right now.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Sir, we can start now.
Okay. Okay. So we start with the Naresh, sir. Professor Naresh Bandaru.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. You can start your presentation now, sir.
Yes, sir. You're able to see my slide, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I can assure you one thing, that after this presentation, you won't look at some of the local cultures in the same way that we look at it now. This also, like the genesis of this paper, I present it more like an essay rather than a research study, because humanities gives us a bit of creative liberties to do that. And this also forms the guiding philosophy for my study on sustainable value chains, which I'm doing at Dr. C.V. Raman University right now.
Okay.
So I skipped some of the basic things. I'll directly go into what I want to say. So sustainability, as we know, has got three core dimensions. That's economic, environmental, and social dimensions, which which we generally understand. But of late, the cultural dimension has been accepted as a fourth dimension. Earlier, it was considered part of social, and now, in recent times, the spiritual dimension is considered as a fifth dimension of sustainability. And in this direction, there are some contemporary shifts, and then we have the global studies, or the way the world is running has been shifting in this direction. For example, we have the deep resilience framework, which works on the inner community and also planetary interdependence. And the entrepreneurial thought also is changing towards a more intrinsic value, or one value for multi-species thinking. And one of the biggest changes, or biggest things that have come in the recent past are this particular model of economics called donut economics, put forth by Kate Rawat of Oxford University, and which says that whatever human activity should be done should be within the realms of the planetary boundaries and social considerations. And Professor Satish Diodar of IIM Ahmedabad, he's a economics professor. He says this thought process is nothing new. It's been there from India's Shastras. For example, Kautilya's Arthashastra, 4th century BC treatise, says political economy should be sustainable, and natural resources and welfare of the people should be considered. And Kautilya doesn't say this is my thought. These are something which has always been there. So this thought process has been timeless in India, and the guiding forces are dharma, karma, and then the our Upanishads and Puranas. For example, Bhagavad Gita puts welfare of people and all creatures in a very high pedestal. For example, in 12th chapter, that is, it's very clear. No ill will be being towards all creatures, and then if that is what the Bhagavad Gita says, Uddhav Gita goes one step ahead. It is from Bhagavatam. Krishna. This is also by Krishna. He quotes Dattatreya, and Dattatreya has got 24 gurus from the natural world. Hello?
Nita ma'am, mute your mic.
So
yes, sir. You continue, sir.
Yeah, nature is put at the pedestal of a guru when it comes to Uddhava Gita. So I take now, apart from these things, acharas are born out of our cultures, or it's a two-way direction. And Indian community is not guided by any strict organization, but it's loosely directed by these three things. And for example, I've taken the example of Kartik Masa, which is a month, and the eco-spiritual practices, which are practices during this month. For example, entire Telugu population, or a large part of Telugu population, go on plant-based diets. This is important because less than 5% of Telugu people are vegetarian, and it's got a significant reduction in the carbon footprint. And another interesting thing during Kartik Masam is Vanabhojanam, or it's kind of a picnic where everybody goes for picnics as a religious ritual. And the culture is you go to a forest, and then what happens is intergenerational knowledge of the forest is spread to the next generation. And large number of forests are in India are untouched because of religious beliefs, and these are called sacred groves. And sacred groves are better in maintaining biodiversity and other indicators of forests. And the third one is the Nagal Chauthi, or the snake festival, which also comes in Kartik Masam. And in India, we have about around 60,000 snake bite deaths per year. And in this condition, snakes should have gone extinct, but because of our reverence to snakes, snakes are still existent in India. And this part is from gene studies show that the Indian subcontinent has existed from at least 60,000 years, and at least for the last 10 to 30,000 years, the 80% of the population has been indigenous to India. So nothing has come from outside, and this knowledge has always existed with us. And paleobiological studies show that for the last 50,000 years, the animal extinction rate in India has been the lowest in the world, unlike other countries where man enters and the animals go extinct. And very interesting fact is that India has become the laboratory to test and validate the co-evolution theory. The coalition theory is animals also adapt to human existence, and they also change their behavior, and humans and animals coexist together. This has been popular. This has become possible because of responsible human behavior in the Indian subcontinent. This is a very international recognized study and game-changing study. And now we look at the agency theory. Agency theory is largely from social sciences, which says that humans have agency, or the capability to think and do. But do animals have agency? Yes. Like, for example, Bruno Latour says that animals have agency, but they don't have intentionality. But Kim 2020, he argues that animals have bodily agency. So they also do have the capability or thought process to adapt according to the environment. So some of this new science which is coming up actually turns around the scientific philosophy of science that we have known for a long time. And in conclusion, I've actually shortened this because we have very less time. So I would like to end with that veneration or prayerful and why I've actually put cows here is because Indians respect cows, and this particular species, it is considered the Indian cow is considered a pseudo extinction because the actual species of cows has gone extinct, and because of domestication, this particular gene has survived because Indians actually revere science. So veneration enables coevolution. So and then we need to actually reclaim our plural epistemologies, like, and then the final question that we leave here is there an alternate way of doing science, or is there an Indian way of doing science? So I would like to end with what the Vedic scriptures say. Mother Earth has tremendous forbearance and steadfastness. So this is a much larger study, and so any questions, I would take it here.
Sir, this is a very beautiful study. Can I have a question?
Yes.
Sir, is this a part of your research? That means for a PhD project, or you're working on a research paper?
See, this is particularly a research paper. My thesis is on sustainable value chains. So the first part, the philosophy is on sustainability. So while I was digging into the different literatures regarding sustainability, a lot of things have evolved. And also, I worked in the development sector for 20 years, and I launched a program called Leaders for Nature in India, along with IUCN and Netherlands. So the director of IUCN Netherlands, he said, Indian culture per se supports sustainability. That was the starting point for me to dig into a lot of this literature.
Sir, this is something very, very, I think we are going back to this study, and this was lost, as you rightly said in the first line. Can I please close your screen?
Yeah.
As you rightly said that you will, I mean, we will not think of the way things are happening after looking at your slides and all. Sir, very, very interesting study. Maybe I have 2-3 questions, but with the chairperson's permission, can I ask, please? You are running short of time, but still.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, do you think this is precisely what is happening with Indian knowledge system right now, and the entire concept of sustainability? And the last slide is so very interesting when you're talking about the epistemology from multiple point of view. So somewhere you say that pantheism, like we believe in that multiple gods, and then with maybe a very indigenous way of looking at sky as a god, and the sun as a god, and the leaf as a god, and the river as a god. I think, are we going back to that, or maybe the multiple, or maybe the epistemology right now what you're talking about is going into that plurality, sir? Sir, what is your take?
See, actually, to put it in a different way, I think it's not only Indian. The world, if we erase the last 500 years or so, the world was more like that. For example, I was reading a paper, and then, for example, in some places like even Baltic region, the culture was very similar. South American region, the ancient civilization, the culture was very similar.
Yes.
And I think we are reviving this in a more academic way now. And coming to Indian knowledge systems, I've also attended conferences even at IIMs. but still the papers that are coming out are quite nascent. So I actually raised a question, why are we having such low quality papers on this subject? So the professor said this is a new subject, so it will take some time for real good quality to come out. So that also inspired me to come up with, since I worked in the sector for so many years, so I thought maybe I should write something on this, maybe it will help, it might trigger a thought process in somebody else. So that is how I took up this paper.
Very, very interesting, sir. Looking forward to listening to your more talks on the same subject. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So next, Dr. Preeti Makheja. All presenter, please kindly prepare your presentation and present your paper within 6 to 7 minutes, because we are running short of time. So please request to all of you that please precise your presentation to 6 to 7 minutes. Is it okay, Ankit sir?
Yes, yes, sure.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Dr. Preeti Makheja.
Yeah, sir. May I start now?
Yes, yes, please, ma'am.
Sir, I'm unable to show my PowerPoint presentation.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Your screen is not visible, ma'am.
Yes, yes. I'm trying.
Hello.
Yeah, sir. I'm unable to show my PowerPoint.
Shall we proceed to the next participant?
Okay,
After
okay. Not an issue, sir. Meanwhile, I'll.
you will be given chance of after 2 or 3 participants. Okay.
Okay, okay.
Dr. Neeta, can you present your paper now? Dr. Neeta?
Yes, yes, sir. I'm present. I'm present. Sir.
Okay. Ankit sir, kindly consider it, just because there is transportation problem from the side of Neeta ma'am, sir. So she will present
Nita
now,
ma'am
sir.
was from our technical session 8.
No,
Yes,
no,
yes.
sir. Ma'am, you are not. You are from technical session 8, ma'am.
Yes, sir. My topic is IKS, Indian Knowledge System. Sub-theme is Indian Knowledge System, sir.
Okay. I think Nita ma'am, you have messaged me morning, na?
Yeah,
Morning.
sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I got you. You can start.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. My this topic is yoga as a soft power tool, India's culture, diplomacy, and global well-being. Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
Am I audible, sir?
You are
Yes, yes. And
yes.
my PPT is also visible.
So your PPT is not visible.
Okay.
And ma'am, one more request. Kindly
Yeah.
please send your topic name in the chat box so that we can put in the record.
Okay. Definitely, sir. Definitely, sir. So give me 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I am just presenting my. So is it visible now? Sir, is it visible now?
No.
No, then how can it possible, sir? I'm just sharing. Rishabh, sir, please come and just share my PPT. I'm not be able to share it because I got Zoom. Sir, sure, हो रहा है? Okay. Now it's
Yeah.
okay. Thank you so
It's
much.
visible.
Okay, so my topic is yoga as a soft power tool. India's culture, diplomacy, and global well-being. I'm Dr. Neeta Khangrekar from Rabindranath Tagore University. Exploring how yoga is a central pillar of Indian knowledge system has evolved into a significant instrument of India's soft power in the global context, fostering health, peace, and unity across culture. I select this topic because I do believe in that yoga as a soft power, we have established ourselves as a well-being ambassador in throughout the world. So soft power defined concept popularized by Joseph Ney, referring to a nation's ability to influence others through attraction and persuasion rather than caution. Yoga as a soft power for India, yoga has emerged as a profound source of soft power, aligning ancient wisdom with modern global health concern, which is very important. And after that COVID, we have established all these things very authentically and very you can say forcefully. Beyond physical practice, yoga extended beyond fitness to encompasses spiritual growth also. That's not only about that physical fitness, we are including yoga as a spiritual growth also, because we are having the ashtang yoga and different you can say the dimensions of yoga balance a ethical living within the Indian knowledge system framework. And it's a very good example of that. We are celebrating International Yoga Day, and around 195 countries, 190 countries worldwide are celebrating the same thing. It means that we have conquered that soft power over the world. We can say that globally we have prominently we can show that. Research perspective of yoga diplomacy is a holistic approach, institutional support, and cultural transmission also. My that survey design, I have included that 15 question 15 question questionnaire, and around 50 yoga participants from diverse global locations like India, from Bhopal, USA, New Jersey, Australia, Sydney, Indonesia, Jakarta, from Netherlands, Amsterdam, and Zimbabwe, and Gambia also. Analysis method was with SPSS software. I have just analysis. I put tested t-test for that. And that research objective is to examine yoga's role as a soft power tool in India's culture diplomacy. And second one, to assess the perceived impact of yoga practice on global well-being and interest in Indian tradition. My interest is that people are accepting yoga but only as a fitness tool, or they believe in Indian knowledge system that yoga is a very good part tool for spiritual growth also. My hypothesis, there is a no significant difference in a perception of yoga's impact on well-being between Indian and international participations. And second one is there is a no significance between in participation of yoga as a cultural diplomacy tool between male and female respondents. I have these are my answers of questions. This is the pie chart of that. You can see that along with my questions, most of the people are very much agree. That's a strongly agree. I am just showing with purple that I'm having 15 questions, and most of the questions I can see that people are more than half people are sometimes agree with that. Okay, we are having a soft policy. People are realizing that it is a fitness tool. Some of regular practitioner are also saying this is a regular tool, and they believe that this yoga comes to them through because of Indian knowledge system. Though it is a very different ideas behind that. People are some people are grateful for the Indian knowledge system. Some people are doing practice, but they don't know whether it is comes from India, and what are the actual part of what is the Ashtang Yod. They are treating them, but some of the people they are using, maybe they are from basically from Indian original. They knew the importance of yoga as a fitness tool, and as well as that spiritual growth also. So I have just do the t-test and finding no significant difference between male and female respondents participations of yoga impact, because that value of P is less than 3.60, and main course it is 4.1, standard deviation is 0.62, and female men uska jo hai as a standard deviation is 0.58. Nationality difference we based on male and female, and second one is a nationality significance difference based on nationality. So Indian respondent means the standard deviation is 0.55. International respondents, they have responded as the standard deviation is 0.65. Indian origin respondent emphasized yoga heritage value, while international respondents highlighted its health benefit only. So this dual perception demonstrate yoga effectiveness as a both wellness practice and as a soft power instruments, and beyond that it is, you can say that it's a major importance or heritage of Indian national as per Indian knowledge system also. So cultural dimension to yoga, transmission through yoga, we have increased interest in Indian philosophy. People, those who are doing yoga, they have keen interest in Indian philosophy. That cultural bridge, it is a cultural bridge because so many Indian people or Indian origin people, they are searching for that. They are contributing for the Indian yoga for that. Beyond physical practice, international practitioner gradually embrace ethical principles and spiritual dimensions of yoga beyond the asana and all. Apart from that, institutional support for yoga diplomacy, Minister of Ayush initiative that international yoga teacher certification programs are introduced. Cultural exchange program focuses on international practices are performed globally. Yoga conferences and demonstration at diplomatic events are also taking places nowadays. Collaboration with WHO and other international health organizations are also contributing towards yoga and Ashtang Yoga, and yoga as a not only a physical fitness tool but as a spiritual growth tool also. Yoga blending heritage and modernity, cultural heritage, perceive and promotes India's ancient wisdom, traditional globally, cultural exchange facilities, intercultural dialogues and mutual understanding has developed. Global health, we can say that address contemporary wellness needs across diverse populations, and diplomatic tool definitely creates a very good create a high value goodwill and a strength international relationship that yoga day has played. Yoga represents a dynamic confluence of India's spiritual heritage and contemporary global health discourse, reinforcing India's image as a promoter of peace, balance, and universal well-being. And that's why people are looking towards us as a Vishwaguru. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Hello,
Thank you,
am
ma'am.
I audible? Yeah, yeah.
Yes, yes.
Is
Any
there
questions, sir,
any
please?
questions?
Ma'am, I would like to ask that in today's busy work life, how can an individual effectively manage to practice yoga on daily basis? Or can an organization or workplace can play any supportive role to encourage this habit?
Yes, yes. So many, such very good questions, sir. On day-to-day basis, at least we can do Anulom Vilom or Kapalbhati. Even that aged people or small people can do. People can do all these things at their own that workplace, right? Their own sitting workplace chair also. And nowadays, so many organizations, school, colleges, universities are celebrating that once in a week they are doing yoga classes or on a Sunday basis yoga classes, and some of the very multinational companies or Indian companies are doing that. First half an hour they have started with the yoga or meditation and all these things. So it is now, it's in a trend, sir, actually.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, okay, okay, nice.
Thank you so much, sir. Is there any question?
Oh, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, Dr. Preeti Makheja. Preeti, ma'am, is
Thank
your
you so much
PPT
for
is
giving me
ready?
this opportunity, sir.
Let me try, sir.
Most welcome.
Okay. Nita, ma'am, please close your screen.
Yes, just a minute, sir. I'm doing that. Okay, sir. I've done it.
Visible, sir?
Yes, ma'am,
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
visible.
Yes.
Okay. Respected Chairperson Dr. Ankit Badal sir and Co-Chairperson, esteemed experts and dear participants, good afternoon to one and all present here. Myself, Dr. Preeti Makheja, I'm an Assistant Professor in Commerce in M.B. Patel Rashtrabhasha College, affiliated to Gujarat University, Ahmedabad. Few years back, I read the headline in the Times of India that melting ice was a hot topic. Now, one must wonder how, if the ice melts, how it can be the hottest one. It should be the coldest one or the coolest one. But this was about the deteriorating environmental situation prevailing not at the national level but also at the international level. So today I make a presentation on a comparative analysis of green accounting practices of selected companies in India. In the recent era, the whole world has been observing unpredictable environmental movement, and due to that, we just observed a cloud burst in northern part of India. Also, few years back, Pakistan was suffering from flood. There was a highest temperature recorded in England. So it is needed to create awareness among the civilians about the safety of the environment. Like other living civilians, it is also the duty of the corporates companies as a corporate citizen of the society to take the required actions to save the environment. For this purpose, many research papers were reviewed, and out of this, few of them are covered here. These papers were written by Anil Kumar, Pranitha, Kiran Kumar, Garg, Luthra, Dr. Minimal and Dr. Makesh, and also Dr. Anita Shukla. Everywhere, the concluding remark from every research paper is to take the initiative for environmental protection. Companies should try to earn the profit, but companies should keep in mind that earning profit should come with the sustainable development. Importance of the study. The importance of the study is to spread awareness among the society about the implementation of green accounting. Observing the deteriorate environmental conditions prevailing in India, it is high time for the company to adopt the green accounting, irrespective of their sector, industry, or field. Green accounting adoption by companies should become only the whole and sole criteria for taking an investment decisions by the investors. 4. Scope of the study. Green accounting adoption in India is still in developing stage. So the study focuses on creating awareness among the society and also among the companies and people. The study discusses cost incurred and benefit received from green accounting practices when they are adopted by the companies. Objectives of the studies are: 1. To study the various aspects of green accounting practices and reporting, to examine the green accounting practices followed by selected companies in India, to compare green accounting practices followed by selected companies, to make a comparative analysis of green accounting practices from the perspective of environmental cost and benefit. Hypothesis framed from the study. Alternative hypothesis 1, there is a significant difference in the green accounting practices adopted or followed by selected companies in India. Alternative hypothesis 2, there is a significant correlation observed between the cost incurred and benefit received from green accounting practices of selected companies. Source of the data. The seed research is based on the secondary data, for which the data is collected from the websites, published annual reports of the selected companies. Also, the website of Ministry of Corporate Affairs is referred for the same. Magazines, newspapers, journals, periodicals, and also the previous research findings in form of theses and dissertations are also referred for the same. Sample size. The study is undertaken for the period of 4 years, beginning from 2014-15 to 2017-18. The samples which are selected for the study, they all deal in the oil and gas sector, and they are BSc and NSE listed companies. The following are the samples selected for the study. 1. Oil and Natural Gas Corporation Limited, ONGC. 2. Indian Oil Corporation Limited, IOC. Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited, BPCL. Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited, HPCL. Gas Authority of India Limited, GAS. Limitations of the study. The study is based on the secondary data only. The period considered for the research is only 4 years, beginning from 2014-15 to 2017-18. The company which deals in the oil and gas sector are only selected as the sample, and one-way ANOVA is applied to test the hypothesis. Analysis and interpretation. 5 parameters are considered to observe this green accounting practices followed by the selected companies. 1, net profit. The second is average net profit. The third one is a CSR fund allocation. From this, whatever amount spent for the CSR activities. There are various components available even for CSR. Out of this, how much amount is spent by the selected company for environmental protection. The first table gives us the idea about the net profit. It is nice to see that every company is earning the handsome profit, which is most needed for following and adopting the discharging green accounting practices. The graph talks about the net profit, where the highest net profit is earned by the ONGC. The IOCL has consistent performance so far as net profit is concerned. The other 3 selected units have observed ups and downs. This is the one-way ANOVA result for net profit, where the p-value is more than 0.05. So we fail to accept the alternative hypothesis here. The second parameter considered is average net profit. So every company has also the average net profit during the study period. So you can transfer amount to CSR activities, where ONGC has also the highest average net profit. IOCL is also consistent here, and other companies have witnessed ups and downs. This is also the ANOVA conducted for average net profit, where a p-value is again higher than 0.05. So we have to accept the null hypothesis, means there is no significant difference. in the green accounting practices adopted. The third parameter is CSR fund allocation. We can see that every company is transferring amount for CSR activities, where the highest amount is transferred by ONGC, followed by the rest. One way ANOVA analysis is, again, the p value is higher than 0.05, so we failed to reject the null hypothesis here. The fourth parameter is CSR amount spent. It's nice to see that every company, whatever amount transferred to CSR fund, they were also spending CSR amount for CSR activities from this fund. Again, here the CSR fund amount spent by ONGC is higher, followed by the rest of the company. Let us see the one-way ANOVA result. Here also the p-value is more than the 0.05, so we failed to accept the alternative hypothesis, means null hypothesis is also accepted here. Now we come to the important parameter, which is the amount out of CSR fund spent, how much amount is transferred for the spent for the environmental protection. Again, we can see, and it's nice to see that every company is aware about the environmental protection and spending amount towards it in form of water conservation, energy conservation, recycling of the material, and also using the renewable energy sources. Here also the amount spent for environmental protection, it is highest by the ONGC, because ONGC has the higher amount of net and average net profit. IOCL is consistent in spending amount towards the environmental protection, followed by the rest. In three of the companies, we can see the ups and downs towards the spending amount for environmental protection. Again, check the what is said by one-way ANOVA. Again, the p-value is 0.64, which is much higher than 0.05. So we have to accept here the null hypothesis that there is no significant difference in green accounting practices followed by the selected companies here. Let us come to the findings of the study. ONGC has spent more amount as it has the higher amount of net and average net profit. IOCL has shown the consistent performance so far as net profit, average net profit, and other three parameters are selected. For BPCL, HPCL, and GAIL, they are discharging their duties, but the amount is much less compared to first two companies. Except IOCL, other companies have fluctuated trends for amount allotted for environmental safety and security. All the selected companies use natural resources to avail the profit, but they all are very conscious about the protection and safety and security of the environment. So they have adopted the green accounting practices for giving better and healthy life to people, including their stakeholders. Let us come to the conclusions. Environment, we all know that environmental protection in form of air, water, noise has reached to a very dangerous level. The selected companies are practicing green accounting and also taking care of natural resources. It is high time to make the environmental practices compulsory for Indian companies. And for that, Indian Companies Act, ICAI, and Ministry of Corporate Affairs, they have to work together. Suggestions, it is very much clear from the data analysis and interpretation that every selected company has shown concern for the environment. It has incurred environmental costs for attaining various benefits regarding strong and healthy life for people. Each one of them still needs to improve their environmental performance by adopting green accounting practices at a very large scale. This will inspire other companies in India and also at the global level. This will create a positive impact in the minds of the stakeholders. For this research paper, these are the material which is reviewed and referred. So the list of the references. Thank you very much. That's all from my end. Now I welcome the questions.
No questions, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Dr. Preeti. Ankit sir, can we consider Priyanka ma'am's presentation now, sir, as she requested us in message?
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
Priyanka Jain, no? Yeah.
Yes. Dr. Priyanka,
Thank you so
please,
much.
Miss Priyanka, please
Sir, I was
present your
before,
topic.
sir, I was before, sir, hello, I am Aparna Matekar. I was before her, sir. I
Yes,
am also
sir.
waiting for my turn, sir.
Okay, ma'am. There is some emergency from Priyanka ma'am sides, ma'am. That's why.
It's okay, sir. It's okay, sir. Aparna ma'am को continue करने दीजिए. It's okay.
Okay.
Better sir, you go with the sequence. Next is Jitendra Gupta, correct?
Yes, sir. Okay. Professor Jitendra Gupta. Sir, are you ready, sir? Jitendra
Yes,
sir?
sir. Yes, sir. I'm here, sir. Yes, I'm ready, sir.
Okay. Yes. Please start your presentation, sir.
Shall I start now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so just wait. Can you tell me, is it visible?
Yes,
Yes,
it's
sir.
visible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, thank you to the research conference committee and the chairperson, co-chairperson, and mentors. Okay. So kind of permission. Shall I start, sir? Yes, sir.
Yes.
Let's start. Okay. So thank you. So this is Jitendra Dharamdas Gupta, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Ladi Devi Ramdar Maheshwari Night College from the Mumbai University, that is Mumbai. My research title is that a study of the impact of geopolitical events on India's international trades. So in these research papers, so I find out that and studies that the means what is the impact of geopolitical events on the Indian international trade. So now in the 21st century, if you said that the trades of the India increased drastically. Okay, the main thing is that the of geopolitical event is that the lots of impact on the Indians international trade. Like the example is that if you say that China war is there, Galwan is there, and Ukraine and Russia war is there, Gaza war is there. So this kind of the events that totally and drastically impact on the India's international trades. Okay. So the my objective of this paper is that to first of all to understand the various geopolitical events. What are the events that influence the international trade of the India? The second objective is to see, evaluate and find out the trade impact of specific geopolitical events. And the third one is that the analysis shift in India's trade partners, dependencies, and the diversification strategies. The last objective is that to assess the effectiveness of Indian trade policies responses is there. So for this research paper, my research methodology is that I have collected the data especially from the secondary data in that quantity and quality wide is there. So for this research paper, I have studied the many papers and the reports of the Ministry of the Commerce and Industries, and also apart from this, I also studied various geopolitical events like that Hindu Business Line newspaper, event Economics Times, and governments with the papers WTO submissions. These are the certain examples for my research papers. And then I use these analytical tools for the find out the data. I use the trend analysis to understand how the trades means fluctuates import and export volumes before, during, and after the geopolitical events. Like say the example, if you said the India and China wars, okay, China's geopolitical events like Galwan Ghati. When that was happening, earlier we are more using the Chinese apps and others materials. Once these economic geopolitical events happen, like war. So drastically, India has denied the use of these things. But what happened that India's basically totally depend upon the China. So we face the lots of thing is there. So for that we had to first of all go for the our own self there. That is Atmanirbhar is there. Okay. After that, next analyze the comparative analysis studies like US sanction on Iran's Galvan Valley and the 2022 Russian-Ukraine conflicts, and then 2021 COVID's pandemic disruptions. Okay, so these are the certain events of geopolitical which affect the Indians' international trades. The finding is that the first finding is that geopolitical events that is causing immediate trade disruption, like block the trades, okay, stop it for the certain times periods, and then get a again impact on the Indian trades. The second finding is that 2022, 2020, 20 Galvan class there significant reduction in Chinese imports, particularly in electronics and others mobile apps, with the imports value declined by the 16% in the following years. Next finding of that the Russian-Ukraine wars. Indians energy trades and crude oils and others over 800% were in 2023. The last finding is that COVID-19 pandemic accelerated digitalization trade process and promoted India signed new trade agreements, including the CEPA with US. The result of this paper is that trade dependency on single suppliers is most we can say that the most hazardous for the any countries, whether it's India's and other thing is it. So better is that we should decline and decrease the over dependence on the certain countries. We have to come our own self reliance. That is Atmanirbhar Bharat is there. Okay, and then trade Indian trade composition has shifted towards energy diversification, especially with the entry of Russia as a major oil supplier. And the next result is policy responses have evolved from the reactive to proactive with the earlier engagement with the FTAs and digital trade platforms. The conclusion of this research paper is that the geopolitical events significantly influence the Indians' international trades. Various things that China rivals, okay, like and then Ukraine Russians and others war is that affect that. So in that case, so and the next one is that the study events such as US sanction on Iran's and Galvan class and the Russian-Ukraine wars and the COVID-19 pandemic, the research highlights Indians' adoptive capacity through the diversification and FTA engagement and the digital trade facilitations. However, while these adoptions improve the resilience, they also require sustained policies foresight to avoid the over dependence on any new suppliers and navigated the growing complexity of the global trade diplomacies. Okay, the suggestion of the MAI is that Indian countries should not be over depend on the others countries for the any kind of the goods and things. So we should try to our own self dependencies. So for that thing is that the present Prime Minister they started the Atmanirbhar Bharat is it. Okay. So my final conclusion is that India has tried to not over depends on other countries. They have to depend on self own things. Okay. Thank you and thank you to Preeti ma'am who give the opportunity for the research paper presentation. Thank you ma'am. Thank you sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions?
Jitendra sir, can you highlight any recent international event?
Yes, sir. Recently, if you had seen that America has imposed the lots of taxes, like 40%, they have increased the 40% tax, and apart from the 40%, again they have Donald Trump had increases the 10% extra taxes. So this is the recent event which affect the Indian international trade, and after this, the decision taken by the Donald Trump, the lots of Indian have they stopped it to trade with the America for the revenge purpose.
Okay, sir. So proceed to the next.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next, Arpana Matekar.
Yes, sir.
Arpana ma'am.
Yes, yes, sir.
You can start your presentation, ma'am.
Yes, sir. I'll be sharing my screen now.
Yes.
Sama, is my screen visible, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. I am Professor Aparna Matekar, presenting the paper in collaboration with Dr. Bhimrao Somaji Gaikwad. Our topic is Narratives of Sustainability and Ethics in Digital Media, the case of plant-based meat. In this presentation, I will explore how plant-based meat is portrayed, amplified, and contested in digital media space and what this means for sustainability and ethics. Plant-based meat, or PBM, is increasingly positioned as a sustainable alternative for conventional and animal agriculture. It promises to address pressing environmental concerns such as greenhouse gas emission, deforestation, and water scarcity. PMB is not just a food trend, it is increasingly positioned as the intersection of innovation and consumer responsibility. Digital narrative emphasizes that by choosing PBM, consumers actively contribute to the fight against climatic change. Importantly, PBM is driving a cultural shift in how we understand food, ethics, and sustainability. It redefines that what is considered ethical eating and how societies imagine sustainability futures. This shift is visible in both consumer behavior and policy debates. Now, digital platforms have become the primary space where PBM is represented and debated. Each platform frames PBM differently. For example, on Instagram's brand like Beyond Meat use colorful lifestyle posts that links PBM to health and climate-friendly environment. On TikTok's user-generated content are visibly storytelling dominant. On Twitter, debates and contested narrative unfold. Together, these platforms amplify PBM while also shaping public opinion. In digital media, PBM is often framed through recurring themes, like positioning it as a climate solution, portraying PBM as an ethical choices, emphasizing on nutrition, wellness. Well, these themes are not neutral. They are carefully crafted to resonate with consumer values. However, alongside these positive narratives, digital media also raises concern. The very first concern is misinformation. PBM is sometimes reduced to marketing hype rather than a refined discussion. For example, some Instagram or TikTok videos exaggerate PBM impacts, claiming it completely solves climatic change while ignoring processing, packaging, energy uses that is used in factories, etc. Secondly, modification. PMN are often branded for allied consumption, excluding marginalized groups, wherein in India, traditional diets or plant-based diets are known for ages. Thirdly, when large MNCs take control of PBM brands or supply chain, important ethical dimensions can be sidelined in digital media storytelling. Let me give you an example. For example, Nestle launched its own PBM burger under Garden Government brand. While marketed as sustainable, it faced heavy criticism for unethical water extraction, plastic pollution, and supply chain labor issues. Now, to address these challenges, we propose a framework for ethical storytelling, which includes amplifying diverse voices, being honest about the benefits, limitation, trade-offs of PBM, and also ensuring equity in representation, access, and policy outcomes. Because digital narratives do not merely inform, they shape identities. Consumer begins to see their purchasing decision as moral choices, contributing to a larger ethical lifestyle. At the same time, viral campaigns drive market growth, influence policy, leading to an increased investment, funding, and food system reforms. Thus, digital media is central not just in shaping perception, but also in shaping future. To conclude, plant-based meat holds transformative potential in addressing sustainability challenges, but depends on how it is narrated and who tells the story. Therefore, we recommend encouraging transparency, promoting digital media literacy, and also supporting more research on PBM's social and ecological impact. Ultimately, PBM is not just about food, it is about how we imagine sustainability, ethics, and justice in digital age. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you so
Next, Miss Priyanka Jain.
Stop saying this.
Automatic stop होना था, फिर stop कर दिया।
Priyanka ma'am, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Start your presentation, ma'am.
Is my presentation is here, sir? It's visible,
Yes,
na?
it is visible. Ma'am, your screen is not visible, ma'am. Okay. Now it is visible.
Right. Visible. It is visible, na?
Yes.
Good evening to all of you and namaskar. I am Priyanka Jain from Dr. C.V. Raman University, and I'm an assistant professor in Dr. C.V. Raman University and a scholar also. And my topic is transforming corporate governance through ICT pathway to sustainable and inclusive development. Basically, जो आईसीटी टूल्स हैं उनको हम यूज करते हैं और उनको यूज करने के बाद हम जितने भी वर्क है उनको परफॉर्म करते रहते हैं नेक्स्ट द introduction part, information and communication technology is changing now. Companies are managed by making things more transparent, accountable, and connect to the stakeholders. Tools like blockchain, AI, and digital broadcast help it in this process. In a country like India, using ICT is more important for the ethical business, sharing information quickly, tracking environmental and social progress, and supporting fair growth. This study looks at how ICT helps company balance business goals and social responsibility, give useful ideas for the leader, policymaker, and tech experts. In our objective, there is two objectives are there to understand how ICT tools are helped to improve corporate governance so that it become more sustainable and inclusive. And the second one is to find how the use ICT affect the way companies, means medium company or a large one, to manage and govern. There is two hypotheses. The hypothesis says ICT tools do not play an important role in improving corporate governance for sustainable and inclusiveness. And second one is there is no strong connection between using ICT and how effective and managed system in a medium and a large company. बेसिकली जो हाइपोथेसिस है हमारे वो शोज हो रहे हैं और नो देयर इज नो सिग्निफिकेंट रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन ऑल ऑफ दिस देयर इज अ लिटरेचर रिव्यू and the literature review says I reviewed there is 2019 to 2023 ICT tools like blockchain, big data, AI, and digital dashboards are helping improve corporate governance by making things more transparent. Ensuring rules are followed, tracking ECG means environmental, social, and governance. Goals are included all stakeholders in decision making. Although research from around the world shows that ICT is a positive impact, there is there is not so much research that look for how these tools work together to improve governance for both sustainable and inclusiveness. Efficiently, it is medium and large companies in developing countries like India. Most past studies have some focused on a single ICT tools or one part of governance, not the full picture. This study aims to fill all gaps by looking at how ICT can be used in more integrated and strategic way to improve corporate governance, match the goal and questions set by the research. And the next one is research methodology. In our research methodology, there is a descriptive and analytical. Both are included in this PPT. And the technique sample technique is purpose sampling, was using mean that the respondents were chosen internet indirectly based on their relevancy to the study. Sample size 80 select किया है मैंने, 10 medium and large private public sector companies से बिलासपुर division में. Data collecting tools जो है वो आपका structured question आया है, was used with a respondent measure as a 5-point Likert scale. In that there is a strongly disagree or strongly agree. Data analysis tool is one sample will come signed rank test है, and there is this is shows the test where medium response difference from the null values. And the next one is Spearman rank correlation that finds the relation between two rank variables. In that there is data analysis and interpretation. In data analysis and interpretation, we are elaborate at these categories: gender, age group, education, job role, sectors. These are mentioned here. We take 48 men and 32 women. Age group is 28, where 25 to 35-year-old. 34 were between 36 to 45-year-old. 18 were older than 46. Education level: 24 graduate degree, 46 postgraduate, 10 are doctorate. Job role is 30 were managers, 25 who were complete officers, 25 members are decision maker in the company, means a board members are there. The sector is private sector and public sector. 50 worker included in actually in private sector, and 30 is public sector. And the basic ICT tools are using for the information and communication technology were mentioned here. And there is one more thing I mentioned here: 52 used in daily, 20 used in weekly, and 8 used in rarely. This is the main thing. And the next one is hypothesis testing are there. In this hypothesis test, there is no significant goal of the ICT tool is improve corporate governance or sustainable and inclusiveness. This test is 5 statements were given in the respondent related how ICT helps to the governance. In this test, was using check the people agreed or not. This test compare their response for the null value, that the value is 1.000 and the p value was statement was 0.000, which is lesser than 0.05. It means this is a null hypothesis. ICT has improved and response the flexible for the governance. This is this hypothesis reject. And the next one is ICT help governance rule and standard. This also reject. Real time data for the ICT support better decision at the top level management. This also reject. People agreed for this. These things are basically people are agreed for this hypothesis test. And ICT has improved communication between management and stakeholders. This also reject. Overall governance has improved after using ICT. This also reject. That means people are means dependent on ICT tools. In that case, there is one more the test are here. Uh, in this, there is no significant correlation between ICT tool and effectiveness of the governance in medium and large companies. Variable one is ICT inclusion, and the second one is effectiveness of the governance. Spearman rank correlation tests are using here. P value was lesser than 0.05. It means it is a statical. It is using in this method, and the null hypothesis was rejected. After this, there is conclusion is here. Uh, Sorry for that. It's a result. Corporate governance basically says that the value of P is lesser than 0.05, which means both our null hypotheses were rejected. ICT tool are important to improve corporate governance to make it more sustainable and inclusive. There is a strong link between ICT use and how well governance system in medium and large companies. And the last but not the least, it's a conclusion here. In this study, information and communication played an important role to improve how companies and manage it, help making governance more sustainable, inclusive, and transparent. Uh, there is 80 professionals in the Bilaspur division support this research goal, and we are using this for the transparency, ethics, and involvement of the stakeholders. And there is a connection between ICT users and the governance. Thank you so much to all of you for listening this presentation. Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you. No questions.
Thank you so much, Ankit sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, Chandraban Prajapati. Is he here? Or Dr. Vaishakhi Datta? Okay. So next, Dr. Deepna Ravi Rao. Dr. Deepna Ravi Rao. Is she present? Next, Dr. Harshida. Dr. Harshida. Next, Miss Tanvi. Miss Tanvi Gurjar. Miss Tanvi Gurjar. Okay. Next, Miss Prajakta Gaikwad. Is she present? Miss Prajakta Gaikwad. Dr. Jyoti Bhatia. Dr.
Yes,
Jyoti.
I'm present. Hello, I'm present.
Okay.
Just a minute.
Okay.
I'm present.
Okay, ma'am. Jyoti ma'am, is your presentation is ready, sir, ma'am?
Hello, my presentation is ready. Just a minute. I'll just share my screen, sir.
Okay, 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 no problem, ma'am.
In the meanwhile, can I interrupt you, sir?
Yes, yes, please.
My name is Somesh Kumar, and my colleague also Rajiv Kumar Dagar is waiting. Actually, we missed our session. Can you tentatively, align my time so that I will be available for presentations?
Yes, sir. Your presentation sequence is after 3 to 4 presentations, sir.
Okay, so around 6 o'clock.
No, sir. Around 5:45 or 5:50.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay.
Yes, Jyoti ma'am, you may start your presentation, ma'am. Your screen is visible.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yeah. And is my screen visible, sir?
Yes.
Hello. Okay. 1 minute. I'll just start. Um,
Yes, start. You may start, ma'am.
just a minute, sir. 1 minute. I'll just start. Okay. Good evening, everyone. The topic for today that I have is leveraging social media to boost to boost financial savvy Mumbai undergraduates insight. With reference to this study, we have combined up a financial savvy platform like YouTube, Google, you can say LinkedIn, and then from that perspective, if at all the students are choosing that as a platform to understand financial aspects and to clarify the financial to clarify the financial insights or maybe for investments also. So this particular study is enhancing them, or what, is that study enhancing them, or is that study trying to increase an output from them, so that we are going to study with reference to the geopolitical perspective, directly entering up into the platforms which are not only restricted to India, but they are also but also encouraged to go worldwide. We are trying to study a small section or a local section of Mumbai with reference to the college students. So this study is restricting to explore how social media platforms are trying to influence the financial literacy among the undergraduate students of Mumbai. Before I move ahead on this, with reference to our concept on geopolitical perspective, transferring the geographical aspects of geographical aspects and geographical platforms which are not restricted to any part. This platform being accessible to Mumbai University graduates are being a part of study for them, and they are utilizing the same for their further investment patterns. So we start up with the research objective. My research objective is that uh, to study three areas are there. First is to study the platform effectiveness. To what extent is platform effective? Or you can say that, suppose if I'm going for LinkedIn, or I'm going for you can say YouTube, okay, then WhatsApp. These are the platforms which are available. To what extent are they effective to give financial knowledge? The second one is with reference to the financial literacy. So if you are comparing the financial literacy, to what extent is literacy level available to them, and to what extent are they able to understand them? And the third one is credibility perceptions, wherein they are trying to explore the perception of credibility and usefulness of the financial information which is available on the social media platforms. So, with reference to these three objectives, we move on to the first step of research design, wherein first is to identify the problem. I formulated an objective. We have gone ahead with review of literature and gap analysis. With reference to the review of literature, the tech savvy platforms have been considered. It has always been said that LinkedIn is LinkedIn, or maybe YouTube has been already used by others for the basic financial knowledge or for a base of investment or maybe to know the financial news. But however, is it actually being used for investment, or is this a tech savvy aspect for students to study? So that is a gap, and specifically the gap is restricted only to Mumbai. So that is another thing. With reference to research design and methodology for each, hello, with reference to the research design and methodology, each aspect has been covered up here. 1 minute. Yeah, with reference to the research design and methodology, we have framed a questionnaire with 217 graduate students from Mumbai. The data has been collected through the structured questionnaire in 4 areas. First one is what is the extent of their social media usage, what is the platform that they are using, what extent is the financial literacy available on these platforms, and what is the credibility for the same. So for this, we have covered up a descriptive analysis. I've covered a percentage at certain things. We have seen frequency distributions, and of course, weighted average has been considered to find the effectiveness of the platform. So you can see that social media usage patterns include 43% are moderate users, 35% are heavy users, and 33% are you can say 33% are sometimes referring to the financial content. Platform effectiveness, you will see that the most effective platform is reflected as YouTube is the most effective platform for financial information. However, people feel that WhatsApp is better in giving them the information, though the preference is very low. So here there is a, you can say, a tie, you can say, wherein people refer to YouTube, but they feel that WhatsApp is much more effective because the sources through which they are getting a data is maybe recognized one. With reference to financial literacy, the top topics include investments, financial planning, and saving. These are the 3 top topics, you can say, wherein students feel that these are the aspects which we would like to learn from social media platforms. With reference to self-assessment, 50% are rating that this particular knowledge is fair, 36% are rating that this particular knowledge is good. However, only 5% state that the knowledge that they are providing or literacy rate at which the informations are being provided is excellent. With reference to the credibility, YouTube is the highest credible information, that is a perception of people or respondents. The least credible is Facebook, which is giving a very strong negative perception, and however, mixed perception was shown with reference to Insta and Twitter. Uh, Key findings are, with reference to the first one, we say that preference versus effectiveness. If you see what is preferred and what is effective, so YouTube is preferred but WhatsApp is effective. With reference to literacy, 55% of the social media users are preferring it for financial learning and 69% are preferring it for their improvement in learning. However, the excellence in learning, or you can say the expert insights, are not provided by these social media. The next one is with reference to the content needs. 62% prefer that they want a practical advice, and 58% feel that they want more accurate information on contents. With reference to the behavioral change, 55% prefer that this has changed their spending habits, whereas 44% feel that they have started more investments because of the data which is available on social media. With reference to the conclusion and key takeaways, the social media has made a lot of influence on increasing the financial literacy among undergraduate students in Mumbai. With reference to platform, you can say specific strategies can be needed. For example, you can streamline the YouTube channels, or you can streamline specifically specific needs, as per the specific needs of the undergraduate students. Specific channels can be there, or specific information can be provided to them. And credibility is very important with reference to financial adoption, because the respondents feel that a lot of information which is provided is not 100% perfect on the social media. The recommendations are that you can optimize the YouTube content. We can leverage the WhatsApp untapped potential by increasing the areas, or maybe increasing the frequency of the messages or increasing the good speakers encouraged on WhatsApp. The next one is the focus on practical and accurate content. And last one, to counter misinformation with credible resources. So these are the recommendations for the study. And since these recommendations not only concentrate on the perspective of undergraduates in Mumbai, the same will be the recommendations at global perspective, from global perspective. So it can be said that these recommendations, along with the guidelines strictly adopted for ICT, can have a major impact on the financial literacy amongst the students, not only in Mumbai but also all over the world. So thank you. Hello. Am I
Thank you,
audible?
ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Next, V. Samyukta or Miss M.
Yes,
Rekha.
sir. Yes, sir, I'm present. I will be presenting the paper. Rekha ma'am is my course teacher, so I will be presenting on her behalf, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay,
You
just
may
a
start
second.
your presentation, ma'am.
Yes. Is my screen visible now? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for the confirmation. I will go ahead with the presentation. Good evening to one and all. This is V. Samyukta, PhD Scholar, Department of Economics, Stella Maris College. I'm here to present the paper on addressing the tragedy of the commons, green technologies, and energy transition solutions for food solid management in Kanyakumari district of Tamil Nadu. So, rapid urbanization, population growth, and industrial expansion has intensified solid waste generation. Improper disposable methods like open dumping and burning causes soil, air, and water pollution, along with serious public health risk. So, this will further lead to groundwater contamination, soil degradation, and greenhouse gas emissions. So, sustainable measures like composting, waste to energy, and source segregation. So, these are the commons if supported by policy, infrastructure, and awareness. So, embarrassing the circular economic model and community responsibility is essential to break out the tragedy cycle and safeguard the resources. Moving on to the statement of problem, the global solid waste generation is increasing rapidly, projected to reach 2.2 billion tons by 2025 and up to 9.5 billion tons in 2050 due to urbanization, affluence, and population growth. So, current waste management are inadequate and failing to cope up with this accelerating waste system. So, designing the low waste products and consumer behavior are essential at both production and consumption stages. So, green technology should be implemented to minimize virgin material extractions. So, the statement of the problem here is how can integrating green technologies and waste to energy solutions into municipal solid waste management systems can enhance the sustainability while addressing the global rise in waste generation. And then objectives, there are three objectives. First one is to evaluate the effectiveness of the current solid waste management practices in Tamil Nadu by assessing their environmental, economic, and social impact. Second one is to identify key challenges and gaps in the waste management system by applying the tragedy of commons theory to assess the impact of shared resources mismanagement, policy implication, infrastructural constraints, and community participation. And last, to compare the solid waste management system in Simon Colony with the indoor waste management model to identify replicable strategies and innovative solutions for improving waste management efficiency and sustainability. And then research methodology. The study adopts a mixed method research design integrating both qualitative and quantitative techniques. Data is gathered from the secondary sources as mentioned in the slide and via field study at Simon Colony of Kanyakumari district. Key variables examined here are waste generation, treatment, landfill dependency, policy constraints, and civic engagement. Data analysis is carried out through graphical and tabular presentation supported by the theoretical evaluation under the tragedy of common framework. Moving on to the data analysis. First one is analyzing the environmental, economic, and social effects of Tamil Nadu present solid waste management. And then under first one, that is Tamil Nadu Waste Processing Facility. Tamil Nadu has well-developed composting system with 527 window units, 907 OCCs, 995 MCCs, 27 vermicomposting facilities, and 1 operational biogases. So the addition of 59 new MCCs further strengthens the sustainable waste processing. However, expanding biogas plants and advanced waste treatment technology could enhance overall efficiency. Next one is status of sanitary landfills in Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu has constructed 4 sanitary landfills, but none are in use, with 4 already being blocked. This indicates a clear shift towards alternative waste management methods such as composting and biogas production. Next one is applying the tragedy of commons theory in solid waste management. Weak enforcement and poor awareness in Tamil Nadu has caused misuse of commons through dumping, burning, and plastic pollutions. This leads to health risk, environmental damage, and economic burden, so called as classic tragedy of commons. Lack of personal accountability worsens waste mismanagement, and solutions include district laws, economic incentives, community actions, and green technology like WTE and investment in green technologies. So, by aligning individual, community, and social interest, Tamil Nadu can transition towards a circular economy for ensuring sustainable waste management. Next one is waste management challenges in Simon Colony of Kanyakumari district. In Simon Colony, open dumping and burning of mixed waste for over 25 years has caused pollution, illness, and biodiversity loss. So, lack of waste segregation and poor handling of sanitary waste worsen the health and environmental risk. So, due to weak awareness, residents are forced into informal dumping. And by contrast, indoor model uses strict door-to-door collection segmentation at sources, composting units, and sanitary waste systems. So the community participation and strict enforcement, smart monitoring in indoors shows a replicable path to sustainable waste management. Next one is why Tamil Nadu lags behind waste management. Tamil Nadu lacks adequate composting units with outdated collection methods and weak monitoring allow open dumping. So this leaves waste segregation largely ineffective. Cities like Chennai produce large volume of waste worsened by non-recyclable plastics. So low public awareness limits community participation in waste management. Solutions like door-to-door segregation, lack of restoration, IEC campaigns, strict enforcement using GPS monitoring and penalties can transform Simon Colony into sustainable model. Moving on to the conclusion, the tragedy of commons in waste management requires community involvement, strong governance, technology, and individual accountability. Strengthened enforcement, infrastructure, and public participation can ensure sustainable systems that protect health and the environment. Thank you. That's all for my presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, Miss Meenu Paul. Is she here?
Yes, sir. I'm here. Can I start?
Okay. You may start your presentation, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Is my PPT visible to you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes? Okay. All right. First of all, very good evening, everyone. I'm Ms. Meenu Paul, Research Scholar, Pacific University, Udaipur. And this research paper is co-authored by Dr. Mir Mabasir Suja. He's the Assistant Professor from Pacific University. So today I will be talking about the Framing India's International Conflicts, a comparative study of local Mumbai news channels and social media discourse. So today I will be covering the introduction, literary review, methodology, the case study method which I have adopted, analysis and conclusion. So moving towards the introduction, as we all know that media shaped by a global power dynamics plays a very important role in controlling the information and influencing the public morale during the conflict time. And digital convergence have transformed the conflict framing, tailoring the content to the audience need. in India, if we see, the portrayals differ between the traditional outlets, that is the TV and print, and the social media platforms. Mumbai, as the largest media hub, is ideal for studying the urban media's impact on public opinion, and TV news offers curated, regulated narratives, whereas if we see social media, it provides more decentralized and diverse perspective. So in this study, I'm trying to compare the tone, ideology, and engagement, and examine the effects of perception, identity, and foreign policy. Coming to the literary review, so I would first like to highlight the research paper of 1993, which talked about media framing, where how media tries to select certain type of information and highlight it, and that can be again seen in other researchers as well, such as a research which was done on Operation Sindoor, where it was seen that false claims started capturing on was very much frequent on the social media platform, whereas Indian TV news channels, they often used dramatic visuals, patriotic languages, and infotainment. Again, if we see the global influence campaigns such as China's propaganda during the India-China standoff and fake accounts during the Manipur crisis, it shows how media is used for the political goals. Again, if we see the research papers of 2020 by Chatterjee, highlights that social media platforms like Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube, they play a very important role today in public debates, and these often include emotional reactions, misinformations, and political divide. One thing which I would like to highlight here is new methods like lexical mutations and partition influencer posts. They deepen divisions, shaping public opinion, foreign policy support, and national identity. With the Modi era TV promoting strong nationalism and WhatsApp spreading fake news quickly. So, from the literature review, the research gap which I've understood here is that most of the research, they focus either on television or social media separately, without exploring the cross-platform flow of information, misinformation, and framing styles during the ongoing conflicts. Moreover, the regional level studies, particularly in cities like Mumbai, they remain very scarce despite the evidence that the linguistic, cultural, and commercial factors shape the coverage here. So, understanding that, I have shaped the objectives. So, to investigate, my first objective is to investigate how Mumbai news networks cover India's engagement in specific international wars with focus on language, tone, and common reporting patterns. Second objective is to investigate how Mumbai residents communicate their perspective on these similar problems on social media with focus on shared themes, emotions, and attitudes. Third, to compare news coverage to social media discussions, highlighting parallels and variations in how information is presented and emphasized. And the fourth is to determine how these various forms of media coverage may influence the public's comprehension of conflicts, feelings, and about the India's role and opinions on the country foreign policy. Coming to the hypothesis, the two hypotheses which I've worked on this research paper is local Mumbai news channels will prioritize national interest and geopolitical frames, while social media will lean towards humanitarian and citizen-centric perspectives. And hypothesis 2 states that local news will maintain a formal nationalistic tone, whereas the social media will be more emotional, informal, and polarized. Coming to the research design, so I have picked up a qualitative research methodology for my research. The research method I've used is the case study approach, and the data collection is from the secondary sources from websites and other previous studies. Coming to the case studies, so basically I have taken 3 case studies. So talking about the first one, that is the Russia and Ukraine war. So India TV news covered the Russian-Ukraine war by focusing first on the evacuation of Indian students, and then they focused on the oil prices, trade, and India's diplomatic stance by often using dramatic visuals, bold graphic, and sensational headlines, which can be seen on screen. I have given some references here. Coverage mixed with humanitarian, pro-Russian, and nationalistic interest frames with limited Ukraine voices, On the other hand, if we see the social media coverage, it was especially on Twitter, discussions spiked early in the war with both genuine and coordinated pro-Russian and pro-government narratives, but also misinformation was there, and hashtags like I stand with Russia shaping the online sentiments were observed. Coming to the next case study, that is Operation Sindoor. So, national television channels, they portrayed Operation Sindoor as a display of India's military strength with patriotic visuals, as you can see on screen, and experts panel. While regional channels, they focused on local soldiers, emotional stories, and community pride. On social media, the content spread rapidly with a mix of genuine updates, emotional reactions, misinformation, including fake and AI generated visuals as well. Coming to the case study, Israel, third case study, that is the Israel and Hamas war. So English channels basically focused on the balance updates on Gaza conflict, highlighting the humanitarian crisis and peace efforts, while the Hindi and regional channels often used more dramatic, politically influenced narratives. On social media, we could see that the coverage was emotional and polarized, driven by influencers and visuals, but also it plagued by misinformation and unverified content. So the discussions what we have understood is that the findings proved hypothesis one, stating that traditional news channels in Mumbai predominantly adopt a national interest and geopolitical framing, focusing on India's strategic positioning, diplomatic responses, and official statements. Further, it was observed that the tone remains formal, restrained, and largely nationalistic, confirming hypothesis two. In contrast, social media content from Mumbai residents, it exhibits a more humanitarian and citizen-driven perspective, which was marked by highly emotional intensity, informal language, and frequent use of visual content like memes, reels, and viral threads. Coming to my conclusion, most of the research focused on either television or social media separately without examining the cross platform flow of narratives, especially in the regional context like Mumbai. So, this study addresses the part of that gap by showing that Mumbai's TV news channel, they frame international conflicts through national interest and official narratives with a formal nationalistic tone, while the local social media users, they adopt humanitarian, emotionally charged, and visually rich content, revealing distinct influences on public understanding, but leaving unanswered how these mediums interact and shape each other's coverage. So, with this, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. Next, Miss Vinita Nair. Miss Vinita Nair, is she present? Mr. Rajiv Dagar.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, please start your presentation, sir.
Sir, can I interrupt you before Rajiv Dagar proceed further? Can I give my presentation because we are from the both batch and from the both from the both that from a single town and single.
So you present jointly, sir?
No.
I can present.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Yes.
Is the screen visible?
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible, Rajiv, sir.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, Rajiv, please proceed.
Myself, CA Rajiv Dagar. I am a research scholar. So, I am studying this. This study is about the structure of economic tax economic growth with reference to Haryana only. So, taxation plays a very crucial role in shaping the economic growth of any region. In India, states have their local tax structures that significantly impact the generation, investment, and development. So, this study analyzed the local tax structure of Haryana.
I think Rajiv, your presentation is not visible.
Not visible.
Not visible. I think.
Sir, your screen is visible, but your PPT is not visible, sir. Okay, now it is visible, sir.
Okay. So highlight the challenge and provide the policy recommendation to the improving tax efficiency to promote the sustainable economic growth in Haryana. Haryana is the one of the India's fastest growing states. Has a tax system comprising that GST, state excise, stamp duties, property tax, and other taxes. So, objective of the this is to analyze the tax structure of the Haryana and its impact on the economic growth, evaluating trends and tax policies and economic indicators. The research aims to analyze trends in tax collection and revenue generation, evaluate the impact of different taxes, direct or indirect, on economic growth, and identify the challenges in the structure and propose policy recommendation to the state. So, revenue trends in Haryana. The tax collection in Haryana has witnessed significant changes, especially after the introduction of GST. The major revenue components are GST contribution. Over 60% of the state total revenue is from GST collections, and out of that, around 50% is only from one district, that is Gurugram. Second is excise revenue. Excise revenue earns substantial revenue from the excise duty of that liquor sales, and the other revenue sources from stamp duty and property tax. So the challenge is Haryana tax system is GST collection. Actually, there is a very big gap between the compliance and the tax collection. So tax evasion is there, and the high dependence of we are here in highly dependence of only one or two districts from where we are getting major collections from revenue. That and the other, because we in Haryana there are 22 districts is there, but the major collection, whether it is GST, whether it is state excise, they are depending upon one or two states. So there is there is a very big gap between the other districts. So tax collection in other district is very low. So Haryana, through this study, we want to give suggestion to state government that there should not be a big gap between the district like that. That one district is providing 40%, 50% of your total tax collection, and the other is other total 21 or 20 districts is giving only 50%. And the state, by this we can provide the suggestion to government, and and in income tax there is a very they are actually Gurgaon district is developing in very few years. So there is a very big kind of knowledge, lack of knowledge between the landowners and the huge tax liabilities is there on the landowners regarding that kind of collaboration agreements. Through this study, we provide the data to government that there is a very उस तरह की जो टैक्स लाइबिलिटीज उनके ऊपर बना दी गई है जो कि इन रियल है नहीं, तो उसके थ्रू वी वांट टू कि इसको बैलेंस टैक्स सिस्टम हो जिससे सब्सटेंशियल डेवलपमेंट हो और सब जो है एक्चुअल टैक्स है वही जो है लोग जमा करें. थैंक यू. दिस इज फ्रॉम माय साइड.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Next, that is Somesh Kumar.
I am audible.
Rajiv, sir, kindly close your screen, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next, Mr. Somesh Kumar.
Yes, I am present, sir.
Yes, sir. May you start your presentation, sir.
Meanwhile, we welcome our guest speaker for the valedictory. Mukesh Kumar sir has joined in already. Sir, good evening, sir. And little bit delayed session. Sir, sorry, little bit delayed session, but we will immediately start the valedictory. Thank you for joining in, sir.
Okay. Somesh, sir, kindly start your presentation quickly.
It's visible now.
Yes, sir. It is visible, sir.
My screen visible.
Yes, sir.
So I think this is visible now, right? Hello. Hello, I am audible
Yes, sir, you are audible.
and visible also, right?
Yes, yes, please start. We have shortage of time.
Correct. So this is on a slide visible in front of you. My name is Somesh Kumar. I am research scholar. So presenting this small presentation on comparative analysis of effectiveness of financial performance between HDFC, that is in a private bank, and Indian bank, that is in a government-owned bank. So this is overall view that why we are covering private bank and public sector bank. Just because 4R theory is visible, that is a very known in banking industry, that is reforms, recapitalization, resolution, and restructuring of the banks. So on those 4R theory, I have tried to find out the financial performance of a private bank, that is HDFC, and Indian bank. So this profitability, liquidity, asset quality, all is part of this 4R theory. As most interesting fact about HDFC Bank is that it's developed or established in 1994, and now it is one of the not one of the but is a main private bank in India, even more than ICICI Bank and any other bank. Their profitability, their operating incomes, they are very consistent and they are doing very well just because they have very strong on all four R's. That is recapitalization, resolution, reforms, restructuring. They have appetite to handle their NPAs just because they have adopted alternative dispute resolution, even in form of electronic mode, rather than going and challenging the stressed assets through courts. Similarly, they have a high network of in urban areas mostly, just because they know how to cater salaried segment customers and other business players and all big clients, big high net worth clients, and very known salaried persons also to be part of HDFC. So that's why they are doing very well. Indian Bank, again, an interesting fact is established in 1907. They have such appetite, but they are not able to grow themselves because there is a pressure from the government of India side also, because they are
sorry, sir, to interrupt you between the presentation. Sir, kindly you may proceed with the analysis part or conclusion part, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir, please. Thank you, sir.
So on findings, HDFC has very low NPAs. As I told you, that very customer centric and risk management. Their operational risk cost is very low. Customer centric cost, including related to NPA resolution, is very low, visible and evident from their balance sheets, as compared to Indian Bank. And Indian Bank still facing NPAs just because their exposure is more towards government and priority sector lending customers. So that is the main finding in comparison to overall, ratios. And still, I would like to highlight that Indian Bank can have a good buffer towards liquidity, and they are getting recapitalized or charged from the government, and they can take much of the funds, but they don't know how to place that fund and make more, business or interest income from that. In towards conclusion, his conclusion is that HDFC is outperformer star, everybody knows, on financial metrics, and Indian Bank need to more strong risk management strategies around NPAs resolution, so that their cost of collection can be reduced, cost of litigation can be reduced. They need to focus on digital platform like ULI. Lending interface has been started by Reserve Bank of India. UPI, they need to adopt such APIs and KPIs in their system, so that that can channelize further it. That's all from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
So the last presenter, that is Maharshi, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am here.
Mr. Maharshi. Yes, sir.
Yes.
I'm
audible, sir?
Somesh, sir, please close your screen. Okay, you are audible, sir. Maharshi, sir.
Okay.
You may start your presentation. This is the last presentation from technical session 8, sir.
Wait, sir. I am sending, sharing my file.
Yes, sir. Sure.
કેટલી વાર છે હજુ?
Sir, my screen is visible.
Sir, 5 to 10 minutes, sir. 5 minutes only, sir.
5 to 10 minutes.
અચ્છા અચ્છા. Okay,
Sir,
હું
my
driving
screen is visible right now.
હું કારમાં છું એટલા માટે, બીજું કઈ નહીં. ગાંધીનગર જઈ રહ્યો છું, ઓન ધ વે છું.
Yes, sir. 5 minutes, sir.
હા, જ્યારે હોય ત્યારે કહેજો, હું આપી દઈશ.
Hello.
Yes, sir. You may start your presentation, sir.
Okay. Good evening to everyone. My name is Maharshi Rehvar and I am a research scholar from Gujarat University. Title of my research paper is India's role in mitigating US-China trade tension through the G20 platform, a strategic analysis of multi-rate diplomacy and economic mediation. Sir, my screen is visible? Hello.
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible, but there is no any text.
Yes, sir.
Now it is visible. Sir, some glitches from your side, sir. Technical glitches, or maybe your internet stability is not correct.
Wait. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Sir, now it is visible?
No, sir.
Wait 1 minute, sir. Yes, sir. Now it is visible, sir?
Now it is visible, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Sorry, sir. Introduction part. The modern world
sorry
economic
is
system.
to interrupt you, sir. Please focus on analysis and conclusion, sir. Because we are getting very short time. Yes, sir.
Okay. Sorry, sir. Sir, our research paper is based on the US and China trade economic, and because of US and China tariff, the world and all the economics we have to face. Conclusion of our paper is that the circumstance in which the India has mediation between the China and the US in terms of trade dispute through the G20 platform can be categorized into the importance case study on the middle power diplomacy and multilateral economic governance. All through the India has failed in recognizing the basic difference that exists between two biggest economy in the world through the mediation attempt. But the blueprint and the set of mediation between the two court help ensures the aware of dialogue that effect in forecasting and multilateralism in the addressing global economic issue. The analysis show that there is a unique standing of India on one hand, having an important economic relationship between both US and China, and the same time begin guiding by the desire to achieve the strategic autonomy offers both the possible and limitation in the ability of mediation effectiveness, sir. Hello.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you, sir.
Hello.
Is there any
Thank
question?
you.
Okay.
No, sir.
Okay. Mercy, sir, kindly close your screen, sir.
Sure, sir.
I would like to call our session chair, Professor Ankit, sir, for concluding remarks. Ankit, sir.
I think we should start with the next program.
Ankit, sir, are you there, sir?
Yeah, the shortage.
Yes, sir. Okay,
Hello,
okay,
am
sir.
I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
No, I think we should start with the next function. We are shortage of time.
Okay, okay. From my side, thank you very much to all presenter, and thank you very much to Ankit sir for session chair, and again thank you very much to Preeti ma'am for providing me for this opportunity, and my college, my principal sir, Dr. N.R. Kshatriya sir, our principal, our president, Mr. Mukesh Patel sir. Thank you very much, and thank you very much to all of you. So now I officially close this technical session 8, and we are moving further to valedictory session. Over to Preeti ma'am, sir. Preeti ma'am.
Yes, Dr. Harsh, thank you so much. And Professor Ankit, sir, wonderful, but the longest session, technical session, and you have handled it so well. Over to Professor Dr. Shivani ma'am to start with the valedictory session.
Thank you, Preeti ma'am. Good evening, everyone, and a very warm welcome to the valedictory session of this international online conference on geopolitics, commerce, and humanities. Over the past 2 days, we have had a truly enriching journey. We began with an inaugural session graced by eminent academicians, Professor Dr. Preeti Oza, Professor Gurudat Jepe, Professor Pradeep Kumar Ghosh, Professor Natubhai Parmar, Professor Anita Patel, Dr. Ritika Hemdev, Dr. Shailaja Tiwari. We were inspired by the keynote address of Dr. Rabin Acharya from Nepal. Our expert panels featured global voices from Iraq, Egypt, Sudan, Uganda, Hong Kong, the US, and India, covering themes from languages and displacement to media and civilization. Across 8 technical sessions, we explored a wide range of topics from world politics, trade, commerce, technology, humanities, philosophy, education, regional analysis, and the environment. Each session brought us new ideas, perspectives, and solutions. On behalf of the organizers, Grand Academic Portal, our LRMC Mumbai, Rabindranath Tagore University Bhopal, CV Raman University Bilaspur, BCJ Commerce College Khambat, Siangar College of Commerce Mumbai, and Shah College Dholka, I extend a heartfelt thanks to all the expert speakers, moderators, chairpersons, co-chairpersons, paper presenters, participants for making this conference a success. And if I'm not wrong, Preeti ma'am, we had 150 paper presentations. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah.
We received 200 abstracts and 150 full papers.
I think, wow, I think that's wonderful. And congratulations to the entire team who's worked together. And now it's my privilege to invite our guest of honor for this valedictory session, Sri Mukesh S. Patel.
He's a distinguished industrialist from Ahmedabad, engaged in manufacturing tractor-mounted loaders and agricultural implements. Beyond business, he has dedicated himself to social service, serving hospitals, schools, and charitable trusts across Gujarat. He's a part of District Governor of Lions Club at Melvin Jones Fellow, recipient of Glory of Gujarat Awards and the Lions International Lifetime Achievement Award. A man of both enterprise and service, he truly inspires us all. We are honored to have him here today. Sir, I invite you, but I also want to know, let everybody know he was here at sharp 6 o'clock at the time of the valedictory. He was in his car, his camera was on, his full attention was on, and he kept focusing on everything. And sir, I think you're an inspiration, such a senior citizen. Waiting
Discipline,
to
sir,
talk.
power of discipline. We all
Yes.
need to learn that.
Yes, sir. Sir, we are waiting to hear from you.
Mukesha? Hello.
You're audible, sir.
Sir, you're on mute. Please unmute yourself.
No, hello, it's audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You are audible, sir.
So you may start.
Yeah, okay. Sorry. Now audible. Okay. Thank you. International Online Conference, Global Insights, Geopolitics, Commerce, and Humanitarian 18-19, August 25. To the esteemed guests, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and participants. As we conclude this today conference on geopolitics, commerce, and humanities, I, Mukesh Patel, the President of Dholka Education Society, India, extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our participants, speakers, and organizers. Your insight and contribution have made this truly encouraging and thoughtful, provoking experience. Dr. Narendra Kshatriya, principal of my institute, Srimati R.D. Shah and V.D. Shah Commerce College, Dholka, told me that over the past 2 days, you all have won a rich tapestry of ideas, exploring the complex interplay between the nations and the dynamics of global trade, and the enduring question that define our shared humanity. You all have learned how geopolitical shifts can display supply chains, how commercial interest can influence international relations, and how the humanities provide the critical thought which we can understand these intricate connections. This conference was designed as an online forum, and in doing so, you transcend geographical boundaries. You had the privilege of hearing from experts spanning different countries and diverse cultures, all unity by the common intellectual curiosity. This virtual space has proven that distance is no barrier to the dialogue, and our shared pursuit of knowledge can bridge and divide. The discussion you have made here are not merely academic exercise, they are the starting point for real world solution. Whether you are a policymaker, a business leader, an academic, or a student, I urge you to carry the spirit of this conference forward, continue to learn, to question, to collaborate, and to seek a deeper understanding of the world around you. Let the seeds of knowledge planted here today blossom into the more prosperous and peaceful tomorrow. Thank you once again for your participation. It has been an honor to host you. We look forward to seeing you future events. Goodbye. Thank you. Thank you very much for hearing.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for your kind words.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mukesh.
Wisdom, sir. Honor to have you with us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mukesh, for your inspiring words. As we conclude, let me once again express our gratitude to all the speakers, the inaugural speakers, our keynote address, expert panelists, session chairpersons, delegates, and most importantly, our lovely participants who were there with us throughout for 2 days. Thank you to the tireless organizers. We've all been sitting glued. Despite the rains in Mumbai, we've all been there. I think this was also a very challenging task for all of us to sit at home, and it just happened. And this is all what brings us together. And like Sir rightly says, if you want to have a dialogue, boundaries don't matter. I think this was completely an example that we set. With this, we officially come to an end of an international conference to close. Thank you, everybody. We look forward to meeting again in the next chapter. Preeti ma'am, do you want to address everyone?
Yes, it's not about address. A big heartfelt thank you and some certain instructions, because I'm sure now after conference, documentation also is very much important. So first of all, do not leave your WhatsApp group for some days. We will take exactly 5 days to prepare and send your certification. LRMC team is already ready with the certification and all. So LRMC coordinators will send you by your email, and chairperson, co-chairperson certification also will be there. The most important part is about your full papers what we have received. So full papers publications will be done by 1st of September. Between 1st and 5th September, we will be able to share the final link for all these 115 papers. 100 papers already reviewed. Some more, those were submitted a little later on. We are still in the process of review, but the journal special issue will be uploaded and the link will be shared with everyone. Again, a very big thank you for being with us for 2 days. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you so very much,
Very
ma'am.
much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Preeti ma'am,
Thank you so
Shivani
much,
ma'am, all of
ma'am.
you very much. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
giving us the opportunity for
And Jate
contributing. Yeah,
wishing
thank you.
Anita Patel madam a very happy birthday. I wanted to just share that
Happy
on her
birthday,
Thank you.